Into the Breach is excited to be teaming up with Nine Line Apparel, a veteran-owned apparel company that celebrates the spirit of freedom, courage, and American values. Go check out ninelineapparel.com for freedom-loving patriotic gear perfect for your family members, first responders, veterans, and active duty service members. When you're done selecting the amazing merchandise and apparel Nine Line has to offer, punch in the code ITB20, that's India Tango Bravo 20, for a 20% discount off your next purchase at ninelineapparel.com. Vet TV is a streaming service created by veterans for veterans, with over 30 different series to choose from, including our new series Battle Lab that features special operations soldiers going head-to-head with the newest tactics and threats on the modern battlefield. Into the Breach listeners have an exclusive discount of paying $1 a month for the first 2 months of subscription with the code BREACH. So head on over to Vet TV and type in BREACH at checkout to receive this incredible offer for your Vet TV subscription. Thank you for listening, and now back to the show.
All right, we are rolling. Back at it. Joseph England, thanks for coming on.
It's a pleasure to be here, brother.
This is amazing. We have, it's going to be timely. This episode's going to go up tomorrow. But Joe is an amazing individual. You are a Tier 1 operator from Task Force Orange. You're a pilot, and you're a linguist, and you worked with 5th Group Special Forces, multiple deployments. I don't even know if do you even know how many you have?
So I think if based on my ERB, I think it says over 10. But I will tell you that, specifically when I was in ISA, there were a number of deployments that were actually just under 30 days, and those do not count. Those never will go on your ERB. So there's a couple of those. So the exact number, I'm not sure, but it's definitely over 10.
Yeah. And this is I'm just gonna get this out there right away. This is the closest to Jason Bourne that you're gonna get, or at least what you guys did. Because even my wife asked last night, and I was like, yeah, that's like what you've told me before. I was like, yeah, this is it. Like Delta guys are like, they're the door kickers, which is awesome. Yeah. Not taking anything away. Yeah. But what you did and what you've told me, I'm like, or, what we've talked about, I was like, oh yeah, this is the closest. Aliases. Yeah. You're a tactical detachment. You can shoot guns. You're in shape. You can speak the language. You're getting in and out. Your surveillance.
Yeah. To a decent level of all categories. I'm jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah. But if you're looking at the movies, because even the Delta guys are like, I've talked to a few now. They were not old school Delta, but like early 2000s when TFO was the hardcore intel cell. And I remember talking with Jamie Caldwell, who was from 10. He was really active from 2001 to about 12, and then he went into like not support, but whatever. Stopped doing as much as an operator, I think. He doesn't call me out, at least when we were talking. But he was like, dude, TFO. He's like, those guys are. He's like, his like respect for you guys were like. He's like, they're another level because of the intel, what they could do, because he's very humble. He was like, dude, we're just glorified door kickers. Yeah. Now, Delta's clearly not glorified door kick, but like when you think of them, they're hostage rescue, they door kick, they shoot people in the face. And
they are the best in the world at what they do.
1,000%. They are the best. After the performance in Iran, just in our Air Force, Delta. Oh, actually, wow, can't believe I'm overlooking that. The Venezuela raid.
Oh yeah, master
class. I can't even believe I forgot about that. And the master class of Delta.
And I'm not trying to like start anything, but I think there's a couple guys in Virginia Beach really envious of what's going on. The guys at Green, down in North Carolina, just like. It is what it is, brother.
We didn't crash any helicopters, it all went smooth.
And I don't think a book has been written yet.
No. I think, right. I think the funny part is, and not to go off topic, we'll start getting here, but like, Trump said it and a few other, I think Hegseth might have said it, but like, they were sprinting so fast and they're closing the door on Maduro, or Maduro was closing the door, and one of the operators stuck the barrel of his gun in the doorway. Yeah. Like, I want to see that footage. Like, I know someone out there has the helmet cam of that. Yeah. And I'm sure it'll be classified for a while. But like, if that were to leak onto Instagram,
absolutely.
That would be the best.
I don't think anybody would be upset about it.
No one would be upset. Yeah, it'd be pretty sick.
If not, I'm excited for 25 years from now. So.
Yeah, exactly. So awesome. Let's jump into it. Joe, you have an amazing career, even how it started and how you got to where you are today. Let's dive into it. Where'd you grow up? You know, we were talking, you're a wrestler, we're fellow wrestlers,
Yeah.
you know, so I love that. Love having a fellow wrestler on.
Yeah.
I do believe wrestling is one of the best sports, if not the best, you know, to build that basis for young men.
Actually, I was having a conversation with my girlfriend about that. Because my girlfriend actually has 2 young boys. And I was telling her, she's like, well, how do you build like masculinity and all these different things? And I told her one of the best things that I ever learned was going to wrestling, because I feel that you learn controlled aggression, because wrestling is not where you can't just start pounding somebody at the face. Like, you have to be technical, but you also have to be aggressive. You have to use your strength, but you understand the importance of technique over strength. And, you know, learning that at a very young age. Plus, I remember getting in fights in like 6th through 8th grade, and nobody else wrestled except me. And nobody else. You know, how many people have training in any sort of combat, right?
Yeah.
And I would, you know, if there was a fight, I was winning it in middle school. So that's what it is.
It's the same way. And it changed my life big time. I lost a ton of weight doing it, but it was also the discipline, the integrity. I remember like doing the right thing when no one's looking, which meant, you know, and also the caveat to that is like when operators or warfighters talk about like, hey, you know, the bad guys are training at night. Like, what are you doing to train? And we had that same motto in wrestling. Is like, when you're sleeping, your opponent's training. So what are you doing?
Yeah.
And so that for me was like, got up in the morning, I ran, and you had goals. Like, goal setting was huge. Beyond wrestlers, like, do you want to make it to state? Do you want to do this? What do you want to be in a career? And every year we'd go to the wrestling camps. It was like, so every year I had to write out my goals. Yeah. Not only for wrestling, but like life, and like where you want to go. And it taught everything. I love it. I think it's phenomenal. Also, you get humbled.
You do.
You lose. You
get
lose.
humbled.
You win.
Yes.
You win.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing else about that.
I started wrestling in elementary school, actually, and we lived in Germany till I was like 13 years old, and I quickly became a bit of a prodigy in the wrestling community in the Dodds American school system within Europe. And my first year, I made it to the European finals.
Really?
And I got to the finals, and I had nobody even come close.
Yeah.
I got the living shit kicked out of me by another equivalent. Let's see, how old was I? I was 11 years old, and I got the crap kicked out of me by another 11-year-old. And I should have known when this kid's name was Bulldog. And anybody who's been in wrestling, what 11-year-old knows how to do a banana split? Yeah. I'm just saying. Yeah. So I was humbled very, very quickly at that point.
That's awesome. I was going to say, I got to, I was ranked in the state, and my goal was just to get the state. That was it. Like, I wasn't like, oh, I'm going to be state champ. I was very like, I'm not good enough to do that, but I'm good enough to make it. That's my goal, to make it to state. Once I got the state, I was like, cool, I qualified. I'm like, yeah, cool. I ended up getting I didn't get shellacked, but I got like, I think I teched or he beat me by like 9 points. You know, it was like some ridiculous amount. I faced the national champion of USA Wrestling. Yeah. And then my next round after that was the guy that won state. Yeah. So it was like, my side of the bracket was, but it was great though. I met my goal. Yeah. But that happened to me in Wapaton, North Dakota. I was like, I pinned my way to the finals. I'm like, all right. Then I'm getting some farm boy. That was just, dude, he pinned me in like 30 seconds. Just absolutely whooped my ass. And it was like, yep, that's the humbling aspect. I was like, I took second, but that was between second and first was a real big gap.
When you meet those guys who pair strength and aggression with technique and just like, and they apply it so quickly, the entire time you're like, what the fuck is happening to me right now? Oh,
yeah, God, yeah. And we have in Minnesota here, we have some of the best wrestlers. I mean, especially back in the 2000s. I mean, you had U of M wrestler. We had Jay Robinson. The Iowa boys. I mean, we weren't AAA at the time. I think it's 4A now, but we were AA. But the AAA guys would fly to Pennsylvania. They would drive. So the teams that were AAA were like borderline college wrestlers. I mean, they were. Yeah. It was insane what they could do, but
Well, for somebody who's never lived in the Midwest, I'll tell you that when we think of the Midwest, we think of two things, and that's hockey and wrestling.
That's good. All right. Yeah. Mostly shoot wrestling. We do have hockey, but that's like Minnesota's known for hockey, but we were known for wrestling probably. Well, it's probably both, but I agree with that. Yeah. So I didn't know that. So you grew up in Germany? Like, what was your childhood like?
So I was like 13.
Yeah.
So
why?
So 6 months after I was born, I was born in Arizona, and 6 months after that, we moved to Germany, and we were actually there before the fall of the wall.
Really?
My father was an artillery officer, and he was there as a part of the defense of the Fulda Gap, which was, the theory was that if the Soviet Union was ever going to push through and invade, it would be through the Fulda Gap. And then we had a 2-year stint in Alaska, where I moved there when I was I think from 6 to 8 years old. And then we moved back to Germany because my dad loved Germany. He just kept finagling assignments. And at this point he had switched. He was now a lieutenant colonel in military intelligence. And we went over there. He was a base commander at a base in Augsburg. And then I think he was the G2 for, I forget what the unit is over there, in Heidelberg, one of the main intelligence units over there. But by the time that we finally moved to the United States, to the continental United States, I was 13 years old. But one advantage that this was while we were living there, my father decided to, he was a jock himself. So I'm one of 5 children. We're this very stereotypical jock family.
All this is starting to make sense now.
Yeah. Let's just say that
all coming together.
Our scholastic responsibilities were always put to a back burner.
Yeah.
I was on a baseball team that qualified for the Little League World Series. Everything that we did, we excelled at it.
Yeah.
But one thing that really helped us is that while we lived over there, a lot of the Americans, they would play soccer with the American teams. Well, my father loved Germany so much. We lived on the economy.
Yeah.
And Germany's just really a collection of small towns. And if you're in a town that's maybe 3 or 4 miles wide, right, you can drive through it in 5 minutes, right? That town's going to have its own soccer stadium.
Yeah.
And you play for your town. You don't play for clubs like you do here in the United States. So we played for the German teams. So by the time we came back to the United States, we were probably a year or two above everybody else, and we were all in the what's known as the ODP, which is the Olympic Development Program, which is basically the youth program that helps trying to develop basically the United States as a more dominant national player in soccer, especially eventually the World Cup team. That's got a number of its own issues, but that's neither here nor there. But I will say that out of the 5 of us, 4 of us went to college on soccer scholarships.
Really?
Yeah, myself included.
That's insanely impressive.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So,
well, it makes sense too what your path with your dad knew a lot about the military.
Yeah.
Before you guys went in. That's
we actually come from a long line.
Yeah.
So my father he retired as lieutenant colonel. My grandfather was a colonel. Him and his 2 brothers were all officers in World War II. My grandfather specifically was one of Patton's company tank commanders.
Oh, shit.
The other one was a company commander in the 82nd, jumped into, I forget which exactly jumps he did. And then the other one was, I forget what the other one was, but they were all 3 of them officers. Interesting thing is 2 of them went to West Point, and the one that didn't was the only one that made it to Brigadier General. So that's a sore, in the family. Yeah. We actually have a plot. We have a family plot, which I thought this was a normal thing until we were burying my great uncle, who's the general, and we were at Arlington National Cemetery, and my brother had just graduated as a Green Beret captain. So he was there, and because he's got the Green Beret on, all the honor guard there were just slobbing all over him. Yeah. They're just like, "Oh my God, you're awesome! Whatever you want, sir." Right? Yeah. And so we're like, "Hey, we're going to give us a private tour, all this stuff." So we actually had a private tour of the whole the barracks for the unknown tomb soldier guys. And while we're there, we were getting a history lesson, and we found out that there's only 2 family plots in all of Arlington National Cemetery. And here's the funny part: one of them belongs to the Englands, which is my family, and the other one belongs to the Londons.
Oh.
Learn that.
Yeah.
So apparently having a family plot is not a normal thing. But we actually have a family plot. I think there's 12 of us. And my great grandfather, he was involved in 8 different conflicts. charged up San Juan Hill with was it Teddy Roosevelt, Spanish American Civil War,
Jeez,
World War
your
I.
lineage is wild.
Yeah, I think it goes all the way back to the Civil War, but that family plot starts with my great grandfather and their respective wives and everything like that.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That's awesome. I didn't know anything about that. That's incredible.
Yeah.
So that's talk hours about your family lineage, bro. That's awesome.
So but I am the first enlisted in my family, or was I was the first enlisted in my family since my understanding is the Civil War.
Wow.
Way
to break that chain.
Yeah.
that generational cycle.
Well, so that's what ended up happening. So I'm in college. Yeah. I'm on a soccer scholarship, and I'm actually in ROTC because while I had the delusions of grandeur of possibly becoming a professional soccer player, I knew that if that didn't happen, I was going to go the officer route, infantry, go SFAS and become an 18 Alpha. Then I get hit by a drunk driver going the wrong way down the I-5, which is a big divided freeway in Seattle.
So back up. So then, what years was this? And then you're in Seattle, Washington, or what? Yeah, what's that?
Yeah, in Seattle, and this is 2004. So this is December 4th of 2004. I just got finished with a party. My girlfriend, who was attending UW, University of Washington, we were driving. The party was on the south side of Seattle. We were driving back to her dorm, which is on the north side of Seattle, and I remember a point in the drive. Which is probably about 30 minutes before the car accident happened. And then I woke up in a hospital bed probably about 15 hours later. Yeah. And crushed the left side of my body. Brain hemorrhage and splenectomy were the two worst injuries. I had like 29 staples, 29 stitches. My arm almost got amputated. Jesus. Luckily, the attending told the residents, like, nah, we're going to keep it. These shoulder wounds can close bigger wounds. She told me this at post-op, which she thought was hilarious. I was like, thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah. But the worst of all, because the splenectomy, like, it's a part of your immune system. It helps fight fevers. But once it's out, right, because they cut through my abdominal wall to get to it. Once it's out, like it's out. Like your abdominal wall eventually repairs itself. Cool. But the brain hemorrhage was the worst because I had regressed to they had what is the wording that they used for the brain hemorrhage? They had assessed that I had regressed to a second grade math level, and actually math was my best subject. I had taken the AP Calculus exam, and then I had memory problems. I had speech problems, probably still to this day, and but the scary part about that is you don't, like with physical injuries, you have a path to how to recover. There was no guarantee I was ever going to recover my mental faculties. So I actually tried to go back to school because one of the agreements for me resuming my scholarship was, because they knew I had brain damages, that I attend a quarter of community college. So the accident happened December 4th. I was back in school January 2nd. I'll just tell you that did not end well, and that was a dumb fucking idea. So, and then I got frustrated. My family was like blaming my girlfriend that it was her fault that we got in this car accident, not the, huge 300-pound Samoan who's driving a car 3 times as big as mine, who was drunk driving around the wrong way down a freeway. Jeez, wasn't his fault.
Yeah, so that's what happened. He was he was came driving over into the lane and
Well, no, he had actually gotten on. He was so drunk that he got on an exit ramp thinking it was an entrance ramp.
Oh, Jesus.
On the north side of Seattle. And actually one of the reasons that I actually ended up surviving was they were already chasing him because he had already hit like a couple other cars and the cops were already chasing him. So when he hit me, the cops were there within like a few minutes because they were already chasing him. So it was actually one of the reasons why I'm actually still alive is because he almost hit somebody, they called it in and they were chasing him. So, but as I was going to recover, I was having issues at home. They were getting upset with my girlfriend, and I was just especially the mental recovery. I was getting really frustrated. So I was like, you know what, screw it. I need to get out of here. And that's when I decided to enlist. And that's when I tried to enlist in the 18 X-ray program. And that's when I found out my spleen disqualified me from the 18 X-ray program.
So how long of time then from like December 4th to signing paper? Because I mean, you're recovering cognitive, not just like said physically, but cognitively.
It was,
you know, and what did you do cognitively to try to like fire everything back up?
I just tried, I would go to like, they had a psychologist that I would go see. But there was very little that you could do. It had to come back on its own. Right. So there's very little I could do, and I was just like, I need to get out of here. But luckily, the Army, this being 2005, will pretty much take you if you're even if you're retarded. And I am a personal testament to that, of how low their standards were. Because my mental. But apparently, I scored really high on the ASVAB, and
even after that. So really, that's impressive.
Yeah. So I think
you talk about your physicality. You got a brain on you, man. Your dad with all your you guys are wow. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. So I think I was as surprised as everybody else was when my it was like a nearly max out like general technical score on the ASVAB. I definitely scored the one I did not score in the above 120 was the mechanical. Apparently I didn't know how to do jack shit with a car or something like that, whatever. So I go to enlist, right? And so from almost to the day when I leave for basic, not when I actually sign the paper, when I leave for basic, it's about 9 months from the day from the accident. So I probably signed the paper like around month 6, month 7, and then I had my date, and then I left.
Yeah, you're trying to get out of
I was just trying to get out of there. Yeah. But luckily, my body had recovered, and I was the only person who actually maxed out the PT score doing PT test. And I thought it was so cool. You know, if everybody remembers, they give you that stupid PT badge, and you could sew it on your PTs. And yes, I did. I sewed it on there until I got to DLI, and I realized how stupid that was.
The Army does that. Marine Corps does do that.
I got made fun of so bad. I think I may have headed on to there for 3 days before I ripped that shit off.
Like look at this nerd.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what it was. And for what I thank you. Shaming, we need to bring shaming back. Bring it back.
Yeah. You know. And by the way, great accomplishment, but it is like,
no,
you're not doing that. Yeah. Marine Corps is like, congratulations, you maxed it out. Like, move on. You know. That's awesome. That's wild. So 9 months, and you almost lost your arm. Your spleen's gone.
Yeah.
And I mean
brain is barely working.
So you are. I mean, clearly it's working. You're crushing asthma. I mean, God bless the guys I served with, but they were healthy and they were ASVAB waivers getting in. So, so then what was your kind of your physical therapy? I mean, you're clearly in shape. You're already in soccer. You have you're not some slow coming off the street. Like, luckily you have a great background in physicality. What did you do I mean, because SFAS is no joke, or at least you're prepping to do that. Your brother. Was your brother, or is he younger, older, or
he's older than me? He's 3 years. So
you knew what to expect. So like, did you train with the rock? I'm just trying to like.
What did you know? Well, so luckily, when I went to 5th group, because there's no selection to become a SOD. So obviously I was medically disqualified from becoming special for doing the 18 X.
So going 18 X.
So, but then that's why I became a cryptological linguist, because I was told by the recruiter that this was like a back route, that you go get your language first, then you can do an airborne packet and then do a request
the back way
to get inside a group. And then once you're inside a group, they're like, then someone will give you a waiver, because they were like, no MEPS doctor is going to give you a waiver. I think risk your put their career out for somebody that don't fucking know.
You just got to get in the Army, and then you can. And then people are willing to risk and force paperwork.
I feel like I might have been conned by a recruiter, but to all the con stories that I hear, he was correct. That was the best route. That's a
great route. Like truly is. Like he steered you in the right direction.
Which apparently now what I know now. I was very lucky, because most recruiters don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
They would have told you to, like, in boot camp, you can switch to 18X. Yeah. That's what we were told with a bunch of stuff.
You can actually go to Delta Force and then still Team 6 directly from.
Just request it. Tell your drill instructor, I need the packet for
day
Delta.
1 too.
Yeah, day 1. Yeah, make sure you ask right away.
Yeah. And if he's yelling at you, he's testing you.
That's where it starts. The test starts. Yeah. Dude, that's wild. So then... How was just because I had buddies that have tried Arabic that didn't work out, because it's Farsi, so this is Iranian.
I am getting Farsi.
Yeah, Farsi, so it's not even Arabic, and that is a complicated language. I took Arabic for 2 weeks. I kind of took to it well, but it was only 2 weeks. It wasn't DLI level type stuff.
Yeah.
How was that? I mean, that's, and they don't mess around at DLI. So
and depending on the languages, certain languages are harder, and not necessarily because of the language, but because of the culture.
Yeah.
And I'll explain. So first of all, Farsi, I'm actually really glad I got Farsi because Farsi is significantly easier than Arabic.
Really? Okay, that's cool to know.
So there is a CAT levels language. You have CAT 1, which is typically your European Romance languages. CAT 2, slightly harder. CAT 3 is where Russian and Farsi exist. And CAT 4 is your Arabic, Chinese, Korean, and I think CAT 5, I think English and another language is those are the only 2 CAT 5 languages. The only reason Farsi isn't even in CAT 3 because grammatically it's a CAT 1 language. It's actually easier than a lot of European languages. Wow. It's just because it's written in Arabic text. It's the only reason it's a CAT 3 language. Okay. But once you learn it, it's only 32 letters. It's almost like cursive backwards. Yeah. And once you learn an alphabet and you learn it, like it's easy to read it. And then once you're past that, it's super easy. So I'm really glad that I learned Farsi because I don't know if I could have done Arabic. Yeah. Like because there's no gender, all that. It's just significantly easier. Yeah. And plus, then that's where the culture of the teachers and stuff like that. So the hardest language or the highest dropout rate in all of DLI is Korean. And it's not necessarily because Korean is the hardest language. It's because the Korean instructors are these old Korean people, and they have a higher standard of things. And if you understand Korean culture versus a lot of these other cultures that are being taught, they just expect more from you. So because of the culture and because they write the ones who write the syllabus and how the course is done, Korean had the highest dropout rate. And it was actually known as Intro to Spanish.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing too, is I took Japanese in high school, which was a nightmare. Yeah. Absolute nightmare. Do not recommend it to anybody. Yeah. We thought it was cool because I was like, oh, anime, Matrix, Japanese, that'd be, and I was in high school. So we had just enough people to do it. So then our school, it was 20 of us, right? One of the worst decisions I ever made because Spanish I took to right away. I don't even know Spanish. I'm Mexican, but my mom's not anywhere near. Yeah. She grew up on a farm in Minnesota. Yeah. She was adopted. So she doesn't know Spanish at all. But I was like, Spanish is very easy, very easy, pick up on it, Even later in life, I backpacked through Central America, picked up on it, whatever. But I took Japanese and I was like, it was so fucking hard. And Arabic was actually, I agree with you, because Arabic to me was way easier than Japanese because of it's backwards, but the sentence structure is not similar to ours, but it's kind of similar to Spanish or something like that, where you can structure it out. Japanese, dude, it was 3 different alphabets. Yeah. We talk about Western alphabet. There's a traditional, and then there's some other one. And it was just, as soon as one stroke different, it's car turns into woman. It's it's so wild.
I actually believe that Japanese was the other CAT 5 language when I was there. Yeah. Because, because of that. And then English just has so many grammatical rules and exceptions to everything more than probably any other language, which is another reason why English is considered a CAT 5 language. Yeah. And that's also the reason why Farsi is so easy, is Farsi has almost 0 grammatical rules. Yeah. Or there are very few exceptions. And all it is it's like Yoda speak. Yeah. Subject, object, verb.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's it. And there's no gender. So.
Did they say that? This is Yoda speak?
That's what we say. That's what we say. They don't really say that.
Official DLI. Yeah.
Even though some of the older male instructors looked like Yoda, but
that's awesome.
It is what it is.
That's cool. So how long was that course?
Farsi was a year.
Yeah.
So, but there's 2 portions of it. You do your normal traditional language course at DLI, and then you do a military portion of it at an Air Force base in Texas. And you learn the military aspect of your language. And for people like us who your language covered just one country, you became a subject matter expert in the order of battle of that country, which for me was Iran.
Okay. That's cool.
So then from there, I went to a couple other follow-on trainings. I actually, at this base is where I was able to finally get my airborne packet through, because it actually got denied at DLI because I had put on there that I had a brain hemorrhage, and apparently that disqualifies you.
Yeah.
So then I go to Goodfellow, which is my next base, submit my packet, and then just put it on the part where it says, "Have you ever applied for this?" I said no, and they're like, "Get the part. Like, have you had an injury?" Nah.
Yeah.
And then I was approved, and then I'd put on there that I wanted to go to 5th Group, and 2 weeks later I got informed that my airborne packet was improved, and my first duty station was 5th Group.
That's awesome. And what year was that? That was...
So 2007.
Yeah. You can still do paperwork like that.
Yeah.
I got it in 05. I got it in 06. And I remember going from infantry school, like it was like January 5th, we got our orders. So it was like 2006. And I remember they were trying to get digital, but if you were like, before you got to the unit, it was still like paperwork, you know?
Yeah.
And so I remember thinking that. I was like, man, like, you could just ditch a lot of this. You know what I mean? You could make up stuff. You could I could be honor grad. They wouldn't know. You know what I mean? Like, I remember being like, they're really trusting us.
Yeah.
And then I got to the unit, and there's a guy there that had gone AWOL, and he was in my squad. And then he came back, right? Yeah. And there's another guy who went AWOL or something to it. He was telling me a story about it, and he got out, and we did deployment together. He was, it's one of those things where like you serve together, so you die for each other. But if you weren't, you wouldn't be friends outside of it, but you're on the same squad. But he was telling me about one guy had an NJP that they both had like NJPs right out of infantry school, and they were going to the unit to like third Marines, and like he just like opened his packet and dropped the NJP in the trash, got to the unit, and they promoted him right away. There was no like, oh, you're still a okay, and then picked up corporals. And I was like, and he was like, I don't know why I didn't do that, you know, like, and you're kind of like, man, that was definitely a big honor code back in the paperwork days.
Yeah, and to be honest, that's almost exactly what happened to me.
Yeah,
what I did.
Like,
so because I actually, so I submitted my airborne packet towards the end. And as I'm clearing, it's my final day. I'm actually clearing. I'm going around to all the different places, and I stop by the clinic.
For like DLI or whatever.
At DLI at the Presidio. And so I go to get my airborne packet, I go to get my medical records, and I had submitted the airborne packet a couple weeks prior, but I hadn't heard anything about it. And the doctor who I submitted it through comes out with my medical records, which are obviously not digital at this time, and she comes out to inform me that I had been turned down. Hands it to me, but she put the airborne packet not inside the medical record. She put it on top when she handed it to me. So when I walked out, I looked to my left, and it just hit me. There was this trash can, and I just turned, and I just literally just kind of turned my wrist, and I just slid it off. And to be honest, if she'd put it inside of it, I don't know if I would have had the cojones to pull it out, but because it was on top. I was like, fuck it.
Sometimes the universe does that. You just kind of like, you turn left instead of right sometimes, and you're just like, why did I do that? And you're just like, and you're just, it's on top. Yeah. You don't think about it. It feels right. You're just like, this is a good move. It just, it just moves you in that direction. And you're like, I have been moved by the spirit of tier 1.
It's just like, it's a funny thing. Like when you look back at it, right? Like it's I don't know if it's the Charlie Chaplin quote, life in forward is like a tragedy. Looking at life in reverse is a comedy, because you just don't understand things as you're going through them. But when you look back, you're like, okay.
Yeah. Yep.
That makes sense.
And as you said, like the spirit of the war fighter was there you go. And I've done that. That's happened to me before where, I've also learned too, like, I don't know, and I believe this is true. It's great to take initiative. It's great to speak up when you need to speak up. But I've realized, like we've talked about a little bit earlier, is keep your mouth shut. Yeah. See what everybody says first. Yeah. Don't be the first to speak, and see, I've gotten further in my life in good ways, very good ways, by not saying anything. Yeah. And by taking it in. Yeah. Because the guys are like, I volunteered, of course. It's like the guys that volunteered didn't get to where I was going. And this has happened to me once in infantry school. And fate works this way too. I was in infantry school, super depressed because we got delayed. The school had gotten so oversaturated with infantry because it was 2005. Their infantry Marines are coming, that want to go infantry. And so we're all getting blocked up at I can't remember what called holding or whatever. And it was 1 week. And my depression just like, I was like, oh my God, I'm going to be stuck in this limbo of hell. in infantry school, and they had this working party. They're like, hey, go to LAR, just clean the LAR, whatever. I'm like, I just need to get out of this squad bay because you just sat there all day and you just watched movies and did stupid details. I was like, let's make this day go faster. I will go to LAR to clean their bay. I go, I clean the bay. That day, they called people. They're like, hey, they started naming names. They named my name to go pick up with the infantry class, like that week, and I was gone. So they were like, "Oh, Nagel, can you come?" Or I don't know why, but they were like, "Dude, they called your name to go to the next infantry to pick up the class," and I was like, "No!" Like I freaked out. Like I was like, "God!" I was like, "That's the last time I volunteer, raise my hand for anything." Yep. But fate works in a good way. I would have never gone to 3rd Marines out in Hawaii. Would have never deployed right away. Yeah. Because my last name is Nagel. They end up. I knew good friends from that class because they were only a week ahead of us. They took the Bs, the Bravos. It was Bartlett, Bullmeyer. So I served with them in Hawaii. They took Bs. When it came to my class a week later, they took the Ms and the Ns. And it was all came down to fate, all came down to your last name. So I would have ended up somewhere in fucking 7th Marines and 29 Palms getting hazed for 8 months before I had my first deployment. Instead, I ended up getting to the unit in Hawaii and deploying a month later. Yeah. So I agree. It's sometimes it works that way.
Yeah, sometimes it does.
But I mean, that's my take. I mean, obviously take initiative, say the right, do the right thing, stand up. But it's sometimes like,
do the right thing. Obviously, you do want to do the right thing. But occasionally, right? I'll tell you, just because the Army like it can put roadblocks that are just really not fair, and I think that it's okay to, as long as it doesn't affect anybody else. Yep. There's no reason why you can't maneuver around those roadblocks.
Exactly.
And if you're not cheating, you're not trying.
Exactly. So, right? 100%. That's what I'm saying. Like that's cool because it does. You think back to like 1 or 2 small, and I'm sure you do, and I do, and I can tell that's one for you. Is just like it's all it took is one little, and that your life changes. That's a whole. Yeah, you go in a whole nother life, whole nother direction.
Yeah, and did technically I lie on my 2nd airborne packet? Yes, but it's
you wanted it. Yeah, and it worked out.
It's okay.
It's all good.
I don't think I hurt anybody.
Yeah, exactly. So so you do that, and then how do you get through the next airborne packet? Yeah,
yeah. So then I go to airborne school, and then I'm actually the guidon. Yeah, for airborne school, which actually technically makes you an honor graduate, whatever. Yeah, because this is a whole funny thing with the guidon. But anyways, finished airborne school, and then I go off to 5th group. Nice. And then as soon as I get there, I think I get there like about August, and immediately get assigned to a SOD A team in 3rd Battalion, and then we're informed that they're leaving a deployment in 3 months, and it's going to be a back-to-back deployment where we go out for about 8 months. Be home for 6 months and then go back out to the exact same team houses.
Really? So they kind of like planned that out.
Yeah. So we already knew this before going into this. So, and then there's like 1 SOD A team per company, there's 6 Green Beret teams in a company. So you obviously not every Green Beret team gets a SOD A team, nor do they want them. But so we were requested by 1 team. We started doing pre-deployment, and 3 months after I got there, we were off to Iraq, Eastern Iraq, in the Diyala province, which is we're the most eastern team houses along the Iranian border. Actually,
that's awesome. So what were your guys' like mission? What did you do? Like, what's your day to day?
So a lot of it was, especially in 2007, we were definitely hitting a lot of targets. We were also, because we're along the Iranian border, we were doing counter-smuggling operations, capturing... it was actually my very first interrogation in Farsi was one of the smugglers we caught.
What was that like?
It was fun. Yeah. It was so because I learned very proper Farsi. Yeah. Like if I listen to a news story, you want to talk about nuclear proliferation treaties, I'm right there with you, right? But the second you start using any sort of street slang, I don't know what you're talking about. But luckily, I was able to talk about certain things in a certain way. Like he was able to understand me, and then he was able to mostly reciprocate. And yeah, it was fun. We called him the Han Solo of the Iranian smugglers.
So did you guys like hold on to him as a source or something after that, or get to know him well?
Yeah, you know, whether it was his choice or not, he became, we used him more than once after that.
That's awesome. The fact that you gave him a nickname, I'm like, you worked with him.
Yeah.
Han Solo's coming back.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Funny tie-in, nerd talk. The Argo is the knockoff of Star Wars, and they went to Iran. So it's always kind of a fun little...
No, that's true.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I forgot about that. You're right, because it was like the Canadian...
Yeah, it's Canadian knockoff.
Yeah.
Ran by the CIA of Star Wars. Star Wars is a huge hit, and then they go to Iran for scouting or location scouting. But funny, circular. Yeah. But no, that's awesome. So, what was kind of like what was your guys' living conditions? Like I said, you're in a team house. So you guys in a, because we were in like the middle of a city. We took over like a school. And we lived like in the city. We weren't in a big base or anything. How would you guys end up living? You know?
Yeah, so I spent time with two teams. Mm-hmm. So both teams had completely different setups. Yeah. One team had, they were actually on a regular Iraqi army base. Mm-hmm. And they were about 5 miles from Fob Warhorse. Mm-hmm. So they lived off, but they technically still lived inside of an Iraqi army base. Mm-hmm. The other one was in the middle of nowhere, and it had everything was flown to it. Like all our supplies, all of our fuel was flown to us by Chinooks. We had our own landing pad, so we had a compound, and for the SF guys, and then outside of it, we had an additional compound, which we actually hired Kurdish Peshmerga. Mm-hmm. To come down from Kurdistan to be our guards because we didn't trust the local Iraqis. Yeah. And and they would stay with us and they'd be our guards for an entire month. So, but yeah, we were nowhere near an army base. Yeah. We weren't even in a city. We were just in the middle of nowhere. Really? So that was good. We even, they even assigned us a regular army cook, which is another interesting thing. Because those guys are trained to cook for like 1,500 people, not 10. Yeah. So let's just say we had to teach that guy how to cook. Yeah. So
was he happy though? Was he at least?
Oh yeah, he lived a life. Yeah, and plus we treated him like so well, and you know, and it is. I will say this, you know, as somebody who's a support person to an SF team, for success, just one. Do not think you're cool because you're on an SF team, right? Be the most humble person you can, and then be an asset to these guys in whatever way. Like they come and supplies come in from like the commissary, the grocery, or however it is. Be the first one out there to like I'll volunteer to bring stuff in, right? Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why, even though they found out about my waiver, I was quickly. They actually the 18 Zulu on my team, the SF team sergeant, actually helped me to research my waiver because he was so impressed with me on how I conducted myself, and he was like, you would make a really good Green Beret. Let's get this going, and then he actually got the battalion CSM, battalion commander, because at least once per deployment they're supposed to make their rounds to each team house, so they fly out to each team house, and when he did. The 18 Zulu scheduled a one-on-one interview with me and the battalion commander, battalion CSM, to talk about that. And then they liked what they saw or they had heard. And then the battalion CSM is actually who researched my waiver and got it started.
That's awesome.
Unfortunately, only for it to get turned down, but it is what it is.
Yeah. But it's awesome. I mean, your reputation and getting after it. I mean, that's always good. Yeah. Like the same way with when I was attached to a team. Yeah. You always want to be an asset. Yeah. You know?
I think it was it was an asset, but I did not get in the way, and I wasn't a useless human being who just ate all their food.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's always like a good thing. Yeah. It's like the bar is so low, but
there's a reputation within SF groups about sawdays. Either they're really good or they're like
worthless
fucking rats.
Yeah. They just go after your MREs or your stash of stuff.
Yeah. All your good shit.
So then, I mean, did you guys get into, like I said, is there anything that sticks out to you that deployment that was like, man, this is wild, this is awesome, you know, firefights or even just like intel? Like
it was so it's interesting because the first deployment, there was a lot more tactical stuff going on. I really had not been trained properly in how to do intelligence when it came to cellular stuff. In the SOD-AH team I showed up to, the guys who were there, all they knew how to do was radio stuff, like radio interception. And especially in the area we were at, there was very little radios. Everything was over cellular. So to be honest, from an intelligence standpoint of view, we didn't really do much. And to be honest, we didn't even have NSA access. That second deployment, even though it was after the SOFA agreement, because we were there for the first deployment, we could do unilateral operations. The second deployment was where they changed the SOFA agreement and they had to be bilateral. So this complicated us from a tactical standpoint of view because you had to go get warrants from local Iraqi judges, which created its own issues. But at that point, I then had training. I knew how to do cellular terminal guidance exploitation. We had NSA net access. And from an intelligence standpoint of view, we were far more effective. Unfortunately, we were not able to translate that as well because of the lack of authorities past January 2000. Oh, no, it would have been 2009. January 2009.
Yeah.
I think the end of December 2008, January 2009 is when the SOFA agreement changed.
Yeah. That's when things started getting, I remember I read.
Got stupid.
It got stupid. I was there 06 and then 07 into 08. And I was getting stupid then in 07 to 08. And then after that, the guys that I know went, it was I mean, for the infantry guy, I was like dead. Like there's a few battles that took place, but the overall AO was pretty fucking quiet. Or, it was just, And then 2011 happens and we pull out and then it got real stupid for contract. I was contracted at that point and it got real dumb.
So the second deployment basically in 2009, we definitely had much more capabilities. And then in 2007, it was definitely more tactical. We did lose a lot of people in 2007. I think we'd been there, I think we got there October of 2007. I think by like April or May, towards the end, I think we'd lost 7 people already, just within the company.
Really? In the ODA?
Yeah.
Was it just IEDs or what was
Yeah, mostly it was IEDs.
Yeah.
There was a couple firefights. One guy got around straight through his femur. And all on this deployment. But then we come back for the second one, which was obviously not as exciting because we didn't have the authorities to do as many operations, but nobody really died on that deployment. So that was good in its own way.
Yeah.
And that deployment was fun for me because that original team sergeant who helped me put in my waiver for the second deployment, which he's not a fan of my other SOD teammates.
Yeah.
He actually told the company leadership, they're like, I don't want the SOD team. He's like, I want Joe though.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, you can only take the whole SOD. He's like, you either send me Joe, and if you send me the whole fucking team, I'm gonna kick them all fucking out, right? And the company's like, all right, fine, you can have him, right? So I actually got to be the sole attachment to the ODA for my whole second deployment.
That's awesome.
It was fun, and I sat right next to the 18 Fox. I was able to share all the new awesome intelligence capabilities that I now had, and he's actually one of my closest. That 18 Fox is still one of my closest friends. He's actually an RSO, I think, in Angola right now.
Oh yeah.
But that time I was already working on my application to go to selection for operator for ISA because at this point I'd been turned down twice for my medical waiver for SFAS.
Yeah, because I know you told your story about how you were getting it going and went up to the CSM. It had to go to a general.
Yeah, went to a general, and then his deputy, who I don't know exactly what rank he was, he approved it. And then the week between him and the general trying to sign it, that's when somebody died in the Q course due to a supposed snake bite. But because technically me not having a spleen I have technically a compromised immune system that he was not willing to assume the risk of signing the waiver for somebody who had a compromised immune system, which was how it was worded to us.
Yeah. And this was 2009, right?
This was 2008, actually.
2008,
This was the summer of 2008. Because we had this was during the 6 months between the two deployments.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Right,
And then we went back out in 2009. And then I'd run into, I randomly ran into a bunch of Delta Force and TFO guys. And that's actually how I got the invitation to come to ISA operator selection.
Yeah. So what was that kind of, you have to go into super detail, but what was that interaction like? Said running into Delta, TFO. What was it that you know what I mean? Like they obviously saw something and you'd be like, hey, we want to invite you. You know, what happened? Or, you know, you can beat around the bush.
So this actually ties into what I was saying earlier about how I was super effective on the second deployment. So 2 months prior, we actually got to do a pilot course put on by a company called Prometheus Group. And this course, like I said, is a pilot course, but this would actually later become SOCOM's advanced GSM SIGINT course. So we were the first ones to do it.
SIGINT is signals intelligence. Anybody that's listening. Yeah.
So it was an 8-week course. It was actually an amazing course. We learned so much. Like I felt like I knew nothing prior to this one, and to be honest, I didn't. And then that's what it was able to take me, and I was able to provide so much capability to the ODA that I spent my entire deployment with. But at the end of this 8-week course, because the people who taught this course were all former Delta guys and TFO guys. And the course director was actually a former command sergeant major of a squadron from ISA. And he, at the last day where they're handing everybody out, because, it's an 8-week course, so you get get a nice certificate. Yeah. And he pulls me aside and he's like, hey, I heard we've been hearing all about this waiver and you not being able to get it. And we think that you have what it takes. You've impressed us. And we think that you would make a great fit as an operator within the unit. And, he's like, why don't you skip JV and come straight to varsity? So
that's awesome.
Yeah. So he handed me the contact information for the recruiter, and it was like an over 40 plus application, which I did most of it during my off time on the second deployment.
So I have one other question. So what was like is a basic question? I mean, 40 pages is like a lot.
Yeah, it's actually really in depth. So one of the things is they have a disclaimer in it. And so they know that a lot of people do not reveal a lot of things that they've done prior, or maybe it's even something they've done while in the military, of like, things that might be of a slightly nefarious nature.
Yeah.
They tell you in there that like they want to know everything about you, even the things that you have not revealed to the military, and there will be no repercussions. This information will never be shared, because one of the things that they're sort of like looking for is they're not looking for angels, right? They actually want some people who've gotten dirty.
Yeah.
So I revealed everything that I had, because there were some things that I had not revealed about prior.
Yeah.
Maybe some slightly nefarious things I had done before I joined the military.
Yeah.
Boys will be boys.
Yeah.
And I revealed everything, and they approved my packet.
That's awesome.
But it was very extensive, and it goes down to, your relationships with your family, your childhood, any trauma you may have had. So they tell you to be as honest, and that's what I've always told everybody. I did tell one of the former Green Berets who was on the ODA with me, and he, after I'd been there at the unit a couple of years, he was like, hey, I'm coming out, I'm going to try. And he's like, he got the packet, and he's like, hey, it says I should tell everything. I was like, yeah, tell everything. Apparently there was something that he revealed that apparently was too much. Yeah. So he actually got turned down.
Oh shit. Yeah.
So I felt kind of bad.
Yeah.
It was like,
well, sometimes though, I mean, I agree.
Yeah.
Some it just doesn't work, man.
Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't work. So
because there's guys that I'm like, you probably shouldn't talk about, stuff that you did. You're like,
whatever he did. It was bad enough. They were like, nope.
We're not. This is a risk here. Yeah. That's crazy. So then they go down like the whole road, everything, and again, I don't know. I guess they would say, you go into your relationships with your family, I imagine, and what that's like.
There's a whole bunch of psychological. That's probably what it's more important to them, is the psychological part of things versus the physical part of things, right?
Yeah, and I actually wanted to ask you about that, because that's what it feels like between Delta and say TFO. Like it's like your Delta guys are coming from Ranger Bat, they're coming from the hard physicality, Force Recon, SF, whatever, and so you're competing with the top of the top athletes at the door kicker level. Yeah. So whereas like it sounds like TFO, it's much more intel. I mean, it's clearly physical, but you still need to pull intelligent intel. Not saying they're knuckle draggers at the unit or at Delta, but that is a different mission set.
It is.
You're trying to pull from a group that's technically not the Army Ranger, Force Recon, SF group. You're pulling from kind of technically from intel bubbas per se,
no. So actually, no. They recruit heavily. Actually, I would say that the unit is actually heavily Green Beret.
Okay, so they more Green Beret. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So this is how this pertains because this is actually how I first learned about the unit.
Okay.
I was sitting in Iraq and I was sitting with probably one of my closest friends, Jason Brown right here, who unfortunately died on that first deployment. And I was sitting there and I was talking to him with one of my other roommates so I was talking to them and Jason was talking about, because Jason was this amazing Green Beret who just like everybody loved this guy and he was just so good at his job. And he was single and he wanted to go to the next level. So he was talking about how you could either go to Delta Force or this other unit. And I'm brand new to the Army, right? I'm brand new to the unit, brand new to the SF guys, and I'm just soaking in there. He starts talking about this unit, this orange unit. And he's like talking about it and it's like so mysterious. And he's just like 2007, like nobody knew anything about this unit. You know, we barely know that much about it now, but definitely 2007, nobody knew. And the way he put it was if you wanted to be John Rambo, you went to Delta or Green. If you wanted to be James Bond, you went to Orange. And that's the way he put it.
Yeah.
So, down the line, so when the intelligence support activity was created, it was they cloned almost everything from Delta. Its organizational structure and even its selection. It's in a completely different ecosystem as far as like where it is located in the country. And they do it's very similar, but they do tone down some of the physical moments. So Delta selection is commonly known as a long walk. TFO selection is commonly known as the short walk. So each one of them has the same final big land nav movement. TFO is shorter. So you don't do the 40 miler. You do something a little bit shorter. But majority of it is very similar. It's in how they do the psychology. It's almost completely individual the entire time. There's a lot of similarities. So, but ours is more intellectually challenging, probably. Theirs is more physically challenging. So
that's what I mean. It feels like, because that is, I mean, that's a door. They are hostage rescue.
Yeah, you guys and that's what they're looking for. And they're looking for, but at the end of the day, right, I would say the one thing that that definitely is the similarity is they're looking at the tier 1 level, is they're looking for problem solvers. And that's what a lot of the things are. You are presented a number of things that have nothing to do with what you're going to be doing in the unit or even in OTC. And they're almost like completely arbitrary, but they put it in front of you because they want to see if you can solve the problem. And that's what a lot of selection is. And then doing that under high stress situations when you have no idea what's about to hit you next. And that's the other thing is you have no idea what's about to happen. You are told that the selection is going to be 4 to 5 weeks. It's at least like 40 days. You have about a week when it's supposed to end, but a week window, which you don't even know. And I would say that their selection is more unique than CAG's is. And it is probably one of the coolest experiences I think I've ever been through.
That's awesome.
It sucks, right? Yeah. It was extremely mentally taxing, but the things that they put you through, like there were certain aspects of it, I was like, am I in a Hollywood fucking movie right now? Because some of that's the shit they pulled off. And then one of the coolest things I got to do in the unit was 3 or 4 years later, I actually got to become back as being cadre. And that was one of the coolest things I've ever done in the Army. That's cool. Was be cadre for that thing. Awesome.
See, it's funny when you talk about that. I've heard in interviews and guys have gone that are Delta gone. None of them said that was the coolest experience in my life, or you know what I mean. Like they're definitely like that sucked. It was terrible. I didn't know if I was going to make it. You know, like so it's cool to hear that. And honestly, I am glad you're talking about it. We'll definitely get back into your history here, but I heard about TFO through Not a Good Day to Die. It's the first time I heard about it, and that was I'm Marine. Worked with SF, attached to SF, but I don't know the Army life. And it wasn't until years later, I found out what like Rangers do. Because I'm like, what the fuck does Rangers do? And then I learned about Rangers. I'm like, oh, that's like really cool. Like that's cool. And then years later, I hear about Delta, and I was like, oh, Delta do. But TFO has always been on my mind. And you're like now, literally, we're talking. I did my degree in 2010 to 12, and so that's been 13 years. And you're like the first one that's kind of been like gets back onto the radar. or at least just being explaining this, what the life is kind of like, what we do. Because it always interests me. I like my bachelor's degree is in intelligence. So it's like, I love that intel collection, what's going on, knowing what's going on, knowing your battle space, but also just knowing what's going on. Yeah. That's the worst part about being an infantry. I hated about being an infantry boot private. I was only told what I was only needed to know. Yeah. So even on like a raid or like a hit we did, you know, quote unquote, for our level, like what's going on? You don't need to know. Just go to the. He's like, I never knew what was beyond my blinders. Yeah. And knowing things is like psychologically, like by my third deployment, because scout snipers, we did have our own. We got all the intel, and then my third pump was like, we knew everything that was going on because we had to. And that's why I like intelligence, because you know why you're there, what's going on, or at least you have a grasp on your fate almost. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. And I think this is where the most unique thing about ISA is that there's a lot of different organizations throughout the military, even tier 1, where they're like, okay, if like, for example, there's 2 badass tier 1 assaulting units, right? Mm-hmm. So if you want to climb that ladder, there's a number of intelligence units that you probably hear about, like things like Great Skill, Jib, other things like that. None of them compare to what ISA is. And then also, I will say, for many of its failings, it is probably the most unique organization within the military. Mm-hmm. And from operating on an almost independent level, out in front of things, because that's really what the unit does, is it like there's a problem set. They're trying to be months, if not years ahead of that, and they're trying to be ready. So like, let's just say, let's take Venezuela, right? Obviously that Maduro has been an issue for a while. Do you think that that Delta just rolled in willy-nilly with no sources on the ground aren't enabling? Mm-hmm. It's the unit like ISA that has been there for years or months prior, because they see and that's what you do in the unit. That has both its ups and its downs, because you're trying to be in places where you think things might be of use, and a lot of times you're not. So you're just doing things that may or may not happen. But you do get to be in front of things. You get to operate almost completely independently. And if you do, if you're not by yourself, you're in very small teams, 2, maybe 3 people. Mm-hmm. And then when you're on those teams, you a lot of times get to operate independently within those teams. Mm-hmm. So it's a very, very unique experience that you cannot really, from the intelligence side of things, like if you were in the intelligence realm of things while still being in the military, there really is no better unit along those lines than that.
You almost kind of, it's like that. You get to do what you want to do, which is like you see in the movies almost.
As much as you can with that still organization that falls under the Department of Defense, right? Yeah. And so, it has its own failings, but, it is what it is.
So once you like said, what did you do, kind of back up a little bit, to train up for that? Again, this is like 2008. Not a lot out there. Yeah. Like, what did you just do individually, knowing what you knew? Like, how did you even train for it? You know what I mean? Because I don't know anything about it.
Yeah. So I knew enough that it was mostly about rucking, right? That, and I was actually, randomly enough, wasn't even 100% sure what unit I was trying out for. This is how secretive these people were. But I rucked. And so what I did is I had a program, which I've been weightlifting since I was like 21. And for rucking, what I did was I'd ruck twice a week. And once a week, because I heard that I needed to know how to ruck run. So at like Monday or Tuesday at the beginning of the week, I would do and I would progressively get these longer, but it started like 2 miles where I would just run, even if it was uphill, the whole thing, right? And eventually I think I ended up like 5 miles. And then the second one would be the longer ruck. And then that would progressively get longer. And then I would run everything except uphills. So if it was downhill or flat, I would run it. And if it was uphill, I'd walk it. And so I do that twice a week. And I did that until I think I was doing like 20 miles on the longer ruck each week. And so that definitely set me up for success. And when I came back as cadre 4 years later, because you have no idea what your times are, I was actually able to look in the database, see my times. I actually was the second fastest in all of selection during my selection course.
That's awesome.
So it's rucking, right? It's learning how to move weight, because that's what you do majority of the time. Everything else, as long as you're in pretty decent shape, you really can't, you'll be fine. It's more of a mental game than anything, right? If you can ruck and you can ruck run and you don't suck at land nav, it's fine. Like it's the hardest part is definitely the isolation, and you don't receive negative or positive confirmation on anything or any sort of, they don't yell at you. They don't tell you if you've done anything well. The only reason you know anybody fails is because when your pseudonym gets called and you're randomly on a truck by yourself for like the morning muster or whatever, that's usually a bad thing, because you usually don't see that person ever again. So, but yeah, it was rucking and, just overall weightlifting, just being as strong and as fast as you can. But rucking is 90% of all the physicality in these selections.
Yeah. Because that was when I was doing the pre-SFAS stuff with 20th. It was like I knew my times down to a T. It was me and another Marine sniper. He was faster than I was, but I was the fastest guy at pre-SFAS. Like, I took off on the 12-miler and did that in like 2 hours. I still remember the time, 2 hours, 34 minutes, something like that.
It's probably one of the most common questions I get is, what were your times in rucking? And all I just tell people is get as close to 12 minutes.
12-minute miles. Yeah. And even like, because SFAS is different. They have the gates. Like, we knew everything. That was the thing. Like, everybody would come back from selection, like, what did you know? And it's like, we all knew the gates. Because the 20th and the guard units wanted you to succeed. Yeah. So they were like, it's a 4 mile. It's not classified. It's just, they just wanted to make sure you had the time. They wanted you to succeed to go, because they were spending money on you. But I know the tier 1 stuff that no one wants to talk about, which I totally get.
Yeah, but there's also no reason to really, because it's just, prepare the best that you can, show up and just do the best that you can. And, as the cadre will always say, they give you instructions once and then they just turn and they go, candidates, go as fast as you can, do the best that you can. Yeah. And that's it. And then you're gone.
I know you probably get some, but how easy was it, again, just to work around this question, how hard was the instructions to listen like once? You know what I mean? Like, are you getting like not to go too, but like, is it like a full brief, or is it like, get here to here, here's the
it is in their defense. These are the things that are taught, right? And a lot of these things are completely useless. You probably may never use these things ever again. But there's a reason why they choose these individual things to teach you. Because it's the great benchmark of what you may represent, maybe a skill within a particular industry that you might learn later. And they're trying to see, one, do you have the mental acuity to learn it as quickly as they need to? And then also, you're going to be, let's just say that you're going to learn a skill. You're going to be taught it once, and then you're going to do a practical exercise right afterwards to demonstrate that you know what it is. And then weeks later, while you're in a very, very stressful situation and you're doing something else and you're going to get to a point, and then randomly you're going to turn the corner and there's going to be that skill on a table, and all the cadres are going to say, like, candidate, do this. Yeah. Right. And, you've been, let's just say you've probably been in a hell week for the last couple days. Life has been sucking, and now you haven't thought about this, even heard about this in the last couple of weeks, and now they want you to demonstrate a skill in this an ability in this random skill that you learned weeks prior. So that's probably the best way to explain how that is incorporated. So it's like, and the random things that they use, there's even no way to prepare for those things. Right. There's just it's done very well. Game. The course is designed very well.
The only thing I can think of, if again I can't relate too much to it, but the thing that reminds me of that is we did Kim's games in the Marine Corps Scout Sniper course. We were big on the keep in memory games, Kim's games, based off of Rudyard Kipling's. It's beat into me.
No, there are Kim's games. There are Kim's games.
Yeah, it's just like we got good, and that's like kind of a you can. It's like training your body. You can train your brain. Yeah, and we got good at it. It was like boom, how many, and we like, and they give you like 30 seconds of like, what was that? And then we did it a lot, and it's tough, but you can learn it. If you're focused, you can learn it. Like, it's just like your brain is another muscle to, you can kind of figure it out. Yeah. But there's certain techniques, how do you,
it's definitely one of, I would actually say it's probably one of the main skills that's actually focused on while you're there.
Games.
Yeah.
Or,
just that,
or that skill.
It is the perception, because especially in the environments that we operate in, which is where we're really ISA really separates itself from RRC, because that's probably one of the other questions I get is what is the difference? Is we do the clandestine covert side of things, right? We're not in any sort of tactical formation. We're not just like long range patrol that's just like at the tier 1 level, right? RRC does a lot of things, but
recon.
Yeah, Ranger Reconnaissance Company or Detachment, RRC, RRD.
Which from what I understand is the only other is the only, or it's not the only, but it's a tier 1 Ranger unit, correct?
Yeah. So I would say that they are the best in tactical reconnaissance. We do tactical reconnaissance, and actually I've actually worked with RRC in a tactical reconnaissance role, because that was one of my jobs within the tactical detachment within the unit. But the majority of the unit, we do the clandestine covert side of things, and more like your CIA types things, and that's what separates us in a big way from them. Also, we're a much larger organization. Okay. We are. Yeah.
Do you prefer that? I mean, like, to me, that sounds way.
I do.
That sounds awesome.
I do.
That sounds so cool.
And also, I was spoiled because I got to live kind of both sides of that thing. You know,
because I'm like, I did tactical stuff and I love that, but there's always a part of me that loved intel. Like I just think that's independence, the movement, knowing, like, just you're not door kicking, but
if you're going to do that, right? And I would actually completely agree with you. If you're going to do any form of intelligence role, I would rather it be on the clan side of things, because you get to do how you think you are, because for the nature of that mission, nobody's going to be there to tell you what to do. Like, if you do, then you're just highlighting yourself. Like, for a bunch of like 5 bros pulled up to a coffee shop, right? Like, you're just sticking out. Like, that's the reason why
Ranger,
exactly. You gotta. Yeah. And that's the biggest part. In the world of intelligence and counterintelligence and the spy games, the one thing that you can never do is ever appear that you are a spy or that you are trained. Because that's the dead giveaway, is if you show that you have any sort of training, then that's when you're in a world of hurt when it comes to foreign intelligence services.
Yeah. That's pretty wild. So then kind of back it up a little bit. So you get going through selection, get selected. What's that like too? Like, what was, like, I remember, again, it's not as that, but being in Scout Sniper Platoon, like, that's a lead of our unit to be like, hey, we are going to take a chance on you.
Yep.
What's that like at a tier 1 level to be like, am I getting it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Where does life go after this?
Yeah. So the final event, which I actually think is the hardest event, and is actually the one event that's not physical, and it is let's call it a hostile board that's nothing but no-win scenarios. When I finished my board and I walked out while they deliberated, I was about 99% sure that that I'd failed. Like, that is what this thing is on. And I'm a very mentally strong individual. Like, I never through the entire selection had any issue. I was like crushing it, like no matter what they threw at me. That board, I was like, I'm done. I'm an idiot. I can't believe how fucking stupid I am. But then I walked back in there and they're like, we're going to take a chance on you and we're going to let you go into the next phase. And then they immediately put you into a van, because you actually don't. So when everybody finishes the final portion before the board, you're like in these like barracks, right? And everybody waits, and it's over a couple of days. Just they do a couple of days each day, and then whether they pass or fail the board, you never see them because they're whisked directly from the board and they're thrown on an airplane.
God mess you up so much. That's not, like,
so you don't know who passed until when you show up to OTC and you see who's there.
Yeah. That's awesome. So, I love the fact that they just like make you sit for a few days in the barracks, just like stewing on.
And then people get their names called.
Yeah.
And you never see them again.
Yeah.
And the only ones I ever saw ever again were the ones I saw at OTC.
Was there anybody at OTC that you're like, oh, you made it? or was there, or everybody was like, oh yeah, of course.
No, I think generally everybody who I thought was going to make it did.
Yeah.
you know, and I think a lot of the people who shouldn't have made it definitely were weeded out.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, especially the guy who ratted me out for in the first week of selection, you're actually in a different location and you're doing mainly admin stuff. You're doing all your polygraphs, you're doing your CI interviews. This is where you do your PT test before they want to make sure that you pass psychologically before they let you go to the actual real selection. And while I was there, that's where I was going back to. I didn't know which unit I was trying out for, so I brought the book Killer Elite, which at the time was the only book about ISA, and I was reading it while I was there. And this kid who basically ratted me out during his CIA interview, and I had this really funny interaction with when I went in for my CIA interview. Basically, the guy was like, "Hey, you know, what book are you reading?" And basically knew I was reading this book, and he told me not to read it. Anyways, that guy who ratted me out, he failed.
Yeah.
So,
How did you rate? What did it come up like? It's weird.
So how it worked is, so I walk into this interview, and I just finished telling this guy.
Yeah.
He's like, "What's that book about?" And I was like, "Well, supposedly it's about this unit, right?" And mind you, we're still not 100% sure.
Like what?
What unit? I honestly didn't realize for 100% sure until I went to OTC that I did essentially go to selection for the unit I thought I did, right? But this one conversation did sort of confirm it for me, though. So I go into my interview, and it's funny, I actually passed this guy on the way because I think he had just interviewed that guy. And I walk in, and he's like, "So do you like to read?" Well, we're already talking about some other things, but eventually, halfway through the CI interview, he's like, "What do you like to read?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Did you bring any books with you?" I was like, "Yeah. I brought The Mission of the Enemy by Pete Blaber and this other book." He's like, "What's this other book?" I'm like, you know, it's this book called Killer Elite. He's like, "What's that about?"
Yeah.
I'm like, "Well, it's supposedly about this unit."
Yeah.
He's like, "Do you think that's a good idea that you're reading it here?" And then instantly I'm like, I like jackpot. Like, there's something that they don't want me to read in this book. And I was like, should I not be reading this thing? And he kind of just very coldly looks at me and he's like, "I don't think it's a good idea that you read that book while you're here." And I was like, "Well, wouldn't you want to know as much as about you know, the unit that you're supposedly trying out for?" And he just kind of gives me this long look, like, "You're an idiot." And he just goes, "Don't read that book while you're here." And so I immediately go back to my bunk. I was about halfway through it. And I'm a slow reader. I've never read a book so fast. I went through it, and then when I was done, I threw it down, and I was like, "This is bullshit." It was like there was nothing in there about selection. It was one of the driest books I've ever read. Like, if you ever want a book that's really fucking dry, go ahead and read that book. Like, there's nothing in it of anything. It's just the history of the fucking unit. So, but that guy kind of confirmed to me that this was the unit I was trying out for. So,
like, they're like, "I think it's the unit." She's like, "Do you not know who you're trying out for?"
The logic made sense to me, but you got to remember that these are also, especially looking back on it, these are CI guys. And CI guys are like support people for the unit. So they don't really know operational, and the unit is so secretive. Probably to its own detriment. That's just the general thing. Like, we don't talk about anything, right? And so these CI guys who aren't even operational, they just take it to a whole nother fucking level. Because and also it's kind of their job. But you know, it is what it is.
So you get that's awesome. So you get selected, you get whisked away in a van.
Is there to an airport?
Is there a point that you're like, "Are we done? And can I like get something to eat?"
As a matter of fact,
like, you're like, "Can we stop at McDonald's?" Like, what did I make it? Like, what's going on?
As a matter of fact, at this point in selection, you have been fucked with so many times involving finishing a phase of selection and then getting into a van. That was definitely what was going through everybody's mind on the way to the airport.
It's just like,
because technically the window that you were given to give your unit was not over yet. So it is very possible that there was an additional couple of days. And how unique this selection is, that was definitely something that went through everybody's mind on the way to the airport.
So you just kept your mouth shut.
It wasn't until they actually like kicked us out of the van, and then we walked into the airport, and then we actually got through customs, or the TSA check, and nobody pulled us aside for secondary. That's when me and like because I got in a van with two other guys who had both passed, and we went to the bar, and we were like, "All right,
It's over.
Yeah. We have alcohol. We're good.
Yeah. No one's coming out like left field. Yeah.
It was like,
Did you ever like check over your shoulder? Like,
honestly, the moment might have been when that plane took off.
Yeah.
Like when it took off the tarmac, I think that's when it's finally like, okay.
Yeah.
Done.
I'll have another drink. Yeah.
But I can tell you, I was on cloud 9 when that plane took off.
Yeah.
I went home and I was like probably the most proud I've ever been of myself in my entire life.
Well, it's amazing. I mean, like even passing a selection, you know, like you haven't got to OTC yet, but even getting through it, you know, and that because guys make it, you know, they get that's a huge thing. You make it through OTC because I've, you know, talked with the Delta guys and they're just like, yeah, you make it through selection, and then OTC, no one, like they've had classes where no one graduates or one guy graduates or whatever. Yeah. So you still got a very mountain to climb, but that's still another mountain.
Yeah, to climb. And it's so long. So like I think Delta's OTC is like just over 6 months.
That's what I've heard.
Ours is almost a year. Mm-hmm. But that's also because they are teaching. We are the jack of all trades. Like they're, we are learning so much stuff. It definitely centers around intelligence and tradecraft. You know, learning everything that a case officer or an operative, you know, who's an alias, by themselves overseas would need to do. And then we actually do our tactical portion of OTC actually at Camp Dawson.
What's that? Or what's
that? So that's where Delta does their selection.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay.
And so we actually run their lanes.
Okay.
Luckily for training, not for selection.
Not for selection. Yeah.
That's how I know firsthand that Delta's selection has the hardest land nav, because I thought I was good at land nav until I started running lanes at Camp Dawson. Yeah.
Pretty rough.
Yeah, it is rough.
Well, that's everybody that I've known that has talked about or they don't talk about it much, because even with the guys I've talked with like personally, they don't like talking about. It's like if you go to selection, don't get selected, you go back to like Rangers, they won't tell their buddies what it's like, this honor code thing, you know, like I totally get it. It's I get it as well. And totally get it. It's like it's just a pride thing, or like it's part of the culture. But when I have guys I've gone through OTC, I'm sure Brent's talked to you about it too, which is like they're shooting, and what I've heard from other clips of other Delta operators, they're like, the shooting's insane. Like they just, which I'm sure you guys aren't doing that as much. Like,
no, we definitely have shooting portions. There's even a shooting portion in selection, but we're not held to the same standard. But also, you know, they're in OTC for like the CAG guys. They're brought down to the basics, and they build all the way back up. So they do that to us in the other aspects of our things, and then obviously we learn. You know, enough tactically in order to handle ourselves. And then when we get into the tactical detachment, if you do get into the tactical detachment, we learn to a higher level, but it's mainly to when we are attached to either green or blue, the SEAL Team 6 of the DevGru guys on their assault teams, or specifically their recce teams. We need to have enough knowledge and enough ability to keep up and not be in their way. So, and it's because we're going to be with them. Especially when I was there, I spent almost all my time with the recce teams, which is awesome because you get to do, you know, that really is the highest level of tactical, reconnaissance. And they also assault.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So you get to do a lot of really cool things. So I was very lucky I got to do a lot of things that even most ISA guys don't get to do. And also, most people who are in a tier 1 unit are only ever in one tier 1 unit. And I definitely have the unique experience of knowing what the inside of both orange, green, and blue are like.
That's awesome. That's really cool. I mean, it's a unique experience.
It is a very unique experience.
So when you're, again, I'm sure you can't talk too much about it, but like when it comes to OTC, like was there some skills that you're just like, wow, that's really cool or interesting, you know, like, because you got your signals.
Yeah.
I imagine you guys are covering a lot of ground. HUMINT, signals, OSINT.
Yes.
You know, and this is 2009.
So this is 2000. So I went to selection in 2010 in April.
Okay.
March, April. And then OTC started July or August. And then that was like a year, and it went to like the following June. So I graduated OTC 2011.
Okay, all right.
So started 2010.
Because I'm thinking like technology-wise, the leaps and bounds, cell technology.
Yeah, especially from the SIGINT side of things. ISA is known for a lot of things, but definitely they are like their SIGINT is unmatched. Like that's really what, especially during the 2000s of the Iraq War, that's where the unit really put its name on the paper. And they were like, and everything that, if anybody's ever done any sort of SIGINT, especially in sort of like in the soft groups, what you are doing is a technology or a technique that was created by an ISA operator. I guarantee you. Everything that we do came from them.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And I was even having this conversation with Brent, which was, he was like, you guys have decent human skills, but there's nobody who matches you in SIGINT. And that's always the thing. And we have 2 squadrons, which was one focuses more on the human and the one that focused on the signals intelligence. Later on, everybody would be cross-trained. But the SIGINT squadron became so effective and made so much money that the human guys basically almost didn't have a job for a while. Yeah. And then that's actually how it started, because they're like, we need to be able to work. So the human guys started picking up SIGINT, and then we started doing the reverse.
Well, it makes sense. Just everyone knows everything, because because those early days, I remember we had some of the guys, because I was a scout sniper at the time, they're like, oh, check this out. So the SIGINT Marines were like, dude, we have this capability. This was like 2007. Yeah. And then they were telling us, classify, very rudimentary now, but back then I remember things that were changing, and reading as well that Not a Good Day to Die, I believe, that has TFO. They're talking about it because they're with Delta. That wasn't cell. They're doing radio stuff. You know, and now you fast forward, especially in the time frame that you're jumping in. It's like the technology, cell towers. We know a little bit. I know there's some stuff out there about cell towers or in Iraq, and things are just changing rapidly.
Yeah, and then we were. And honestly, the cellular stuff was actually getting harder at this time, because when I was there between 2007 2009 in Iraq, like cellular was much easier. But as you were upgrading from 3G to 4G encryptions, everything was just getting harder. We were getting more into computers, CNO type stuff. But the biggest thing, I would say the skill that you learn, which I thought was probably the most interesting and probably the most useful to almost every aspect of your life, was tradecraft. And learning how to be somebody else. That was definitely, I think, was the coolest part. And just from even like, even if you are a SIGINT operative in Alias, you have to have a certain basis of human ability because of what you are doing in the nature of the status you are there. You are committing human skills just to protect yourself, right? So it was a pretty easy transition for a lot of the SIGINT guys to start picking up human, because I would say you're actually just from OTC, you're trained to an ASOT level 3 just by OTC alone. And then,
what's that? What is
so that? That's like, when your SF guys start to learn how to do sourcing, like if you want to become an 18 Fox, they have I forget what the acronym, but it's the courses, ASOT 1, level 2, level 3. That's how you learn how to do tradecraft, you learn how to do SCRs, and you learn how to start handling sources. And that's what you get. And you need, I think, all 3 to become an 18 Fox. And then usually these are prerequisites if you eventually want to do some more advanced stuff, and especially if you want to go to the farm later on. So essentially you're learning a lot of the tradecraft and a lot of the human skills that you need in order to conduct full spectrum intelligence operations.
An 18 Fox is an intel sergeant for SF
for an
teams.
SF team.
Yep,
yes.
SF teams.
Yep.
That's pretty. So you're coming out of that right away.
So you already have that basis, and honestly, that's probably the skill that you use the most is the tradecraft, the alias type of things.
Would you say that's like the brilliance at the basics? As a like you have brilliance at basics on pistol and carbine for like Delta, is that kind of the TFO equivalents, like brilliance at the basics of tradecraft is really how you get in and out, do things,
But the good thing is most people are not taught tradecraft, so you don't have to unlearn bad habits.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
So I would say that's like one good thing, because everybody, especially because the guys at Delta, you get all these Rangers and Green Berets who think they know how to shoot, right? And, like most of them are pretty good shooters. But, as Brent was, we had a long conversation about, he's like, you just don't know how to shoot. We do.
Yeah.
And so they have to break them all the way back down to the basics. And it's a humbling experience. Luckily, very few people in the military ever learn tradecraft. So it's almost a brand new skill for everybody.
They're not teaching that 101st Airborne.
No, they're not teaching it. And that's also one of the reasons why that unit is so unique.
Yeah. Okay. And so, so you're getting through that. I mean, is there a few pinch me moments? Because I mean, the first time I got read in with my buddy that we were going for contracting to a CIA black site. Like, we're going to a CIA black site, you know? Yeah. Is there any moments like that? Like through OTC, like, oh shit, we get to do this? You know, like, oh, all right, cool. Yeah. You know?
I would say the first time that you see, how to put this, the first time you ever see how your documents are made.
Yeah. Okay.
That's probably the first pinch me moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you're like, oh, this
getting
is,
your alias. You're saying
this is legit.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is legit.
Yeah.
All right. This is actually kind of cool. One, this is not how I imagined it would have been in the movies.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then the next one is the first time that you do anything in Alias, you actually do it during OTC. Mm-hmm. And the first exercise you do in Alias is definitely a huge pinch me movement. Because it's the first time that you're going through like actual, you know, these people it's their job to stop people like you, and they have no idea this is an exercise, right? They're just doing their job, and you have to get past, and you're doing this in OTC. Yeah. So that was probably the second biggest pinch me moment. Yeah.
So, and again, not to get into super details on those by any stretch, but like, are there guys like you guys are still in training, right? You fail at things. Is there like some of these, like, do people get, I don't say hemmed up, but is that, I don't know what the word would be, like failing the exercise, like, you know, they're doing these and they're like, you know, like, or clearly that guy is train, or you know what I mean? Like that, does that happen?
So the beginning of the course probably covers the most of tradecrafts, like the first 6 months, and that's actually the highest attrition rate, because a lot of people just don't have the acumen, or the just the way that they carry themselves in a certain environment. Because one, you have to be, the gray man. You have to not stick out. You have to not look like you're doing operations, right? And if you're someone like myself, who's 6'2", 230 pounds, things are already working against you.
Yeah.
So you have to learn how to be. Some people have physical attributes that help them in certain situations, and some others have the. So for me, especially in that job, they worked against me most of the time.
Yeah.
So
why'd I hit the gym so much?
Yeah. I was always told that that I would be restricted from Alias Operations until we went to war with Ireland.
Then you fit right in.
Yeah. Or Norway was the other one.
Yeah.
So
we got Greenland on the table right now.
Yeah, that's also true. That's definitely a possibility.
Get the call up.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So then you're going through OTC, getting the tradecraft. Like shooting stuff. Like, you guys doing some pretty high level stuff. Like you said, is there bleed over from, like, are you guys not held to that standard, but are you guys like, because you are starting at zero per se.
Yeah.
Do you guys get some really cool?
We do, but training? Mainly after OTC.
Oh, okay, mainly after. Okay.
So kind of very similar to the way Delta does things, right? Like, they are the best in the military, so there's no point of them going to military training. So they hire civilians. We do the same thing.
Yeah.
So soon as OTC was done, my entire OTC class went down to Florida, where we had a world-renowned a competition shooter just come out and teach the 20 of us a personal course for an entire week.
That's cool.
And this guy was he was like the Michael Jordan of professional shooting back in the 80s. So it's stuff like that. So we definitely get trained as high as we can, usually by some sort of civilian vendor. Like most people learn defensive driving, you go to Griffin Group, right? We actually got taken to race car driving school.
Yeah.
So, because you're in a situation, let's get away, you know, or let's actually learn how to do offensive driving. So you'll learn that type of stuff, and you get some of the most unique training from civilian vendors.
Do you guys ever not go toe to toe with Delta, but do you guys ever like, hey, you know, you might have to act on something? Do you guys ever try to like, not say work on their level, but like, you know, as they're doing their thing, you guys like, not saying you can integrate into a stack, but would you be, you know, you guys kind of,
yeah.
You know,
So the tactical detachment guys ours is to like, if they're going to hit a house, we need to be able to be there right there with them, and one, keep up, because I think that's the thing that people don't understand of when being with an assault with Delta is how fast they move. And they do it like almost completely with like no spoken words. It's like silent, like they just know how each other move. So we have to understand how they move, how they do things. And we have to be able to, one, not get in their way, and then two, keep up, right? Because they move so fast. So as far as competing, we are more of our tactical side of things, if they're not around, is more of a last ditch effort, right? We try to enable them. So if there's a target, we try to be there before they are, you know, whatever, kind of compiling the resources they may need to infill and then exfil, and then give them, you know, whatever they may need, the vehicles or things like that. Also make sure that the target stays where it's supposed to. Yeah, we prep the groundwork. We're the ones basically making sure that the target is still there, tracking them, everything like that. And then when they hit, but let's just say there's a situation, it's a last minute emergency, and the target's about to move and Delta can't get there in time. Those are the situations where we might get said green light to do something about it. Yeah. But outside of that, we are a last ditch effort. We don't train on it every single day. Like those guys shoot every single day. We do not. Even though I have an arms room, literally I walk out of my office, I walk 15 feet, and there's an indoor arms room with my entire like weapon locker. But our efforts are put elsewhere, mainly towards the intelligence side of things.
Yeah. So is there any situations like that where you or anyone else, you know, or maybe just in the histoy of the unit that's happened before?
Yeah, there has been.
Yeah.
That's good. There's a couple legends within the unit who are actually known for their solo missions.
They're singletons?
Yeah, because certain people are allowed to. There was one guy in particular, and he's actually the direct descendant of a famous wild. He's actually the direct descendant of Wild Bill Hickok.
Oh yeah.
And he's one of the few people that when he does operations, every mission is solo. Like he's one of the, like if it comes to solo, but no, he's like exclusively only does solo missions. That guy has some interesting stories.
Is he from your era or like a prior era?
He's probably like five or 7 years prior to me, but he was there, and I actually did an operation with him. We were on a conjoined team, but he was solo. He was off somewhere else in the country, and I was doing something else somewhere. But it was a really cool experience. Was definitely a very unique individual, you know. But amazing at what he does.
Yeah, I think that's what's cool to hear that unique is that because what you guys do, it's not like I said again, not throwing shit by any means, not throwing shade at Delta, but they do their raids to their team. But like with you guys, if someone's great at what they do, that means that they can get in and out without being, like you said, tradecraft noticed. Yeah. And that kind of like flips something in my brain that's like, that is really cool because I've been a contractor. You go in and out of Dubai. You know exactly who's who. Yeah. Like even we had ICE working here in Minnesota. I immediately spotted ICE. And I'm no counter intel guy, but I just know this is what someone would wear. Why are you wearing Solomon's in 511 at Perkins? You have 2 cell phones. You're real quiet. Yeah. That's a tip. Like I'm like, in which I was like, cool, man. I was like, whatever. You know, my family doesn't know, but I like immediately was like, okay, like 3 Mexican dudes that are in shape with that. And I look at this table, and clearly these guys are not ICE because they're not say out of shape, but they're like what they're wearing, how they're speaking, their demeanor. You can tell like right away. These are actual. You know, roof workers, and this is ICE over here. You know, so that to me is pretty cool.
Yeah, and that's actually something we get installed instilled with us early on is you actually will get hemmed up by the clothes that you wear. So this whole because that's probably one of the biggest adjustments for some people, because you've been out with people who you serve in the military with in the civilian side, and they all dress in a certain way. Yeah. And that's one of the first things that actually people get hemmed up for is you know, you're not in fucking Fayetteville. Yeah. Fucking stop it. Yeah. Okay.
That being said, ITB 20% off, Nylon Apparel. They're sponsors of the podcast. Go check it out.
Or, you know, if you want something slightly less military, try Barbell Apparel. You know, discount code Stoic Viking 25. You know, just saying, just throwing that out there.
Both those, check out great apparel companies. Tyler, I love you. Go check it out. Yeah. Hour and a half in, we doing stuff. Yeah. That is a big tell. Like it really is. I mean,
There's so many, and you don't really realize it until you start going through the training. And there's just so many different aspects of things that you would never even think of that just made me think. And this is where I think that Tradecraft has helped me so much in my life, is because there's so many different aspects about that you can just relate to how you live your life. You know, being somebody who doesn't stand out when you don't need to stand out. How to deal with people, because 90% of success in almost any career is dealing with people. So sometimes I forget that. I do have a face apparently that everybody wants to punch.
Okay.
Which I've learned throughout my career. So, while I know these lessons, sometimes I don't use them very well. I do have a tendency to speak my mind. And that is definitely, I've ruffled some feathers along the way.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was gonna say it's one of those things in the community now. Everyone's got their opinions, so that's not out of the blue anymore, But so you get to your unit. So I know you go, it's kind of rare. You get into the tactical detachment.
Yeah.
How is that kind of decided? And I mean, like I said, does fate play its cards again, or what's?
So it was a combination of. So most people, it's kind of very similar to how. They do the recce detachment at Delta, or the recce troop is you have to be like an assaulter for like 3 years, and then you can go to like one of the advanced positions, and one of those would be to like the recce troop. It's similar how they do it. So you would have to be like a senior, because you hit senior operative status after 3 years, and then you can go to the tactical detachment. But I was highlighted within OTC, especially when we were doing the tactical training of OTC. I excelled way past my peers. And also I think partly because I don't really fit in a lot of places that we operate, that they decided they were going to make an exception for me. And once I graduated OTC, I was actually assigned to the tactical detachment within 9 months, which is the fastest that I have ever heard of anybody going there.
That's cool.
Which the cool thing is, and the best part of it was, all operatives get to go to OTC, or you get to go to Freefall course in the unit, but you do it after OTC, and you're put on an OML, which is your order. Basically, it's the list of order that you get put on, and it usually corresponds with when you graduate the unit. But if you're in the tactical detachment, you go straight to number 1. And I was the newest tactical detachment. So the guys who I graduated with OTC did not go to Freefall school until probably about 3 years after I did.
Really?
Yeah. Nice. And then I got to go to Freefall Basic within, I think, 6 months of getting the tactical detachment. And then within a year, I was actually at Freefall Jump Master course. That's awesome. I did it actually at SEAL Team 6 up in Virginia Beach. Okay. I did their course with them.
So is that like Halo school or Hey-Ho school or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's your Freefall basic course is your Hey-Ho school. And then your Freefall Jump Master is you're now a jump master. So you can do, and you jump smaller parachutes. That's one thing you have to learn how to do. And then there is one other school that goes past that. Besides the instructor school, there's an instructor where you learn how to be a Freefall instructor. It's tandem school. Which is different. Have you ever seen pictures of guys jumping bundles?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that you learn how to jump people, which would be like your interpreters or whatever, something like that, or you learn how to jump bundles. And so that's the big difference between a military tandem school and a civilian tandem school. Civilians don't jump these gigantic 6-foot barrels, which is anybody who's been that's like one of that is the hardest free fall school because it's really hard on your back.
Really? Yeah.
If I would have stayed in the tactical detachment, I would have eventually went to military tandem school, but I did not. My experience with Iran and my extensive background in Iraq forced me to be switched positions, and I was named team leader of one of our first operations against Iran and Iraq.
That's awesome. What year was that?
2014. During the ISIS invasion.
Oh, okay. So you had some fun times though. Yeah.
Right place, the right time.
Yeah. Well, and a common thing among the GWAT guys, I was the same way. Not to your specs, but right place, right time. Yeah. Fortunate. Yeah. You know, it just worked out. You know,
which because I felt like I had missed that in Iraq because I got there at the surge, but I feel like we missed a majority of the things. So I felt like I had missed my window in that portion of being in group, and because it would have been better if it was like 2005 to 2007. So it was nice to feel like, okay, I'm finally in a good window here. Yeah. So
and all that training too, because that's the one thing I've talked about with white side SEALs or guys that have gone through like recon training, is like they just keep training and like they're missing the war. You know, that's what it kind of feels like to them. They're like, all right, well, I'm in this elite. They're like, oh, you're the team. You got to keep training. Oh, we're not. And it's like, and then, you know, not to be like guys like me, I'm like my 3 months infantry school. Now I'm like, you know, 3 pumps in, you finally get to a deployment. I'm already out, you know, like I have a few buddies that are like that. They just felt like they were missing it, even though they're getting all this cool stuff. It was like, I'm just trying to go to war. Trying to go to war, you know?
No, that's true. Because I did join in 2005 and it took me almost exactly 2 years to get to my first duty station. And I didn't roll back during anything. That was 2 years of just straight training.
And then getting to TF. I mean, that's like 3-4 years almost, sounds like
you had that selection, and so that's over a year. And so it's like luckily as soon as you get there, you get to hit the ground running.
I was gonna say, I feel like that's the tier 1 units are like, you're not just sitting around like, wonder if what's gonna happen. You know, you are the tip of the spear.
No,
like
they want to get the junior guys up to speed as quickly as possible. So you're already, I would say the most common thing is you deploy in pairs, and usually senior with a junior, right? And then that way they can help like supervise. And then once you get to a certain ability, you can start doing independent operations among the two of you. Like what was very common, especially in the tactical detachment, is like it kind of worked out perfectly. Like a recce troop basically has 2 recce teams in it. And so there would always be 2 of us. And so I would be with one recce team and he would be the one recce team. And obviously those 2 recce teams are like never together on a mission. And so we would always be the completely independent element doing our job, assisting them in all the different ways that we can. You know.
So when you got it, so as you said, about 6-9 months before you pumped out to work with Iraq serious stuff, like going from OTC.
Oh no, this was like 3 years later.
Oh, 3 years. Okay. When you got,
I did a bunch of operations. So during my tag in the tactical detachment, I actually spent almost all my time with either blue or green. So that's where, and then around that time is when ISIS got kicked off, and then I got moved out of the tactical detachment to be a part of the troop that handled that area of the world. Okay. And then I got assigned as a team leader on my very first mission out of that.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah. But that's a few years after OTC. That's
about 3 years. No, I was doing operations with Delta and SEAL Team 6 during the first 3 years. Okay. And then from 2014 on was all that the job that you think that most ISI guys do, that's what's the job I was doing.
And that was after tactical detachment. That's okay.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, we got to ask the question: difference between Delta and Team 6. Got to stir up the pot a little bit. I got buddies in both. Yeah. So
there's definitely a culture difference. I would say that Delta is by far, of the 5 tier 1 units, right? You got Delta, you got SEAL Team 6, you got ISA, you got RRC, and you got 24th STS, the Air Force guys. Delta is by far the most professional out of all 5. I would say the 2 most toxic organizations, and I say this, is actually ISA and SEAL Team 6. Mm-hmm. And I would say the biggest differences that I saw, and I'll just tell you the cultural difference I saw between blue and green. Green loves their support. Mm. Blue thinks their support is like a hindrance to them. Mm. And, you know, being guys from ISA who are basically like the SIGINT guys, right? Mm-hmm. So anytime that we go there, their SIGINT guys are all support guys, right? Mm-hmm. But when we show up, we're like we're the epitome of their profession, right? Mm-hmm. Even though we're training all this other stuff, but we are there. So we all the time their SIGINT guys are like, hey, can we do stuff with you? Yeah. And just to see how they get interacted with by their assaulters, like the assaulters at Delta, like look at their intel guys, are like, hey, you guys enable us. You guys are awesome. And they treat them really, really well. Mm-hmm. You go to Blue, their SIGINT guys don't want to come out of their office because they're scared shitless of their assaulters, the frogmen. And then the other one, so I show up there for the Freefall Jump Master course. Mm-hmm. Half the class, because most support guys they're not allowed to go to Freefall school there, but their boat guys are.
SWIC, right?
Yeah, SWIC, yeah. So half my Freefall Jump Master class, so I'm the only ISA guy there. Mm-hmm. Half of them is frogmen, half of them are boat guys. Mm-hmm. These guys hate each other. And half the time, like we were doing JMPIs, and literally they're just slinging insults back and forth. You know?
Like true insults.
Like, they're talking shit. They're like threatening, like, hey, bro, I'll meet you out back. Let's go. Yeah. Like, I'll, you know.
And you're like, what's going on?
And we're just sitting there, and I came with a guy who is, he actually came as an instructor, so we came together, and we're just sitting there, just watching this whole thing just go down, right? And look. And that's one of the things I say, like, ISA has its own level of toxicity as well. And I think that comes from just intelligence organizations. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so I would say these RRC or RRD, the Ranger Reconnaissance guys, just Rangers. They're just, there's a reason why most, like, Rangers don't come to ISA. Rangers go to Delta, right? Mm-hmm. And RRC is also a very professional organization. And the 24th STS, because they're professionals of support, right? Mm-hmm. They just... You'll never meet an STS guy you don't like, because that's their job, is integrating, right?
They're also Air Force.
Yeah, they're Air Force. Air Force, they have a much better life than you. What are they upset about?
Yeah,
right?
They're never upset.
Yeah. What do they get to go back to? The Panhandle in Florida. They get to go to Destin, Florida, when they're not, rushing, trudging around the world with you.
And their support is great. They have the unlimited resources.
Yeah, like, and everybody treats those guys with respect, because why? Like, hey, this guy can call in close air support. That's our buddy. Like, even if you don't like him on a personal level, you love that guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah,
so it's,
We love the Air Force in general because they're so nice. Like, you show up to their MWRs or chow halls, they're like, what would you like? How can we help you? And you're like, why are you so great? I can't hate on the Air Force. I think they're great. No. So then you go to the free fall school, all that kind of stuff. See that. What do you say? What do you kind of start doing? You finally get your first trip out. Like, what's that like? What does it feel like? You don't have to go into the details, but like, you're like, hey, now you're doing the job.
Yeah. So it's because most of it was with Delta and SEAL Team 6. I did majority of my work with C Squadron out at Delta. So learning how to integrate, because I felt like I was like almost like a Sade all over again, because here I am with the most top end elite organization, which is what they do, and now I'm here to assist in whatever I can, offering our unique abilities. Luckily, we had much more unique abilities, which they actually appreciated, right? Because not every Sade is appreciated in 5th group or any of the groups. And they actually looked at us as an asset, and we actually provided them with some amazing capabilities, but learning how to operate in and around them was definitely a whole new level of things, right? And I will tell you, I'll give you an example of one of my first operations with them. So it is one of these type of operations where you get a call out and you get on an airplane, and all your gear is thrown on the airplane because you have like a couple hours to get there. And you get on this airplane and then it starts flying to its operational destination. We start rigging up in our free fall mid-flight.
Holy shit.
Oxygen, everything. Because I have a lot of what I do, especially on a particular mission profile, is very gear oriented. So anybody's ever jumped with Delta knows the assault guys jump with, essentially it's kind of like a large fanny pack. Usually it's about a 40-pound, 30 to 40-pound ruck. The recce guys jump the big, like 80-pound rucks. Me and my other ISA compatriot, we weighed our rucks right before we left, 125 pounds.
And it's soul sucking.
So let me tell you, the only rucks that I have jumped were in Freefall and Freefall Jump Master School. Well, mainly you don't really jump rucks in Freefall Jump Master School. 60 pounds, right? Now, my first time jumping operationally, I'm jumping a 125-pound ruck. All right? And I already weigh 230 pounds. Mm-hmm. So these canopies you jump, there's 360-foot canopies. So the general rule of thumb is you want to keep, they're designed that big because they want to be able to hold between you and your equipment be about 360 pounds. Mm-hmm. I weigh almost 500 pounds with all my gear. So there's a couple issues to this thing. So the first recce team and my other compatriot, we get over the two recce teams are jumping out about 3 days prior to when this assault is going to happen. Mm-hmm. So the first recce team jumps out, and then they close the doors. And we have about an hour flight before we get to the second location where me and my recce team are going to jump out. And I hear the recce troop leader ask the crew members, "Are you going to repressurize the aircraft?" And they say, "Yes, we'll repressurize." Okay, don't think much of it. We're still going to be jumping out at 18,000 feet. And we had not, for whatever reason, they didn't think that we needed to pre-breathe and we were going to put on our oxygen, at a certain point. Well, we start getting ready so we can get ready, we start putting on our rigs because we actually started getting our stuff ready after the other guys jumped out. Mm-hmm. And then we were going to put on our oxygen and then pre-breathe for a little bit. And I get finished and I'm getting ready to put my oxygen on, but I finished my JMPIs because I was going to wait till everybody was done so everybody could start pre-breathing at the same time. I sit down for a second. I was one of the first person to get a JMPI, they check you. Mm-hmm. I wake up to my recce team leader slapping me in the face. And apparently they did not repressurize the airplane. And a number, not only myself, but 4 other assaulters had passed out due to. And
lack of oxygen. Sorry.
And then as soon as he wakes us up, because this whole thing was like, it was a fiasco, we were 5 minutes from drop. So there was like almost no time to like really pre-breathe. Luckily it was 18,000 feet, so it wasn't gonna be that big of an issue. Mm-hmm. But basically he had to wake a couple of us who had just passed out through, I don't know if the term is like narcosis or whatever. And then we basically put our masks on and then we waddled the door. And mind you, I have this 125-pound ruck, right? This cutting is covering my entire lower body. So I'm waddling to the end. To make matters worse, there's an ISU 90 in the middle of this. Mm-hmm. There's actually 2 of them. So there's, I think, 10 of us. There's not enough room because we have a specific order because I'm the heaviest person. I'm actually second to last. The recce troop leader is actually last. He's jumping out last. So we're now in this ball because there's not enough room on the ramp to actually make a line. Mm-hmm. So, and now we have oxygen masks on, so now we can't talk. So somehow when that light turns green, all of us happen to waddle out in the exact formation that we were supposed to. Mm-hmm. So I jump out, all right, and I want to stress this. The most dangerous part of a hey-ho, right, which is where we jump out and we pull upon opening, right? And we're going to do it and we're all going to pull. The most dangerous portion of this is when we all first pull. Because when you pull, soon as your parachute opens, you drive in that direction. Mm-hmm. If you come out and you jump out and you're going down like this, if you turn on as you're coming out and before you pull, and if you pull like this, your shoe will open up and you'll come into the person behind you. Mm-hmm. These rocks, now not only is it 125, it's a wind surface. I have to control it, right? Mm-hmm. And so when I was learning how to jump rocks, you actually have to learn how to jump this new wind surface because it will turn you. It's very common. So I've never jumped anything this big, and I'm worried. So I immediately jump out. I'm supposed to do a 3-second count before I pull my chute. I get to 2 seconds, and the fact that I'm still facing forward was like, there's no point in risking this, and I pull my parachute. So anyways, everything's great. Everything's fine. I get out. I've survived the initial opening, and now we're under night vision goggles. We have oxygen on, and I start looking for the lower people, the patterns. We have IRs on. And I start looking, and I see the guy, and he starts turning on the azimuth that we originally planned in the mission planning. This guy starts to turn to right, so I go to start turning right. And because I know my parachute is so heavy, you do not want to unstow the brakes, because without going too much detail in it, if I unstowed the brakes, I would start going too fast and penetrate too fast that I would actually pass everybody else in my stack.
So you're like on the brakes.
Yeah, well, you leave they're stowed. They're actually stowed at 50%, right? So what you do is when you don't do that, you actually do riser turns, right? So I reach up and I go to grab my riser and I go to pull it and it doesn't move. And then I reach up on the other side and I do the other hand and my riser doesn't move. And then it hits me. Because remember, you are a total weight suspended. So I'm doing a pull-up, essentially with wearing almost 500 pounds. Because that's what you're doing. I'm trying to lift all this weight. So I reach and I can't turn. And I know if I unstow the brakes, I'm not the point man. I don't have the azimuth. If someone put me in the lead, I was not equipped. I was not ready to be the low man in this freefall stack. So I reach up with both hands now time, and I start pulling, and I'm able to move it like an inch. So I start slowly turning. I'm like, okay, this is good. And right as I'm about to finally turn on the same angle that he is, he immediately makes a 180. And I'm like, oh shit. So then I reach over and I grab the other riser and I pull it with all my weight 1 inch, and I start creeping around and I start moving. And right as I get close to the same azimuth he's on, he does another 180. What I don't know at this time is that's not the number 1 man. That's the number 3 man who is turning back and forth looking for the number 1 man. Somehow upon exit, number 1 and 2 got separated from number 3. So what ends up happening, and he keeps turning until eventually he realizes that he needs to continue the mission. He's not the number 1. He's now the low man. But he keeps turning so much, I actually, because I'm only turning like an inch at a time, I start to lose them. And at one point, I completely lose them out of my sight. So I then have to unstow the brakes. For the next 30 minutes, because we're at 18,000 feet, I feel like my arms are going to come out of my sockets because I'm holding this weight and my brakes all the way down like this. And of course, I'm going to penetrate past everybody. But my goal, hopefully by the time that we approach on final to where we're going to land, I just don't penetrate past the final guy, which is exactly what happens. I actually become the number 3 guy who's now number 1. I penetrate past the next 7 guys and I become second. And then I come in for final. We're in the mountains somewhere. And I go in for landing because I still had never jumped a ruck this big, and it was so big that it covers my legs that how I would normally land a parachute like this, I'm not going to be able to like walk it off. But luckily, as I was coming for final, the wind was so equal to my level of penetration. I actually stopped completely, and I just started to float down. And I just picked my knees up at the last second and then hit the ground like this. And I was just like, everything that has happened, I'm just so happy that it's completely done. So, now I just need to just get off my parachute. So I immediately fall right to my right side and I roll right into a cactus bush. And I spent the next 6 months pulling cactus needles out of my ass.
This is like a legit mission, right? This wasn't training. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. So
so it was kind of like at the very end, it was like, whew,
but in hindsight, I actually did some of my best work ever on that mission. And I think that because we had just reopened up relationships with Delta and we were one of the first operations, and definitely there were guys because they hadn't worked with us in a while because we'd kind of been off doing our own thing with the CIA.
Explain that aspect of it.
Well, let me finish. that I impressed them so much that specifically that recce troop, and luckily we actually had the recce troop leader in with our recce team, that he was like, I'm sold on you guys. So that was really cool. So despite everything that happened in that operation and the snafu with the razors getting pushed out and what happened to those things, that's a whole nother thing. Oh, yeah,
the razors are involved.
Yeah. So I guess we can go back to the history of the unit because I feel like this pertains. So the unit was created because of, like most things in SOF, is because of the failure of the Iran hostage crisis in around 1980. And in 1981, the unit was created because one of the failures in that operation is the CIA would not give up information to the military. The military had a horrible relationship with the CIA. So the military was like, screw you. We're just going to create our own organic version of you. And that's what the ISA was created. So in the 2000s, late 2000s, after basically ISA had been crushing it as far as, especially on the SIGINT side of things, CIA was so impressed, and they were now, their main mission was hunting Osama bin Laden and his cronies. They determined that they fell under certain authorities outside of the DoD, and we fell under certain authorities from the DoD. And then in certain situations, we actually had certain authorities that they didn't, and they had certain authorities we didn't. So they came up with this idea that we were going to start helping them hunt all these guys throughout the world, and using finding the loopholes within our own things, and then obviously bringing, like, especially on the SIGINT side of things. And so basically for the next probably like 2007 to like 2011, the unit really kind of stopped supporting green and blue.
And you weren't there yet. This is just something.
I was coming at the tail end of this.
Yeah.
And basically went around the world, with the CIA, with the I like to use the analogy of the stepdad who like went away, and he's like, hey, you want to come and hang out with me, boy, right? So when I came back, that obviously Osama bin Laden was dead at this point, so they wanted to reopen up their relationship, but it was hard because both green and blue had created their own organic squadrons in this time. I don't remember exactly what years they were created, but it was around this time, and that was one of the reasons, because we really kind of stopped supporting them. So I was in one of the, if not the first team sent by from ISA to reopen relationships with Delta. And so, that first operation, I think that might have been the second operation, but that operation was such a huge success that we definitely, because a lot of the guys who were there didn't even know who we were, because we're so secretive, probably to our own detriment. And that mission was so successful that we definitely, especially the guys in C Squadron, were definitely like, all right,
cool.
Yep. We're about it now. We see what you guys can do and what you can offer us, and so that was awesome.
What was again, not details, but like, what was the difference between their organic and then you guys, that you still brought something to the table?
Yeah, so we're like, theirs is very specific. Like, theirs is to assist their current missions. We are a very strategic organization, right? We're very like, like we may be structurally cloned from Delta, but we're like, our mission set's very much closer to the CIA, the way they do things. We're out there places and stuff like that.
You're always almost out there.
You're trying to be in front of things, right? Where we have to be, because if something's already happened, there's no way we can even help, right? Minus the tactical guys, they have a specific niche where they can help within that particular realm, but everything else, majority of the organization is, we're strategic, and we're trying to get out in front of things before they become problems. Or being the counterbalance to the counter agent to other intelligence organizations that we are not friends with.
Which makes sense. Like you said, they have their mission set.
Yeah.
They build it organically, but you guys,
it's meant specifically to help them. We, outside the tactical detachment, are the unit is definitely doing things on a strategic level.
Yeah. That's kind of cool. That's a cool history of that. Like I said, even with Delta back, the Iran hostage crisis all stems from that. Ironically, we will talk about Iran. So, but it's pretty amazing. I know they formed Delta for that. TFO was formed in the same vein to assist in the hostage rescue that went completely sideways. Because if you don't have a capability, you
you create it organically. But I will tell you, while G Squadron is been very effective, but they have a greater example of this, and that's E Squadron. So 160th has always been kind of like the special operations of for aviation, which is why they were created also from the Iran hostage crisis failure. But there was along the line that they started throughout, because they're still an army organization and they still fall under the FAA, and so there's things that they can and cannot do, and there's certain things that they, from an aviation unit, can only skip so many steps. So from mission planning, they started running into issues when dealing with Delta, is that they were not moving fast enough for Delta. So Delta, like whenever they need something better, they created organically. So they created their own squadron, aviation squadron.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
It was E Squadron, but this squadron became so effective that they essentially it became its own unit, and it is the tier one of aviation assets.
So it's like 160 guys trying out for that squadron.
It's definitely something you can do.
Yeah.
They're commonly known as the Virginia Boys.
Okay.
Which is different than the real Army of Northern Virginia.
Yeah.
So there is a difference, but and then SEAL Team 6 did a similar thing. I think it's a TWE, Teeny Weeny Airlines, or TWA or something like that. They have a funny name for it, but yeah.
Which does make sense, like 160th. And was that in recent years, or was that during like height of the GWAT, or like?
Yeah.
Okay.
I honestly can't speak to when it was created, but yeah, like I think it was either height or beginning of the GWAT.
Because 160th, that's all I mean.
Yeah.
To the civilian sector,
Yeah.
I know that's they support.
Yeah.
But I know they also handle Rangers.
Well, one of the reasons why you never really hear about it, they don't fly American helicopters.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah. Let's just put it that way.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah. There are no Blackhawks. There are no Apaches. There are no Chinooks. There are no Little Birds.
Yeah.
In that unit or that squadron.
They have their makes sense. Especially if you're operating in certain areas. Totally get it. Yeah. That's really cool though. I mean, that's awesome. It's always cool to hear that, as from an infantry guy that's like, man, I wish we had this, this, and this. You're like, yeah, the Army does it. Marines are like, oh, I wish we had this. So like the Army does it. And then it's already structured. It's been done.
Yeah. Well, I will say this, and this is actually a conversation I had with Brent about Marines. Because Marines, if they want to go to the next level, they don't go to the SEALs, right? Because SEALs and Marines have a horrible relationship. Marines come to ISA and they come to Delta. And one thing that is, I think everybody will agree with, anytime that we get a Marine in either of these organizations, they make it through the selection, make it OTC, they are one of the best operatives they excel, they crush it. I think it's a combination of like, if you're a Marine who can think outside the box, but you also bring that sort of like dedication and that work ethic, just all the Marines who end up at ISA or Delta are always like, they just crush it inside the unit. And I think what did Brent say? He said, anybody who's successful either in Delta or at ISA is a good operator, but a horrible Marine.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's true, because that's where Marines get frustrated. Because once you start becoming very effective in combat, then the ideas that come there, like, hey, this is how we do this better, you get shut down.
Yeah.
Because you go on beyond squad level. And I was fortunate where I went to Scout Snipers, and then I went to the Combat Advisors, which is very much more basically the Green Berets, where there wasn't enough. Yeah. So we were taking those missions very at a low level, but you had to think outside the box, and you get that taste of the dragon. Yeah. And it's like being a Marine, we're just grateful that we can think outside. Like if somebody lets us loose, you're like, oh my God, okay. And and so when I hear guys, either a lot of Marines go SF too. There's a lot of Marines in SF, because they had MARSOC and, new guys that went MARSOC, but there's a lot of issues still with MARSOC, and they're kind of lost on their mission a little bit. They got to get into it, but then they still have that Marine Corps thing where they don't know where they fit in. They finally got under SOCOM, but then it's like, what do you do? Well, we have the Green Berets, we have Delta, we have SEALs, Navy SEALs, we have SEAL Team 6. Where does Marines fit into the role? Yeah. And a lot of them, actually, I just talked with some former Delta guys recently, they're saying that the Marine Corps has shut off going over to Tier 1. So they no longer allow, Marines to stay in their Marine career path, because typically you could, again, these are all things I've learned way later on. Yeah. That as a Marine, you could try out for Delta, you go to Delta, you will stay a Marine, but you will be Delta Force Marine. Yeah. They don't do that anymore. So you have to leave the Marine Corps, join the Army, and then continue on. Yeah.
Which is, some of the decisions that the Marine Corps makes is,
I know,
mind head scratching.
It's a lot of, it's the pride and the discipline is our greatest strength and some of our biggest detriment. Yeah. They can't get outside the box of thinking. Yeah. And
which is, one of the reasons why MARSOC has struggled. Yeah. And especially the Raiders, Did
you work with any, or did you talk with them?
A little bit. To be honest, not really. Because I say once you get there, you're really only really working with Tier 1 elements, right? And I have nothing. I think that like the guys who make it through selection to become Raiders and everything like that, obviously awesome guys, right? Yeah, yeah. But just as an organization, they are looked at. And this is just really how they are looked at by the other Tier 1 organizations. They are looked at this like brand new kid on the block who has this new job, but just does not have the experience to do it, right? Because the Raiders are probably closest in job to Green Berets, but Green Berets have been doing it since the 60s. Yeah, yeah. They've been perfecting this job, which really no other special operations job, like nobody else does fit like the Green Berets. Like that's literally, they have the most unique job, I think, in special operations. And they're trying to do a job that is probably one of the most outside of the box thinking to an entire branch that is not known for its outside the box thinking. So I think, and then also like if you create an organization, the leadership within the Marine Corps, I think that's also where they hit is like these guys are, you might have like new guys who are like, oh yeah, we have the type of mentality to do this, but does your leadership, the old crusty Marines, and so I think that's one of their issues.
Well, the other issues too is and again, this comes all the way from the Marine Corps, and it's because guys get out, right? So our first sergeants are not infantry Marines. Yeah. And when I joined the Guard, and I went to an infantry unit, and they were like, I was like, oh yeah, first sergeant's like infantry, and I was like, dude, that's pretty cool. Your first sergeant's infantry, and they looked at me like, what the hell else would he be? Yeah. I was like, in the Marine Corps, that's not a thing. Yeah. And so you kind of see that, and again, that's probably just because our attrition rate's so high for guys that get out after 4 years. They're just done. They're sick of it. You can only kind of handle that for so long, and so, and I agree with you. And then a lot of the guys coming through, like officers, aren't operators. So then you have like these, recon has that issue. Yeah. Even scout snipers, like our platoon commander is sometimes an intel guy, sometimes it's somebody who's not even close to what we do, so they don't know how to deal with us, and then it's a whole thing. And then I go to the company level, and then you go to and then so now these commanders now are more there for career progression than they are to operate. Whereas the Green Berets, I mean, it's been established for 50 odd some years. Yeah. Delta, all these guys come from the same branch.
It's a unique job, and they've been doing it for one of the oldest and longest. Yeah. But I will say, going back to the last thing is, and we kind of talked about this earlier as far as the Marines go. So my first detachment sergeant major, who was also then my freefall instructor, and then he's the guy who I told you who went to ground branch and sort of paved the way for the rest of us. He was Marine Force Recon.
Yeah. Which was.
Yeah. And he's actually still to this day one of the legends within the unit. And he's actually so well known because not many ISA guys are known outside of ISA, like green or blue. This guy is so skilled and so respected in what he does that most guys, especially on the free fall side of things, both blue and green know this particular guy.
Yeah. Is he pretty low key? Or
he's like one of those guys, like he's like bigger than I am. Like he's like, just like, and if you try to pay this man a compliment, he's like, no, man. He's like, I just ride on the coattails of others. He's like, don't you worry. Like you would not think that he is.
Yeah. Well, the Force Recon guys, because my company command, I had him on this last episode, and he was Force Recon as a commander. And it was the same kind of struggles. Like they are the best of the best. So at that time, Force Recon was the best of the best we had. And you go there and then you start getting qualified. Then they it's not Delta level by any stretch, but it's a really super high level of shooting. You get to all the kill, force recon.
Oh,
but
yeah.
then again, though, you're at the mercy of a MU commander.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
which is one of the many problems.
Yeah, you're not JSOC. You're not, or not even SOCOM. You're JSOC. Yeah, it's Marine Special Operations Command or MU, MUSOC.
Yeah.
But they're not SOCOM, and they're then damn sure ain't JSOC. So you do hear what's cool about, I do appreciate our era now of podcasting and interviews. It is cool though seeing the stories, because I think and I really do, I appreciate that, because it does make a guy like, if I had known all this information as a first timer coming in, that Force Recon Marines are super high respect. Marines are respected in SF, they're respected in Delta. By the way, not only are they respected, but there's another path beyond the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
And that to me, I found out about SF and all this other stuff. I was like, wow, that's really cool. I can't imagine what guys are now that are like, they can listen to these podcasts and get information, be like, holy shit, I could do Delta. Dude, Delta was like, I didn't even know. I'm sure like you, I don't even know it. I didn't even know what TFO was till I got out.
Yeah.
I didn't even know what Rangers did. I thought Rangers were like, F those guys. They're glorified infantry. Rangers are actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like SF, they're like this mysterious. And then, we just social media didn't exist, so we didn't have that type of information. Information flows a lot different now.
Yeah.
But I think as much as the community, which I think we both agree, we can all either stop talking as much or be more professional.
Yeah.
It is nice though, because it gives a generation of guys that opportunity they would have never had just because information flow wasn't there.
No, I agree. And I think that's the most important lesson to all this is, how do we tell these stories and what way do we do them? Like, I think that the people that you really want to not listen to are the people who just tell war stories to tell war stories, right? I think that it's our job to be in the service of other people and taking our lessons that we learn from these things. And that's what you teach, because war stories, you're never going to recreate. Those are completely unique. But the lessons that we learn through the trials and tribulations that we go through, that's what's important. And that's what we need to focus on. And that's why I think until today, I think this is the closest I've ever even said anything about anything operationally I've ever done in that unit, right?
And by the way, it's impressive, but it's also like you can do it. You know what I mean? Like, one, it exists. So these like fantasies and guys that like even I think of that, like you're telling me a story, I'm like, man, like they got age waivers, like sounds awesome. I'm not doing it, but it's like in my head in another life, you're like, yes, this is, for the crazies, crazy guys like we are, there's a certain aspect that we're crazy. But for the kids that are 19, 20, 21, they're being like, I want to keep, because I was one of those guys, like, I want to keep operating, but I don't know how to. Well, what do I do this? Well, I want to live a different life. Is it worth going this route? Because a lot of guys join the Army because the life was better than the Marine Corps, but you're still at the mercy of Army life and this and that. But to hear this, where it's like, that's what I want to do. TFO. Like, be completely honest with you, I've heard the Delta stories and TFO. Like, I more align with like you. I was like, that would have been a cool... Yeah. If I were to try that path or even remotely thought about it, that is a path of an active duty. Yeah. Because I can't stand active duty, but that is something that I think a Marine might hear, or maybe the word gets out there, like, I can do something bigger and better. And it does open up the community to better, better personnel trying out. Yeah. Not saying the Marines are better, but you know what I mean? Like, your pool of candidates can widen that are willing to go the extra mile, if that makes sense.
It does. Which I think is one of the reasons why ISA and Delta is as successful as they are, because they get to pull from all four services.
Yeah. Right? Exactly. Yeah. But we don't even know you could pull from all. You know what I mean? Like, I guess that the Marines, the Army knows, you guys have like recruiters sometimes, and whatever, but
because we actually have a few SEALs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd imagine. Yeah. There was, what was it? This, I think Jamie told me this once. There are no Delta guys that have gone into Dev Group, but there's one Dev Group guy that's coming into Delta or something like that. Or something, I think, along those lines. Yeah. In the history, I might be wrong.
And I think I heard another operator say, he's like, what's the difference between you and them? He's like, well, I can't go to their selection, but they can come to my selection anytime they want.
Yeah. So that's your first mission you're talking about. That's pretty cool.
That was actually might have been my second one. Yeah. But that was like my first most impactful, because not only was it such a crazy initial start to it, it definitely was like, and before we even got home, word he'd even come back to the unit, because we were one of the first operations of like ISA operating with Delta again. And the fact that it was so successful, that word had already gotten back to the unit about everything that we'd done, that we basically rebuilt this bridge, and everyone was super excited to work with us after that.
That's pretty cool.
So that was, it was probably the moment of being on cloud 9, being on the C-17 flying back home from that mission was probably the next biggest cloud 9 moment, from other than the one lifting off from the airport after selection.
That's very cool. And it is just because like we're the guys just like that went great. You felt like it went great. Everything just went great.
Yeah. Well, also because it didn't go great, right? Like the whole infill was like
a disaster.
A disaster. I'm passing out due to fucking lack of oxygen to my fucking brain. And then I jump out with a 125-pound ruck, which I'm just scared. I'm the entire time I'm scared shitless that I'm not going to be able to control my my how I turn on as I'm going down of the exit, and I'm going to turn around, and not only am I going to open my parachute, I'm going to open my parachute into the recce troop leader, right? You know, this man is literally the you know, he's at this point he's God, right? He's like in charge of everything, and I wrap him up with my, just the whole thing was just like the most embarrassing. No, there was so much thing, and then I'm scared shitless because now I'm losing the bottom guy, and then I'm unstowing my brakes, then I feel like my arm's gonna come out of my sockets, and then fucking cactus needles.
Yeah. That's awesome. So again, this is more of a hypothetical. Yeah. Because I do want to know, just because my brain goes in that direction. What would happen if that would have went sideways and you got completely lost? Like, you don't have to go into details, but like, what's your pace plan? Like, if somehow because I mean, your job 18,000, you could end up 20 miles with all this away from,
especially if you go in the wrong direction.
Yeah, wrong direction. You're not even like the team or the hit. Like, you're off on your own. Yeah. Like
you don't have to go into detail. Fly quite a far away.
Yeah,
18,000 feet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like, just curious. Like, I imagine you guys have backup, pace plans.
We do.
But like, how does that even? I don't even know where you would start. Like, oh my God,
Well, so yeah, we definitely. So one good thing is at the tier 1 level, the funding is unchecked. Like, that's the one thing I think is the biggest culture shock to people. Is one, you'll never have to file a single admin piece of paperwork ever again. Everybody does it for you. And then 2, the gear that you get and the abundance of it, and you get it for almost every different situation. We have the best types of communications, right? And we have the best like gear that you could have. And the tactical detachment guys, especially when it comes to tactical, the unit itself doesn't have the greatest tactical stuff just because we put our money elsewhere, but the tactical detachment guys do, because we have to, not only when we operate, we have to have the interoperability. So not only do we bring the same weapons, because we're not bringing ammo, we're using their ammo. So we have, if you're dealing with DevGru, right? You have to have MP7s and stuff like that. And you also need to have equipment that, easily meshes with theirs. So we get to have a lot of the same equipment. Like
sets almost.
Yeah, we do. Different bags for different, things, stuff like that. So we definitely have some of the best communications equipment, and we definitely have pace plans, because that's never going to go away. No matter what level you're at, there's pace plans for everything. So, I had a general idea of what direction I would need to be going in. So I was pretty confident I would not be at least flying in the wrong direction, but I just didn't know the exact point. But it didn't even matter, because the number 3 man had bled so much altitude that we actually landed 3.5 clicks short of our landing zone.
Oh, okay.
So we actually had to, once I got up and, got out of the cactus bush, I threw my ruck on and then
got to it.
Yeah. And then we walked 3.5 kilometers.
I can relate to you on that level of what a 100-pound ruck feels like on infill. I've done that before. It is soul crushing.
Yeah.
That is, we put those on, you go, you just like, you feel the air get sucked out of your lungs.
Yeah. Because, plus we were supposed to land with the razors.
Yeah.
And, that was supposed to help, but,
I love even at that level, things go haywire, you know?
Yeah. But there were plans. If it would have been fine, but because this was like my first big operation with them, and we're trying to build like this rapport, like show, hey, we can help, and I end up in the wrong direction, or I end up being the one man. I lead these guys to the wrong landing zone. Like they just, oof. Yeah. Luckily, it did not come to that, and I was able to keep my fat ass high enough in the air that I stayed behind the number one man.
That's awesome. So that's a good, awesome kind of career high. Was there something that you ever have anything that like went wrong, went bad, or maybe just like it just didn't go well, you know?
Yeah.
Because I mean, no one's, you know what I'm saying? Like, everyone thinks at that level.
No, I would say a lot of things. But you know, in the intelligence side of things, like especially when you're specifically doing the intelligence side of things, usually when things go bad, unless you get compromised, it's more of just, you know, the intelligence life is really not all that sexy. When you fail, it's usually you lose targets or you know, you like, especially the continuity of the location of a target, or maybe you were going down this intelligence pathway, you know, doing charts, thinking that a certain person is a member, and then realizing you actually went down the wrong path, and that you've actually been following the wrong person, you know, kind of things like that. So there was never really anything like super that went really bad. It was just a lot of like, and plus intelligence, like you're trying to gather as much information as you can, and we're really good, but you also have to know that even at our best, we're not getting everything. So then you have to be like, okay, what am I missing? Right. And so you have to play that game all the time. And so it's a lot of analysis and best guessing. And then hopefully that pans out. And then hopefully if this target ends, someone decides, you know, along the line to pull the trigger on this target, and that you are in the position, you still have eyes on the target, or you still have enough information that you've tracked him, that so when they do send out the people who are going to handle him, that you still have everything, right? And then also, if they want to do follow-on targets, do you already have packages ready already for anybody who does? If you want to go down this route, we might as well hit 5, maybe 10 in the same night, right? And I know all his friends and compatriots, so it's kind of always staying on top of that, and all at the same time not getting caught.
Yeah. Is there anything that kind of hit you guys out of like left field that really, you know what I mean? Like that you just like, holy shit, like something happened and it was like a complete pivot to, I don't even say like, I don't know, something just come out of like left field that you just it was completely off your radar and you weren't expecting, you know?
I don't think any, so most of it, I will honestly, most of the biggest surprises to us really are things at the strategic level. Like, I don't think any of us really realized that the ISIS invasion was going to be as successful as it was until we finally stopped it. Oh yeah. Yeah. So that was a huge thing. I mean, that was the catalyst to what took me out of the tactical detachment, and then going into that. But past that, I think that we're not typically surprised, and it's not like we're that good. It's just like just as an organization, the history, just the intelligence community, we've seen so much. And a lot of these guys, a lot of these other foreign intelligence, either were trained by us or trained by the KGB. And, you know, we know their tricks of the trade. You know, we don't honeypot as much as they do, but it's, you know, I think things is just, I'm trying to think of it like the things that surprise us the most. To be honest, I actually think things that surprise us the most is actually doesn't really come from other governments. It actually comes from ours. Yeah. And sometimes you'll be in a position, you'll develop a target, and you'll have it ready, and you're like, okay, come hit it, right? And during certain administrations, there was definitely a trend of them never saying yes. And you sit there, and you're like, why? Why not? You know? And so that is definitely one of the frustrating things of being a Department of Defense intelligence. That's one thing that everybody that I know who goes to ground branch, that you're like, hey, you know, everything that we wanted to do and get permissions for, we get them here.
That's awesome.
Right. Yeah. So that's definitely one thing that is frustrating, because you are still at the end of the day a DoD element, and you fall under their authorities.
So like life as a what is it like your day to day then when you're not on deployment? You know what I mean? Like, what do you like? You guys go at the bars. You know, what's your Like, is it fun? Do you guys go out on the week? You take vacations. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's like, what is that like?
No. Well, okay. So most people, right? And it's slightly different in their tactical detachment because you're actually linked to the tactical blue and green's George cycle, which is, as an example, let's put it as just to make it easier. We'll throw in a 12-month cycle, right? You do 3 months of a deployment, then you come back. Actually, so you come back from a deployment. You have your 3 months of doing whatever your own personal time. Actually, I may actually be getting this backwards. Well, I'm just going to put it in a certain way. Yeah. I could be, it might be someone sharp you like that's not the order that the George cycle is. It's been a while, so I can't remember. But there's pre-deployments, 3 months of pre-deployment, where you're preparing for the next deployment. Then you have your 3-month deployment, and then you come back, and then you have 3 months where you're back, where you're doing your own personal stuff. But that's also, you have to do your professional development schools, like your Army stuff. You have to get those done, and then you go on call for 3 months. Because they have a thing that's called it's like the World Response Force, also known as the O300 package. Then you're on call for that, and you can't drink. You can't. You have to be within an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, you really only get 3 months, and then you have to combine that with the time that you have to go to these professional development schools. And you just have to do your normal Army stuff, because usually pre-deployment training is where you, as your assaulting sections and troops, like that's where you do your like cool training and stuff, and then you do your deployment. So you basically have to combine it in that 3 month window. So typically when people are home, the last thing they're doing is doing shit with their boys. What families they do have, like you're going and you're doing whatever you can with the little time you have. Like it's definitely one of the highest op tempos, because even when you're there, you're usually not physically there. Like those guys spend almost no time, like in Bragg, right? And we spent almost no time in our respective city. But for the guys who are not in the tactical detachment, they're more of like, their deployments are longer. They're doing 3 to 6 months, because especially if you're
on ground
especially in the human side of things, it takes 90 days at least to either develop sources or do the handover with other sources and stuff. So you need to be there. So some of these guys spend 90, 60 days. And then when they're back, they then combine that other half of the year with doing all their professional development schools. And then they go to their training schools. It's just not quite as regulated as the George cycle is. But yeah, so you're back. And I would say traditionally, even when in and out of the tactical detachment, because I think it ends up being kind of the same, for every year you spend maybe 9 months, or you spend 9 months away of wherever you live, regardless if you're on deployment or not. Like,
so then, like you talked about this on Team House, which is the aliases. We haven't talked too much about aliases, but like the aliases, like when you come back, guys going back into, you get back that first week, you're having some drinks with your boys or so, like it's, what's that like, or what's
it's interesting. Yeah. So, and I came in late to it because I immediately got whisked off the tactical detachment. You don't really do that much alias stuff over there. But when I got pulled out of it, and all the guys who I went to OTC with were doing it, right? And so I'd run into them, and I was still friends with them. And there was a couple of them who were like hard chargers, especially at the beginning, because they were single and they were going on every deployment. These guys were spending, 8 to 10 months as somebody else. And they'd come back, and you could definitely see it was a weird adjustment. Yeah. And then I would go out, and then I started to, experience it. And you definitely, because in order to do that job, in order to be an alias, the best way to do it and the best way to be most successful, to not be compromised, you have to believe the lie. Because if you don't, you're going to slip up, right? So when you do that, and then you do it for so long, especially if you think about it in a 12-month period, you spend longer as somebody else than you are your own self, and you do this for multiple years.
Yeah.
At that what point, what existential crisis are you running at? Who am I, right? And then you go to a food truck, or you're at a restaurant, someone's asking like, oh, what's the order for? And you instead of giving your actual name, you give out the name that you've been using for the last 9 months. So it's an interesting, and then it's even worse. I was single, so it wasn't as bad as me. So I heard stories. Well, actually, I know plenty of people, wives and families coming back from being on alias for so long. they honestly had the hardest transition.
Yeah, imagine you're just like someone else, or you know, or believing a lie, you know.
Yeah, and because when you're an alias, because if you any lie that you tell, because you have to kind of create your own background, and if you're like, hey, I've got kids, right? Because you have kids in real life. Well, that might be, you have to be very careful with that, because that might be something that anytime that you tell a lie, you might have to make that a truth for your cover. So that complicates. So what a lot of married guys do is basically that they don't have kids, right? And then they come back and now they do have kids, and they've been pretending for the last 9 months that they don't have kids. So it's this really kind of interesting dynamic that I don't think you really think about it until you've done it.
Yeah, yeah. And we discussed too is how deep do the aliases go?
That's the biggest thing that people think in the movies, and I was definitely surprised. Is I thght there was going to be, we're getting all these documents, and then we'd have these multiple layers of cover organizations and everything like that.
A dossier of
No, it is as shallow as it could possibly be. There might be a phone number that gets called, and based on where it gets called from, whoever happens to be that single person operator, who's like, it's almost like pulling what is they call it? What is the duty that you pull for?
CQ or whatever.
Yeah, CQ duty. It's basically like someone who's pulling the CQ duty, and they have just a little call box, and it has little things written next to it, and if a certain ring, they answer it as a certain company, and that's it. That's as far as it goes. That's as deep as it goes.
Is that like the shit duty within? So is that like your guys' support? They're like, I got to do the fake company.
Well, no, that's only one of six. That's one of 6 jobs that they have. In this thing. But
that's hilarious. And then too, like you were saying the budgeting. You have some fun with that.
Yeah. But as far as the covers, you have to come up with it yourself.
Yeah. And is it like I imagine it's probably up to the mission and the region, but in your experience, is it better to be shallow or is it better to be deep with like your alias?
It's always better to be deep. Just because everything's you think about onions, right? And layers, right? Because one, it's always a game of cat and mouse. How do you avoid being detected? Because once you are detected, even if they never capture you, you are now useless, right? And I can go into many examples, especially when it comes to SDRs or surveillance detection routes, of why once they know that you are somebody who does this, you are pretty much useless.
Well, sorry to cut you off. In that situation, then do you staying? Is it like worth you staying in country anymore? Because if you're already
it depends. It depends on the situation. It depends if you leaving would compromise the mission even more, right? How obvious it is. Everything's like nuanced. There are definitely times when if you realize that you have been compromised or you have a suspicion that you've been compromised, that they will try to make some sort of a seamless transition where it will look natural, right? Or go a completely different route just to completely cut that cord, if you will. So it all depends. It just depends on the situation, depends on which country you're in, which government you're going against, what intelligence service that you're up against. So there's a lot of things that go into that, and it all depends on that particular situation.
I imagine there's a lot. I mean, Middle East has been Southwest Asia, however you want to say it, been our focus for 20 some years.
Yeah.
Is there any fun ones that are like, hey, we're going to like Italy, or something? It's like it's kind of a vacation, or like,
so
I'm sure.
One thing I will always complain about is that we never start wars in paradises. I honestly think that, maybe. The Dominican Republic, maybe we should take care of business over there, some places like that. But
Cuba
unfortunately,
might be next. Yeah.
It's just, unfortunately, we're always in not the greatest places. But I actually, when I first got to the unit and before I really started jumping heavily into the counter Iran stuff, I was going to Africa and especially Northeast Africa. And I actually really like that part of the country. Like, the Kenya, Tanzania area.
Yeah, it looks beautiful.
It is. Yeah. And the people in Kenya are like some of the most fun cities I've ever been in is like Nairobi and Mombasa.
Yeah.
And the traffic, some of the worst traffic I've ever seen in my life, especially in Nairobi. Mombasa was bad too. Yeah. But yeah, it was really cool because it was nice because I spent so much time in Iraq, and being around that culture, it was nice to get out and see some of the others, and it's just a beautiful part of the world.
Yeah, that was one thing. I loved Afghanistan, still do. I think it's one of the most beautiful places I've ever been. Like, I love it. I was in the mountain regions. A lot of guys were down like south. They're like, this place sucks. There's still mountains down there, but like I was like in the historical Northeast. I thought it was awesome.
That's some of the most beautiful terrain I've ever seen.
Exactly. Yeah. I loved it. But I did the same. I loved backpacking through Central America and been to Europe and traveling. And it's like, man, and Africa's eluded me. Yeah. And I've always
there's so many cool parts of Africa. I spent a lot of professionally Northeast Africa. Actually did one operation with Delta in actual Central Africa. And then I did some stuff over in Western Africa, like Nigeria and things like that. But I think for me specifically, I think Northeastern Africa, I think around the Horn of Africa, if you've never been to Kenya or Tanzania, I think it's one of the most amazing. And South Africa is probably like those regions are probably really, really cool.
Yeah.
I think Central Africa would be awesome if it was not the shit show of Africa.
It wasn't as crazy as it is. Yeah.
Fucking the Congo and all those fucking places.
Yeah.
Just like, I think Malawi is like one of the only like nice ones in that area.
Yeah, we were like South Africa. We've been eyeing that one for a while, but a lot of my wife's friends have gone to like South Africa.
Yeah.
It'd be pretty cool to check that out. I know a guy goes go hunting in the safaris and stuff like that.
Yeah, the safaris are definitely fun. I actually plan to do a horseback safari for one of the migrations.
That's awesome. Oh yeah, for the the migration.
Yeah, because I did a safari and then I climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, and then I even did a week long in Zanzibar.
Yeah, how was Zanzibar? We were eyeing it.
Yeah, okay. I wouldn't go.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah. It's interesting because like Kenya is like, in Tanzania, they're not really like all like huge like Islamic like Muslim, and there's nothing wrong with that, but like Zanzibar is very Islamic. And then my biggest gripe with Zanzibar is I show up and there's these beautiful beaches, right? There's trash everywhere.
They just don't take care of it.
No, like maybe like once a week, but that trash piles up. And I was just I've been to so many different tropical islands. I was probably the most disappointed by Zanzibar. The only cool thing on Zanzibar was one, they have a giant turtle sanctuary, and they've got like written on these turtles are huge. I mean, they're like 5-6 feet long, and they have written on their back like how old they are, and they're like 160 years old.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then also that's where the slave market for the Eastern slave market was out of Zanzibar. They actually still have the historical buildings where they did the auctions.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Out of Zanzibar.
So I know they had to like my wife and I, we like to travel, so we always kind of do our fantasy ones. They're like, okay, cool. Like if we get to Zanzibar, Africa, we just know it takes so long to get there.
It wasn't bad. It was just of the three things that I did for that trip, because it was a 3-week trip. 1 week safari in Kenya, 1 week climbing Mount Kilimanjaro in Tanzania, and then Zanzibar. Zanzibar was definitely if I could cut anything, I'd just cut Zanzibar out.
Kilimanjaro is still on my list. Like it's
awesome.
I've been wanting to do that since high school.
Yeah,
and I've had like weird opportunities where it's like I have the money but I didn't have the time. Sometimes I had time and money, but I'd rather be doing. It's like I was like
it's a fun trip. Yeah. And actually, so the first guy whoever was on my SF team who died is this guy. This is Jason Brown. So I bought like 4 of these when he died. The one I wore for 8 years. I actually, when I climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, and I have a picture of it. I bent this is around the post. I bent this at the summit, and and I have a picture of it, and I put it on there.
That's pretty sick. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Yeah. So you're doing, like you said, your life at TFO. So you spent 3 years doing tactical detachment, that kind of stuff. Was there any fun ones from, like say you talked with Delta, rebuilding out that relationship? Yeah. Dev group, did you have good positive experience? Like anything that sticks out to you there that was like...
No, we didn't really, to be honest, we did mostly just training with them.
Oh, okay.
We never really... I personally never really launched operationally with them, minus one time, and it was like... because we weren't going on deployments with them. Like because we were supposed to eventually fall on the George cycle and then start going on deployments. But whenever that came to like either blue or green, we always chose Delta.
Yeah.
over that particular thing. And plus we had so much other stuff going on, and the unit was like reinventing itself about who its main target was as far as from a strategic level and what it wanted to do. So it was like we were assisting when they needed, but you know they are, especially as Delta, you know, they may not be quite as professional organization, but they are still, you know, them and Delta just like they're amazing at what they do, and they shoot every single day. Like when they show up to work, like most of them spend like, you know, hour, two just shooting in the range. Like that's what they do every single day, right? This is their trade. They gotta be. Yeah. They're the best at it. No, because nobody else practices that. You know, like you're in group, and SF team might shoot once a month.
Yeah.
You know? You know, me in the tactical department ISA, I might shoot once a week, right? These guys are turning and burning every single day. So it's just, yeah. So I didn't really do all that much. Honestly, my longest experience, well, just like the Freefall Jump Master course there was one of the first experiences I had. And then, you know, being in that town and different things like that. But no, operationally, the few things I have done with them is they're really good, but there was nothing really that stood out for me personally, you know?
And then this is kind of a basic question. What makes a tier 1 unit? Is it just on call all the time, funding?
So yes, yeah. So it depends. So I know a big part of what JSOC considers what tier 1 is for funding purposes. So they get a certain level of funding if they're considered a tier 1 unit. So because I didn't even really know for the longest time that there was actually, I just thought it was just blue, green, and orange. I didn't realize that RRC and 24th STS fell under that. But it makes sense because, one, if you ever dealt with JTACs and CCTs, you know, some of them have to support tier 2 units, some have to support tier 1 units, right? It makes sense, right? And then RRC, to be honest, we were working with them. I didn't even realize they were considered a tier 1 organization. I think it's also because they're much smaller. So, but they are classified as a tier 1 unit by JSOC, so they get a certain level of funding. But I think that's also, it's leveled off with how large the organization is. So, in the 3 largest are blue, green, and orange. I'm not really quite sure how big 24th STS, but I can't imagine it's near the size that the other 3 are.
I won't say it's a support role, but it feels like it's a little bit more of a support role.
Yeah, no, that's what they do. You know, that's like, you know, what else are they going to do? You know, because it's their job to be the liaisons with, you know, air power, everything like that. It's always been what their job is, you know, outside of PJs, right?
And they're kind of rescue. Because you have the CCTs. Are separate from the PJs, and the PJs are more search and rescue. They're your EMTs, you know, like your special forces medics who come in and land and try to, you know, administer aid to people who, you know, they can't really get to, you know, free fall in, you know, whatever, get to the guy, down pilot, you know, or guys who are just stuck in the middle of nowhere, you know, that's their specialty. But usually you're not really sending those guys in by themselves. They're there to augment, you know, so you might get a team, like if you know that you're going to have to rescue some people, you know, attach a PJ, you know, but you're also almost every single time you're attaching, you know, CCT, a JTAC, you know, I forget. There's like, tell me, it's like the TAC Ps. I got a little confused on the Air Force side. It's like TAC P, CCT, JTAC.
If I remember correctly, it's been a hot second, is that your CCT is like the top end because all CCTs are JTAC qualified, but not all are JTAC or CCTs. That makes sense. And then a TAC P, one of them is like a tactical air controller, and I think it's the TAC P, where they get to an area, like they're like when you take over a new airfield and you need to like create like a makeshift airfield and you need somebody to manage it, like an air controller, they're like the guy who's like the forward special operations guy who, but I could be getting them backwards, but I'm pretty sure, I just know JTAC and I think CCT are the 2, but the CCT is higher because it's,
because I was curious. And then, say the specifics. So that is crazy hearing the stories of like, oh, we were in Fayette, you know, refer to Delta, like they live in, you know, near Bragg, and it's like they get called up, they get on a, you know, I always thought that was kind of like more movie-esque, you know, like, but they do it.
They do.
You know, and you've, you know, been a part of that. What's that like? Just like, you go in and then you're like, you're in a whole other part of the world. You know what I mean? Like just logistically, that sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah. Well, so because we're not co-located with either unit, we have our own private plane. So when we're on call alongside them, we do the same thing. We sit within an hour of our airport, not allowed to drink. And then if we get the call, and at the time, so they used to, I think, both be called on call at the same time, but they actually now take turns with each other. So depending on who the call out goes out to, so when a call comes out, everybody gets called. We start moving towards the airplanes. We get on ours, and by that time, we'll know are we flying to Pope in North Carolina, or are we flying to Virginia Beach? And then our plane will go to whatever location. We will land right next to theirs. We will offload our equipment immediately onto whatever there, which is usually like something like a C-17 or something. And then there's a time from when we get the call for the time that bird has to be off. I think it's like 3 hours, and then we're gone.
That's wild. I mean, it's just cool. It's cool to think about, but
I'll give you an example. Like Benghazi is an example of one.
Oh, yeah.
But unfortunately, that whole package sat across the Mediterranean doing nothing for an entire month.
Yeah, that's a whole nother. I'd love to deep dive back into that again. You weren't there for that, or you weren't.
I was not. I was not on call for that. But one of my 2 people in my detachment were.
Okay, yeah, and it's I always have a fun little story connecting to that. So, Buddy Conroy, we're just regular infantry dudes, right? So I'm training up with Blackwater, or I think I just finished. This was like I finished up in May, did the whole protection package plus sniper or the DDM. That summer, 2012. Buddy calls me up, Conroy. He was in Cornwall, 3 deployments. We served together in 3 deployments, but did different teams. And then he was our sister team in Cornwall Valley. Befriends a former Delta guy. But that former Delta dude has a contracting company, whatever, for Libya. And he makes friends with this guy. They need tier 1 dudes, but then they need tier 2 support. Guys like trigger pulls like me that are not tier 1, but we can get into a gunfight, right? Yeah. Buddy calls me up. Conroy's like, hey, met this guy. He's vouching for me. There's this contract in play. They need so many operators, blah, 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 blah. I was like, yeah, that sounds good. I was like, what is it? He goes, well, it's assisting in digging up surface-to-air missiles in Libya and or hitting targets that have surface-to-air. Like, I was like, cool, sounds good. And I'm just me. I'm like, sounds good, man. What's the pay? He's like $700 a day. I was like, sounds good, man. Sign me up. And I go, where is it? And he goes, it's in Libya. And I was like, okay. Like, let me know. I'm on call, or not on call, but I've just trained up with IDS now, Blackwater, whatever you want to call them. And I was like, I'm slated for probably end of summer. So just give me a call, because if I switch out, I'm sure there's some penalty, but let me know. Nothing happens. I get off to Afghanistan, Kabul. I'm in Kabul when Benghazi happens. So I get there in August, September 11th. Benghazi kicks off. We're on alert too. Like even the guys in Kabul are on alert because all contractors there. Yeah. And then my buddy, he was on the CIA static contract. They're like right over from us. I didn't know he was there. Hit him up on Facebook. I'm like, bro, what's going on? Are you okay? Are you alive? Did you go? What happened? He goes, no. He goes, some SEAL company outbid this Delta company. Didn't happen. And he texts me, he hits me up on the message. He goes, yeah, but hindsight's 2020 though, right? And I text him, I was like, yeah, but $700 a day would have been worth it.
Yeah. That's true.
But it's nothing happened, but it's like that weird, again, path in life. Like, buddy calls you. What if that would have gone through? You know what I mean? Like this, like you think about that, because that's happened too. Buddy calls me. He's like, can you go to Afghanistan in like the next 3 weeks? It was my first contract. I was like, yeah, sounds good. I'm there. Nothing sexy, but you get that's how the world was back then, Yeah. But speaking of that, I've always would like to go back down. I thought the movie was great, 13 hours, but I'd like to talk with those guys. I know it was like Toronto or Tonto and the guys that were there. Yeah. But I don't know if you might know more. Do you speak on that a bit more? Or?
So I can tell you what I know. Mm-hmm. So this actually kind of ties back into the Marine situation. Mm-hmm. So everybody knows that at some point 2 Delta operators showed up.
Yeah.
So I have been now at this point. This was after Benghazi, and I was still working with C Squadron specifically. And I'd been doing most of my work with the recce teams, but one of the assaulters I'd gotten along really, really well. And this guy looks like because they call him the 5'10" Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah.
He says like long blonde hair, like down to his shoulders, like look, good looking guy. And I got along with him a lot. Like we had a lot of fun jumps together. We did a lot of different things together. And he was, of all the assaulters, he was the one I was getting close with outside the recce guys. Mm-hmm. Anyways, I come down for, whenever we would come down, we'd usually time it to where we're coming down and they were doing some cool training. Mm-hmm. And we just happened to be jumping out of this very unique aircraft. We'll just leave it at that. And we finish the jump, and I get down to the ground, and I see this guy, right? And I'll leave his name out of it. Mm-hmm. And he's the guy, and I see him. He's like, "Oh yeah, man!" I see him in the bay, a C squadron, and he goes in the bathroom, and he comes out. He's in a Marine dress uniform, and I was like, "Dude, you are the last fucking person who I would think is a Marine." He's like, "Well, I'm like, well, what are you getting dressed up?" He's like, "Oh, we're about to do an award ceremony." He's like, "Oh, really?" So we go in there. And this guy, all right, receives the award because he was one of the Benghazi guys. Mm-hmm. And I had no idea. And I've known this guy.
Navy Cross, right?
Yeah. I've known this guy for, I think, probably a year. Mm-hmm. And that just was like, one, I had no idea he was a Marine. And then two, I had no idea that he was even a part of it. Mm-hmm. And here I am just having to be, me and my boy were there doing some fun training out of this unique aircraft. And we get down and I see him. He comes out dressed uniform. And he goes back and he was one of the best assaulters who I thought was in that particular squadron. And, just a man of quiet professionalism. And it goes back to the Marines. They always, every time I met a Marine, either ISA or Delta, this always impressed the shit out of me.
Yeah. And I hate to say it, there was like some controversy there too, I imagine.
There was.
I remember hearing about it. I don't honestly know any details either.
Neither do I. And I never talked to him about it. Like the fact that I didn't even know he was even involved means like,
because I think Brent brought it up, I think at one point, and then the guys that were there were like, there's a lot of back and forth, and I don't know.
Yeah, and when I was down there with Brent, we talked specifically about this because obviously he knows him and he knows that I know him, so we talked specifically about this guy, and he told me what he's doing now and everything like that. And but we talked about that situation, but it's a lot of it's like, the people who really know are the people who are there.
They're there, yeah.
And at that point, like, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
not my circus, not my fucking monkeys.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yep. People hate on the movie. I thought the movie was great.
No, I actually thought the movie was as well.
Yeah, I thought it was one of. There's a few. Obviously, it's Michael Bay because I'm a filmmaker,
of course,
dude. And I was like, honestly, when you give Michael Bay a real story, I was like, it hems him in. It was only a $50 million budget, and it was like, I thought it was really good. I was. There's a few parts you're like, I get it, but I thought it was great.
I think it's anybody who's been around agency spaces and who's worked with GRS. Mm-hmm. I think that there were some accuracies within that thing, mainly the type of really overt personalities, which I thought I appreciate because I've walked into so many GRS offices and that's like the general kind of
the vibe.
Yeah, the vibe,
Yeah.
And because there's a big difference between GRS and ground branch. Big difference.
Yeah. Well, GRS, again, not to water it down, but GRS is glorified taxi drivers.
That's exactly what
again,
they
not
are.
because I got buddies.
They're security.
Security. Yeah, they're security.
Yeah, they're the equivalent to DSS, the Diplomatic Security Service. They literally just run around and they escort case officers.
Yep. Get paid well.
Yeah, they get paid well. They get to this is escort, go back, get to play video games. That's literally that's the thing is like when I was in there, like I walked into their offices and how in the movie the guy's like as soon as he gets back from mission he picks up playing video game. That's exactly what they do.
That's because I was like mobile DOS. That's like the next step up.
Yeah.
And I was advanced static on CIA Blacks. So it's like a lot of guys from CIA static will try out for GRS. Even though if they're not qualified with like their background, if you have enough years, like 1 or 2 years or something at CIA static, or we call it advanced static, you can try out for GRS, and it's it's more pay, get to feel a little bit cooler, But yeah, at the end of the day, you're still secure. Like us, we're glorified security guards and escorters and all that kind of stuff. So at the end of the day, not ground branch.
Yeah.
No, that's cool. Yeah. So that's a pretty cool story, especially with your buddy that's a Marine. But like I said, will you get into the non-tactical detachment type stuff.
Yeah.
Any highlights? Anything you kind of like? You're like, man, that was good. That was good stuff.
Yeah. So one, be in the right place, the right time to kind of spearhead the missions and the new units focus, which was essentially.
You guys said ISIS kind of took you by surprise too, how fast.
Well, I think just a strategic level, not just us, but like everybody, right? But it fell within our lap, and we deployed immediately. There was essentially a kind of combined team of us and then a troop from Delta, and we were like the first Americans back in, and Delta was there for the ISIS problem, and then we were there for the other problem, and getting to do that target set, which is obviously been the focus of most of my career, going against the Codes Force and being specifically against Qasem Soleimani, and basically setting him up. It's what we do. We get in place, we prepare the target for whenever one wants to get hit.
Yep.
And I can say that one of the first things I did and I pioneered was involving Qasem Soleimani's airplane in 2014. And I will just point out that in 2020, and I'd left the unit by then, but 2020, he was killed at Baghdad airport by someone launching a missile at his airplane. So this is tell you that the capability may have been in place for 6 years, and not just on his one plane, but on all three of them.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So you were laying the groundwork, or
might have been the first one to put said capability in place. It's but that's what you do. You wait for years until someone decides, hey,
pull the trigger.
Yeah, pull the trigger, and that's what we do. If people want to know what ISA does, and the agency does it too, right? We are the military version of them, right? We're like amalgamation of the CIA and NSA, but so is the CIA. Like the Director of Science is their own version of the NSA, anyways.
Yeah.
So that's what we do. We're out there, we're preparing, and if someone wants to hit this thing, cool. If not, I'm just sitting here just tracking this dude this entire time.
That's awesome. Well, we've covered a lot, so we're gonna go into Iran. Okay. Go into the Iran problem.
Iran.
Yeah. Let's get into it. Obviously, it's currently a hot topic.
Yeah.
Right place, right time, as we talked about.
Right time.
So you speak,
including with the YouTube videos.
Yeah. Yep. The Iran. You speak Farsi. You spend a lot of time. Can you? I mean, we can spend hours on this, but like the breakdown of Iran, our relationship, and your experience on how things are going, like what led us up to this.
Yeah. So you can go all the way back to the 50s, and but like with Mossadegh, and who we installed, and removing, he was parentheses democratically elected, parliamentarily democratically elected. There's a whole gray area in this thing, but to make it easier, we'll just start with, we have the Shah, right? And he is now the friend of the West, and Iran is now our bastion in that part of the world that actually is helping us to stop Russian expansion. So he's our friend. Unfortunately, the Shah has kind of a secret police called the Savak. And while the Shah, he does some bad things with the Savak, and the Savak are, one, getting rid of dissenters, getting rid of maybe some political opponents, everything's like that. So while life is good for some people in Iran, there's a lot of people who are disenfranchised. And this is what sets the stage for the Islamic Revolution. So, because they felt like there was nothing they could do when it came to the government, the Savak, and just they were doing some bad things to some people. So the Islamic Revolution starts, the Shah flees, and Ayatollah Khomeini comes in and establishes a theocratic government. And it is led by essentially a supreme leader who is and then below him is the Council of Guardians, which is basically like, I don't know, it's like 12, I think it's like 13 other clerics. And then underneath them, then is the then president, which is kind of more of a figurehead, if anything. You know, he's definitely not really in charge of anything. You know, he's got multiple religious people way above him. So when the Islamic Revolution happened, there was one military known as the Artesh, Air Force, Navy, Marines. And then because they didn't trust a number of basically they didn't trust the military because most of the high-ranking officers within the Artesh were still like friends and favored the Shah. They decided they killed a bunch of them, and then the other ones, they just were just afraid that the Artesh might turn and try to usher back in the Shah. So they created the IRGC, which is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which essentially it's another military to help watch over the Artesh, which originally started as 15,000 guys and is now upwards, I think, 160,000. And now they've included the Besiege, which is their voluntary militant group that they use to suppress the protests. And they're actually, for all the people that have been recently killed, the Besiege is the one who's doing the majority of it. You know, and then they've got morality police and all sorts of different things like that. And then within the IRGC, you have there's a civilian intelligence organization outside of the IRGC called the MOIS. I forget what exactly it stands for, and that's like your civilian CIA, FBI, and then inside the IRGC you have the Codes Force, which is your CIA, FBI mixed in with some special forces and a bunch of other things, and that's the equivalent intelligence organization inside the military, if you will. But over the years, when Ayatollah Khomeini died in 1989 and Ayatollah Khamenei took over, he was a big fan of the IRGC, and through him, the IRGC just got bigger and bigger and gained more power. And the two intelligence services, who have always kind of been competing through Khamenei's late leadership, I would say that the Codes Force is a more dominant intelligence force within, and the IRGC just in general has, even to the point where it's taken over, almost all the economic industries fall under members of the IRGC. So they're so intertwined with the government and the economic structure that the IRGC has just become indispensable. And especially because we've been killing a lot of the religious leaders, and not many clerics want to step up, that the IRGC is probably even taken even more power throughout this whole experience.
So then what was the like, say the lead up, I'm sure you guys got spun up, but like the relationship of Iran with the US through 1979, you know, like, 'cause I know a little bit about this too, because I took an intel, you know, bachelor's degree and knew of our assisting and overthrowing him as under Truman, you know, and installing the Shah because of communist forces, you know, like competing. So it's kind of crazy to think that this 50-year rivalry used to be an ally, you know. What was the people of Iran? There's been a lot of refugees that have come over, you know. What was the relationship with us, you know, Iraq, during the Iraq War, the GWAT, like the lead up to, say, you know, what's really kicking this off is, well, one, we killed Soleimani, but two, the bombing at Fordow, or how you pronounce that, which is their nuclear facility. Now, Israel has been dealing with them for a long time, but I think in our purview in the U.S., you know, what's our relationship with them? Yeah,
they were our strongest ally in the region until the Islamic Revolution. And then we knew that we really could not reinstall the Shah. And we went through this whole process where the Islamic Revolution actually wanted the Shah back so they could essentially try him, which we knew they were just going to execute him. But he was already like dying of cancer. So there was this thing, we actually wouldn't let him back into the United States just not to anger the Islamic Republic. This was during Jimmy Carter. And let's just say that Jimmy Carter did not have the biggest cojones, you know. And so as part of their frustration with us with not giving the Shah back was actually one of the reasons why they actually took over the embassy, because they were going to try to use it as a bargaining chip. And that is really the first point where our relationship with Iran basically never recovered. And we have been enemies ever since. And then it was 500 some days. And then they were released the day of Reagan's inauguration. And some people may not know this. That was done on purpose. It was the Islamic Republic's last little FU to Jimmy Carter, because Jimmy Carter spent, a huge portion of his administration just trying to get these hostages out, including a failed hostage attempt, which is the birth of the modern special operations community in the United States. But Carter wanted this to be at least the one thing he got done, and the Islamic Republic refused. And they loaded all the hostages on the airplane, and it sat on the tarmac in Tehran. And they waited until Reagan officially announced the oath, where he officially became the president, before the tower control was given permission by the Iranian government to let the hostages leave. Yeah. And they did this so they would make sure that the hostages were released during Reagan's administration and not Jimmy Carter's, and that was done on purpose.
Jeez. I did not know that. I mean, I know they got released, but
it was done on purpose.
Yeah.
So, and then over the years, because of that and because of the failed rescue and everything like that, our just relationship with them has just went from bad to worse. And then shortly after, Saddam Hussein saw this as an opportunity. So he invaded Iran and started the very long, bloody, from 1980 to 1988, the Iran-Iraq War. And we, as a country, we were obviously still pissed off about Iran and the Islamic Republic and the hostages. But we also didn't want Iraq to take over Iran. So what we did is we played both sides. We would give weapons to Iran, which is where the Iran-Contra controversy deal, the Iran-Contra deal controversy comes from. And then we would give actionable intelligence at the right time to Iraq. So whatever time that the Iranians had an edge, we would give something to Iraq to make sure to, equalize that. And what we wanted was them to take each other out, or at least take each other down to a point where both of them have lost their effectiveness and reach within the area. Also, Iran, obviously, a lot of people knew this, would find this out, and Iran knew this, and added more even distrust to just not just us, but to foreigners in general, because there was a couple of other nations involved in this whole thing. So then after the Iran-Iraq War, kind of just generally, the relations just kind of progressively got worse. And then in 2003, when we invaded Iraq, the demographics of Iraq is mostly, the population majority is Shia, which the Shia population, technically the religious capital of the Shia religion, especially since the dawn of the Islamic Republic, is Tehran. There are technically two Ayatollahs. There is one that does live in Iraq, but he doesn't have near the same power that the one in Iran does. So by us taking out the ruling class, which is the Sunnis and the Ba'ath Party, because the Ba'ath Party was actually secular. They were actually anti-Islam, like Islam, really. Like they really kind of, there was a lot of failings within Saddam and the Ba'ath Party, but one of the things they were good about was that they kind of saw what, the zealotry within the certain Islamic sects, how bad it was, right? So that's why they kept away. And by us taking out the Ba'ath Party, Saddam Hussein, but what even worse was taking out the Ba'ath Party, we created a power vacuum. And in that power vacuum, the Sunnis were no longer, and the Shias essentially were in the process of taking power. So by proxy, Iran had now, one of their greatest enemies was now having influence within the majority of that population and now their government. But that did not totally solidify until 2014, because while the Iranians had a lot of influence on the Iraqi government, 2014 when the ISIS invaded, Iraq was going to lose. ISIS was going to take over if we didn't step in. But we actually, because we weren't going to put boots on the ground again to the same level, the only thing that could stop them were the Shia militias. So Iran brought Shia militias from everywhere, including their Afghani side of things, their Pakistani side of things, and then brought them all over to fight this huge conventional war. We obviously assisted with the air campaign and stuff like that. But because of this, the Iraqi government, this was the only way to save them. This is where Qasem Soleimani and the current government used this as an opportunity to essentially make the Iraqi government become a puppet government. And they essentially took it over through influence. Like, hey, we'll save you, but you do what we say from now on. Like, if there's decisions and we want you to change your mind, you will do it. And that solidified Iran's hold over Iraq, which then created this weapons pipeline, which used to, because of their weapons, because they wanted to eventually get to Lebanon, to get to Hezbollah. But in order to get to it, it had to go to Syria. But the problem was they had to get through Iraq, and that used to be an issue. But now they have this unrestricted highway from Iran to Iraq to Syria to Lebanon to help Hezbollah fight Israel. And that power probably peaked in 2018, where they call it there's a name for it. They call it Pax Iran. You ever heard of like Pax Romana? It's essentially the concept of them becoming a extremely effective empire, because at this point they had big portions of Lebanon. Most Syria mostly belonged to them. Iraq, Iran, like huge area, and nobody in the area could match them. Luckily, through a couple different things, and our successes in Syria, we started to kind of disrupt what was going on over there. And then in 2020, when Qasem Soleimani finally did get killed, his predecessor, I'm trying to think of his name. It's like Emil or Esmail, was not as charismatic as he was. And one of the things that Qasem Soleimani was known for is this guy would literally go to the front. No body armor on. He would be out there like George Washington, and he'd be amongst the front and frontline troops. And this guy would inspire. This guy was like a soldier's general. And he's actually the reason why the Codes Force is the world-threatening intelligence organization that it is today, because he built it that way when he took over in 1997. And when we killed him, because outside of the Ayatollah himself, the guy who posed the most threat outside of the nuclear program was Qasem Soleimani, because he's the reason why all the proxies were so effective. He's the reason why he had all these hundreds of thousands of Iraqi Shia militias fighting for Iran. Because everybody loved this man, and he'd go to the front and he would sit there, no body armor, and he'd be there, wouldn't give a shit, and he's super charismatic. His predecessor was not like that. So since 2020, we have been seeing basically the Iraqi Shia militias do not feel that they owe the same sort of debt to Iran, and when they start, obviously they have their own political gains that they want in Iraq. And there have been times we've already seen where Iran is like, hey, we need to do this. And they're like, no, we're too busy. We got our own stuff right now. So they've already started to lose their grip since we killed Soleimani on specifically the Iraqi Shia militias and some other ones. There's some other factions who are not necessarily disobeying orders, but kind of like disregarding orders. So that is definitely helping. And so that's kind of what led to this. But we've been preparing for this for a long time. So one of the things is that the population of Iran, you had this great exodus from Iran during the Islamic Revolution, and most of those people were very pro-Shah, very pro-Western. So majority of the Iranian diaspora, which is the Iranians who left the country, are extremely pro-Western and extremely pro-Shah and all things like that. And you'll meet them, like you'll see them all the time. They're like very successful. They're very wealthy. Most of them are doctors. A lot of them are dentists. You meet a Persian outside Iran, they're usually very successful people. Inside the country, obviously, you had a lot of the country was turned into an Islamic state, and a lot of the religion was forced upon the country. And I think that the people saw their sufferings through the Shah is they wanted to train trade something new. And what they ended up doing was trading an authoritarian monarchy for an authoritarian theological regime, which, as you can tell by the majority of the population who no longer wants this regime, have a bit of buyer's remorse.
Yeah.
So, and I think as early as like, 2000s, especially by the mid 2000s, you really started to see women's movements, things like that. Really, the protests against the Islamic Republic really start to happen more often, become more apparent. We're starting to see them over the news and everything like that. And every 2 or 3 years, there's a big, huge protest, and we wonder, like, hey, is this the time to go back in? Because while there's some controversy on whether or not Iran is a huge threat, we have to remember what Iran is to the area. Iran is and has always been, regardless of what they say, has always been trying to attain the ability to have nuclear weapons. And for a country that claims, literally in their like opening speeches, is death to America and death to Israel, and you'll even see giant murals on huge skyscrapers in Tehran, you should believe people like that, right? Mm-hmm. You don't want to be like, no, I don't think they'll do it. Mm-hmm. Now, if someone says they're going to kill you, believe them, right? And they're going through this process. We know that they're trying to build nuclear weapons. Whether they've gotten to that point, that's another story. But I personally am not the type of person who likes to wait till people have nuclear weapons in order to stop them. So, it is what it is. But the other thing that they do is through the IRGC and the Codes Force, and probably obviously a bit of the MOIS, they fight wars through proxies. And Hezbollah, which is your Shia militia that fights in Lebanon to fight against Israel. You have the Syrian militias, you have the Iraqi militias, and then you have even the Sunni groups, the Houthis. And so, and this is how Iran stretches to essentially through plausible deniability. They not only do they kill people, enemies of the state, kill Israel, they've been killing Americans for a while. And they're the ones who introduced EFPs into Iraq, which were one of the biggest things that really started killing us because, we dealt with IEDs, but once EFPs were brought in, it's sort of changed the game. It started killing a lot more Americans. So this is something they do. This is something they've been doing for a long time, and they've been trying to, accumulate as much power as they can in the area, and then to undermine us and to not only just kill people from Israel, but they want to kill Americans. So they are a threat. And if they have more power, and are always constantly trying to attain it, they will, when they can start killing Americans in America, they will. Mm-hmm. So there is a threat, right? At what point do you let it become a larger threat? Mm-hmm. So with this whole situation about, if we go into the Israel portion of things, is, Israel and us share a lot of, especially in that area, a lot of things that we align with politically, and we have a lot of similar enemies. So just because we happen to both want the Islamic Republic gone, because if you remove the Islamic Republic, because they are the biggest supporter and financier of every terrorist group in that area, nobody is providing more funding than the Islamic Republic. So if you alone were to take the Islamic Republic out, you now reduce the majority of funding to every terrorist group in that entire region of the world by majority. And that alone would help to destabilize, that area. Not even counting the nuclear weapons. So, and we've been planning this for years because we knew this. We were eventually going to have to get rid of the Islamic Republic. How we were going to do it? We decided that we wanted the Iranian people to do it because we saw this growing sentiment within the country that the Islamic people, the people of Iran, want their country back, and we knew that one, through political capital, that was really going to be the only way we would get away with it. And two, even if we helped, we take away the legitimacy of the new regime anyways. So, every time that there's been a strike or there's been a huge protest, they're always like, is it now? Is this the time? And people from Iran, really involved in Persian communities, they're like, are you guys going in yet? Are you guys going to save us? Because they really want this. So when Israel decided to do this strike, right? I think people get confused. They're like, okay, because Israel wanted to do it, that means we're in their pocket. We're in their side of the lobby, right? I personally, through my own experience with both Israel, the Mossad, and that intelligence relationship, I would disagree. I think it's just more as that this is something that we want. Mm-hmm. They are getting closer. How close to nuclear weapons? I don't know, but they are getting closer. And took it as an opportunity to hit them and try to reduce their missile program, put them back 10 years, both drones, their nuclear program, and their stranglehold over the Strait of Hormuz, which they constantly threaten. Get rid of their navy at the same time. Put them back a couple of years, but also at the same time give the people of Iran a window, which they've been asking for years. Mm-hmm. So, that's kind of what has led up to this, and I think that's kind of where we're at.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know the strike last year, like the Fordoor facility, the 12-day war with Israel, and us striking their nuclear facility. That was huge. That was massive. Yeah, I know that much. Putting them back a long time for their nuclear capabilities. Yeah, but at the same point, they're still going to regrow. They're still going to keep moving forward. Yeah, I obviously it's the big controversy of the day, but I feel like we were moving in that direction. Venezuela definitely, I know, gave us some confidence for it. But we had talked about this before. You think the protests were like a good, it's almost like everything's lining up, fate, like, hey, this stuff is happening. We're going to draw a red line. And it kind of gives us, I don't want to say an excuse, but it's a good motivation if you slaughter 30% or 30,000 of your own people to go in and step up. Yeah. And just start what needs to be done. Yeah. If that makes sense.
I think that's a good word. I think, motivation, an excuse, because, language is such an interesting thing, right? Mm-hmm. Quick example, taxes, right? Mm-hmm. Is it a loophole or is it a tax incentive, right? Like it's all about how you use it, right? Mm-hmm. And then also we have to always remember, just because, two things can be correct at the same time, right? Mm-hmm. Does the people of Iran want our help? Yes. Does removing the Islamic Republic also help our political goals? Yes. Mm-hmm. So do those two things, can those be correct at the same time? Yes, they can be. Mm-hmm. So I think that people are like, oh, okay, well, we just want it for, we want to just remove Maduro for the oil we can get out of it. I was like, why can't it be both? Yeah. Why can't we help, an impoverished people and also, get paid in the process, help our also goals. And this is something similar. Mm-hmm. And that's why do we do things in general, right? We do think it generally most, especially within this administration, that we do want to help people that are injustices, but that does have to align with what we want politically, because at anytime we do anything, it's a risk. Yeah. Is it a risk versus reward? Mm-hmm. And I do think in this particular situation, and based on my personal experience, I think it is worth the risk, especially in the way that we're doing it. I think not having troops on the ground in mainland Iran doing this, setting their programs, the Navy, the missile programs, and the drone programs back 10 years is a win unto itself. Mm-hmm. But then also giving them the opportunity, however unlikely it is, to take back their country.
What do you think, what's the challenges that they face? We talked about this earlier, like the groups on the ground, because we've very successful, highly successful air campaign, but air campaigns don't win war. They don't win wars.
You can't get rid of a regime with an airplane campaign. Yeah. It's never been happened.
Yeah. So even though we're not involved yet, or we'll see what happens, but like the ground game, or like what is success? Like right now we have our objectives, which is the drone program, the nuclear program, wiping out Air Force, Naval. We're doing all that per se, but what's what does success look like? overthrowing the regime or giving them a chance to overthrow the regime. What are the challenges that the Iranian people face?
Yeah.
Talk about the Basij, talk about the IRGC, Basij, but also their own willingness to, do what they need to do.
I think first it's important to not set a single goal, because it's like if you set a single goal and like, hey, this is what victory looks like, you're telling your enemies like, this is what we want, this is what we'll do. Just like you don't tell your enemies what your limitations are. So I think that it's good that we could have a couple different points of W, right? Would, change of the regime be awesome? Yeah. But is that our final and end goal? No, I don't think it should be. I think that would be great if that somehow could be achieved. But I do think that having the goal of just putting their nuclear program back 10 years, destroying their naval and drone capability, because that takes away their ability to basically cut off the Strait of Hormuz and deal with causing more issues among oil and gas prices throughout the world. And then maybe, so I think that right there, I think that's a good place to have a point of success. There could be other ones, but I think that it's good to have like multiples and then one that you can fall back, but like, hey, at least we did this. We're good. We can walk away with our heads held high. The ultimate goal would be the fall of the Islamic Republic, because that would help not just us, but the entire region, probably the entire world, with them no longer there. But how do you accomplish that? We, through both political capital and legitimacy of that regime, we can't do it. We could, but we shouldn't. And especially when you have a population that is so ready to be, that wants it. They want the Islamic Republic. They want a new revolution. They would like some sort of democratic leadership. But the Islamic Republic is not dumb. These people have been in power for a long time. They don't want to let go of it, specifically the IRGC. And so they've been preparing for years on all the contingencies. So where are their weaknesses? Their weaknesses lie within, there's some opposition groups, but most Iranians don't care for these, opposition groups, because they're really not your mainline Iranians. They're just kind of like different sects. And so, they don't know how to coordinate with each other. They don't even like each other. And lack of communication, the internet is not helping that situation at all. If they work together, they might be able to do something. But at the end goal, you have to take out the IRGC and the Basij. And the IRGC is the most well-equipped and trained military organization in the country. And then you have 600,000. So you have 150,000 really well-trained fanatics. And then you have another 600,000 Basij, not as well-trained, but also even more religious fanatics who are willing to essentially kill innocent people as protesters. So how do you stop that? And then also remind you that IRGC they control the economic industries within the government, right? If you do sanctions and you try to affect the country politically or economically, that actually only affects mainly the 80% of the population that is against it, because what they do is the Islamic Republic and the IRGC is they will just do black market deals, and all the processes and all the money and profits will go to the IRGC and the government, and just the normal people will starve. So the only thing that can really turn it, if you were to need the Islamic Republic, the only thing that's strong enough to take on the IRGC is Iran's other military, the Artesh. But in this situation, the Artesh itself, obviously, the navy of the Artesh has been destroyed, basically. The Air Force of the Artesh has been destroyed for obvious reasons to conduct Operation Epic Fury, needed to go. But the largest of all these organizations is the ground forces, the army of the Artesh. And it's pretty big, but it's mostly made of conscripts. not really career soldiers. They're definitely not religious fanatics. But the IRGC and the Islamic Republic have known that this is a weak point. That if these guys were to rise up, and if there were other things going on, maybe strikes from us with advisors, special operations, the other opposition groups, it would be very difficult for the IRGC to stop the people of Iran and the Artesh. So what did they start doing? They started putting loyal IRGC officers into the command leadership of the Artesh, hoping that they could control them from the top. Still, majority of the people within the Artesh are, because they are conscripts, they are sympathetic with the overall view of the country and the population, which is majority is anti-Islamic Republic. So how do you enable them, right? How do you get them to their weapons? Because I hear this a lot of times. People think like, oh, they're disarmed. No, they're not disarmed. Anybody who's been in the military knows that when you're at your unit and you're at your base, you don't have your weapons. They're in an arms room, right? Yeah. Who controls the arms room? Commanders, right? So, they would have to basically go and get their weapons. If they had IRGC loyals who were in command, they'd have to take their weapons from there. And then how do we, from enablers, special forces, CIA, tier 1 guys, do we get in there and do we assist them? Do we help them with their communication issues? Help them to coordinate, like, hey, which are the IRGC loyalists and how do you communicate with all, because the Artesh is spread throughout the country. How do you make it a cohesive movement where they essentially start a revolution together? And that's essentially the hard part. And then it's still, at the end of the day, you still have to take on the IRGC.
Yeah. So what do you think would be, like, just outside of this, what would be a good plan to put that in play?
I think
beyond what's happening now, like if you were to like, hey, how do we do this?
Yeah, it would. It would have to be a coordinated event throughout the country, because if you were able to get multiple large sections, like division style units of the Artesh, to basically all at the same time rise up and depose their IRGC loyalist commanders, and then just like, even either take on the IRGC or also provide weapons for the overall population, and just as a people rise up, you would need that coordinated efforts, which they don't really have, but we could assist with that. And that's where this is where your Green Berets, even give your MARSOC Raiders a shot at it, to show them some success. But your ISA type guys, your agency type guys, there's Delta guys and SEAL Team 6 guys who are kind of trained in this area as well. And like, you just allow us to help them, to help coordinate this nationwide uprising. And then if you can somehow coordinate with also the opposition groups, that would help anything. And then you would overwhelm the government, and then combined with us constantly knocking out their communication networks and their command and control sections, you have a really good chance of overwhelming the IRGC, and then just them being put in a situation where they're completely hopeless, and be like, hey, you either leave the country or we'll let you to the devices of your people and see what happens. Yeah. See if their retribution and anger, where that lands.
Do you think the Iranian people could do that? I mean, like, as we're standing now, and also, like right now we're thinking about Karg Island.
Yeah.
Troops are getting spun up.
Yeah.
But the U.S. population does not want troops on ground. Even the supporters of the president do not want troops on ground. And we've discussed this.
Yes,
like Karg Island is shaky. I would support it, but I don't think a majority of Republicans.
And to be honest, I would even be shaky to even even say it, just because I think that there are anytime we have a static target, right? And if I was the Iranian people and 2,500 Marines took over Karg Island, right? I would launch every single, because if I can't have it, you can't have it. And I have a chance to kill 2,500 Marines. And Karg Island's not that big.
Yeah.
Right. And I hear that stuff's flammable.
Yeah.
So exactly. I think that's a bad move. And if you've seen how close I think it's 15 miles from the coast of the mainland Iran. I just like, if you combine it with some other coordinated event inside the country, yes. But just to take it just to have it right now, and us not pushing some sort of like uprising within the country, I think would be stupid.
Yeah.
I think it's just a liability, and you're just waiting to lose that economic bargaining chip and then possibly kill hundreds, if not like a lot of Marines.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So going back to, I'm trying to think what's your question right before cargo loan.
Can they do it? You think
Yes.
that, as we stand now,
so that's a good question.
Beyond us, but I mean, like we've talked about it, but even putting tier 1 dudes on ground, people don't want.
No, because it's risky.
It's risky.
It's very risky for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah.
If I was to be completely honest, and as much as like for anybody who knows, like I've been talking about this for a while, I would love for this to happen. I think the Islamic Republic and the people of Iran taking their country back, one of the most poetic things and probably in modern history. I do not think they have the capability to do it.
At the end of the day, it just won't happen.
I think it's even with our help, I think it would be extremely difficult. And I think there's a couple different reasons for this. One, these people have been subjugated for 47 years. And when you've been subjugated that long, it makes it that much harder for the people to rise up because they've been so afraid. And you hear a lot of the people who are like, Iran, we will take our country back. And since this started, I've gotten so many new followers for their Persians and Iranians. And they're like, we're going to take back our country. Almost all those people who come in the comments saying that live outside the country. They're not risking their lives, right? Like it's, these people are going to protest and they're killed in the thousands, right? That's a protest. This is not armed. This is not an armed uprising. You're definitely going to get killed. People are going to have to die in the hundreds of thousands for this to go down. And I do not know, one, if they have the capability, or two, do they have the stomach for it? Unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that's the big question. Because I agree with you. Because we're spinning up troops, but you can already tell with the president's rhetoric, it goes back and forth. But it's starting back to lean again, like we're doing a great job. We might wrap this up. We're ahead of schedule. Yeah. You kind of feel that, like we discussed prior to this, which is it feels like we got about 2 more weeks. The Iranians have about a 2-week window to do something, get some catalyst moving. And if they don't, then we're going to call it, we did our job. Yeah. You had a shot.
Yeah. Which, to be honest, I think that is the right move. I think it is just, even if they don't take the window, then we just walk away. But I think that it's the right move in a couple different ways. Because even if you just do what we're doing, which is setting back their programs, we've definitely weakened their government.
Oh, I would say more than programs. Yeah. I mean, wiped out cabinets. You're talking wiped out their naval, their Air Force.
Absolutely. Yeah. And to be honest, we keep doing this, right? Maybe come back in a couple of years, right? Just make sure, remind them. Put them back down in the dirt. Eventually the new revolution will happen. And I think eventually the Iranians will come back. I just don't think they're going to do it this time, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think everyone's got a little bit in the back of their mind. Like, even with the protests in the millions or whatever, but again, you could be surprised. Maybe they might be like, this is it. Yeah. Give it a shot.
All it takes is like, that one stone, that starts that avalanche. And that's all you really need. You need some sort of event, some sort of thing. And you just need, but I think that definitely the 47-year subjugation has kind of made them a little too docile. But I hope I'm wrong. I really do.
Yeah, same.
Because I think that overall the Persian people as a culture are such a boon to the world. Like they are a great, amazing people that they would just like let the rest of this amazing country, because the Persians we do have, like you almost never meet anybody who's like, oh, I hate Persians, like said by no one ever, right? They're like have great culture, they're super successful, right? And especially in that part of the world, being not lazy is a huge thing, right? Because look at their 2 neighbors, what are those, especially Iraq, like so. There's so many added benefits. So I hope it does happen one day.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I like I said, I think we're just going to keep bombing the piss out of them for the next 2 weeks, unless Mossad pulls something out of their ass with some ground game. Or not ground game as in like they're sending guys in, but some sort of ground game that provides like weapons or like intel, like, their agents are doing something, but it just feels, like you said, you have to look at terrain. Like people think that like, Iran, or it's just flat. We can just roll in like we did in Kuwait. It's like, no, man, there's mountains.
Yeah.
Like they're at the base of a mountain. Like, it's a gorgeous place, but it's like, it's good. It's hard to get people in and out of there. We've talked about the Kurds. The Kurds aren't really, the outside forces aren't really going to do much.
Yeah. They can only go so far.
Yeah, exactly.
And the one group that's really kind of big and well organized, everybody hates it. The MEK. Like they're like cultists. Like literally, people would take Kurds over the MEK any day of the week, for every right. Like that's an organization you can never trust.
And that's I guess we could talk about technology a little bit. Like, why is there a reason why they can just shut down the internet as well as they can? You have like kind of insight on that. I mean, like shutting out a whole population.
Yeah. So you have to understand outside of satellite internet, right? So you have Starlink, which they technically can't stop Starlink, but they can confiscate the terminals, and that's what they do. Right? So they've made it like illegal. I think if they find Starlink terminals, I've heard that they kill people if they find Starlink terminals, something like that. But they do and confiscate them. They go to destroy them. And then outside of satellite internet is usually controlled by some sort of like ground network. That goes back to central state, which like our cellular networks. If we wanted to, the government has the ability to shut off our cable internet, our cellular networks. These are all grounded by certain systems. They're not just independent to a satellite up in space that can be relayed to somewhere else. So that's why they're able to shut it down, because they have been removing as much of the Starlinks and other similar pieces of technology that allows them to gain communications access outside of the existing Iranian infrastructure, which is controlled by the government, which they do this. This is almost every time that there's a huge set of protests, they shut off the internet. So, and they have been confiscating Starlinks and other types of devices like that in order to, because they also know, like, if they're able to communicate, if there was ever going to be an uprising, that's how they're going to communicate.
Is there a way to, again, this is me trying to think outside the box. Is there a way to destroy that system or turn it back on? You know what I mean? Like,
that actually is a good question. And I will be completely honest. That is the one thing that I'm very good in every intelligence discipline. The one that I am not an expert in is in the hacking department of things. I look like a Lurch or Frankenstein in front of a computer, with my keyboards. So, but I'm sure
we've thought about it.
I'm sure we thought of it. I'm sure that we have the capability to do it. But if anybody understands most hacking protocols, you'll understand what a zero-day technology is.
What's that?
So the zero-day hacks, zero-day technologies, I don't know the exact term they're using, but it's zero-day. We'll just call it zero-day hacks. What we have is anytime that there's some type of a hack, right? It's like a virus where once it's implemented, like the body doesn't really know how to deal with it, but eventually it will adapt. And the same goes in the hacker world. We have hacks that have never been seen that we basically hold behind that we're going to use. We're going to use in an emergency that the enemy doesn't know how to stop because they've never seen it. So they're called zero-day hacks.
Got it.
Right?
Okay, yep.
So let's just say that we wanted to take, let's just say hypothetically, we have a hack to take down China's entire infrastructure. It's there, it exists. Or like to shut off their power for like 24 hours, right? We don't use it because as soon as we use it, they will come up with a defense how to stop it. So we wait for it to be used in emergency in sort of 0 day. So we might have said 0 day capability in order to go in, hack Iran's network, and turn it back on. But we're not going to use that until we know for sure that's what we want to do.
Until we know
this is the plan. This is what we're going through. We have dates set, everything like that. We somehow get communications letting them know, hey, this is the day. Suddenly everything's going to come back on, and then bam, that's the day we move.
It's on.
Yeah. So we're not going to throw out those level of 0 day things like that. Other than that, outside of that, I don't know the capabilities of how we'll be able to hack into it. I'm sure that they have the ability. The thing's connected. I think, you can turn on cell phones remotely. Even if you've, you turn them off and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because technically they're not supposed to be so linked, but they are.
Yeah.
You know, it's all things like that.
I remember that came out. I think it was like 2013 that came out or something, and we knew about it 2 years prior to that. It's like the one time I was like, we knew that, and everyone's like,
just turn my phone off. It's all good. Like, no, that doesn't work anymore.
It doesn't work anymore. The best way I remember guys telling us again before that came public knowledge was that's when iPhones were not to do because they were built-in batteries. But Motorola's and Androids, you could take the battery out. Then it was completely dead because there's no power source. But then everybody, a few years later, started completely integrating consumer commercial product. It's like, well, just keep the battery in it now.
And you can't take the battery out.
You can't take the battery out
anymore. So which causes a whole number of issues, which also causes issues for tradecraft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. That's kind of crazy, you know? And that's the thing, too, is I just think of that cell network because it's like, sometimes like you have this, say you got a 0 day, right? But can it be as easy as a Mossad agent going in and flipping on the switch, you know? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes you're like, think of like, sometimes you think, oh, so big. And then you're like, maybe it's just one dude that shoots a few guys, throws on the switch, and then there's, you know?
Well, with most power grids, right, you have redundancy programs. So that's definitely possible, but you have to hit multiple sites at once. You could definitely do that, right? And I am probably sure that there are plans for that, but most of them are not going to, in a very similar way of like how 0 day hacks work, you may have like the 0 day strategy, if you will, like, because the second that you do it, like maybe you try it, then they're just going to beef up defenses on those type of things. So you want to wait to your best effort, especially when it comes to a ground element or ground operation that does whatever in Iran. Like it's got to be. We have to know that this is when we're committed to this. This is what we're going to do. We're going to give our best shot, and we're just going to hit them from all angles.
Yeah. Be interesting. Be a spicy 2 weeks.
Which, for example, actually, I'll give you a great example of this, right? So there's a lot of things that have Venezuela and Maduro that you've heard reports about devices and technology that's never been used before, that's never been seen. This is your concept of 0 day strategies, 0 day hacks, and these are the type of things we do. But if you don't want to compromise them, you use them only when like, hey, we are committed to this. And I do not think we are committed enough to support this particular plan. So I do think in 2-3 weeks we're going to call it quits.
Well, the damage that we're doing is wild.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not just 4-door. Like it's like we're really hitting them. Everywhere.
We're probably getting close to like 10,000 sorties at this point.
Yeah. I mean, and it'd be interesting to see the damage, like what real damage comes. I mean, we're not seeing it because the internet shut off, but we're still seeing a significant. That is, I mean, so some cell stuff is getting through. Someone's still being able to, you know, onesie, twosies. It's coming in.
Yeah, you're never gonna hit 100%.
You can't. Yeah, you never hit 100%. But it'd be interesting, like I said, to see it go. And I'm with you, man. You know, I don't know. I appreciate you brought it up, you know, in the last show we did, which was the U.S. obtaining the nuclear bomb. Like imagine if Germany was working on it. Germany fell behind, but imagine if Germany got it. How different history is. Imagine if they didn't invade the Russians, you know. Imagine if the Russians got the bomb before us. There is a Western morality that comes with our culture that, you know, at the end of the day, we're, you know, may not like us, may not like everything we've done, but we are number one in the world, and we are, I'd say the police force, but you just can't. I'm not an isolator. I don't like the isolationist wing. I don't. I get anti-interventionist. I understand that because you don't want to be doing stupid shit, get involved. I get it.
Yeah, and like everything.
Yeah. You know, especially with the guys in the GWAT. I mean, I'm part of it. You're part of it. You know, people making decisions that should have never been making decisions. But completely isolationist, you let the world run amok. It's just not going to end well. Like there has to be some, like human beings are sensed to an alpha into an authority. Like structure helps everybody. If you go into chaos and every man for himself, it's not going to end well. No. You know, or countries too. I mean, you think about that. And I don't know.
If you look at going back to World War II, if Japan, Russia, or Germany would have been the ones to be the ones who created the atomic bomb, I guarantee you any of those three would have then taken it and used it to essentially hold the whole world hostage, basically make everybody surrender to them, and could have taken over the world.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think when I made a comment like this, someone was like, well, we only had so many bombs. I was like, well, that's because when we created the atomic bomb, we weren't planning on taking over the world. But with our industrial complex, if that was our aim, we would have instantly been able to create as many bombs to take over the world when we needed to, right? Yeah. Because that's what we do. That's what we did in World War II.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's the integrity of it too.
Yeah.
It's like you do the right thing and it sucks because if you do, if you give in and do the wrong thing, we could have easily taken countries by no, you're us now. Central America, South America. No, you're part of us. Oh, we're going to nuke you. And then you look at Russia and what they've done, and the reason why even they do the proxy war stuff. But it's like, dude, they were doing some wild stuff during the Cold War. So it's I agree with you, and I kind of go in that full circle with isolation stuff. We can kind of get into the Joe Kent situation. You just had a video go up today, and can you kind of explain that, like your relationship a little bit, and then kind of like the evolution and what you kind of know, because I have my thoughts on it. Like, I think he's decorated operator, respected. I in my opinion, you can totally be not for Israel or anti whatever sentiments, but and it doesn't mean that it's anti-Semitic, but it starts to bleed a little bit, but it also is what it is. But I understand his, he's not a huge fan of Israel. I think what's getting a lot of people is his resignation letter, where it feels like it's starting to get into some down the rabbit hole theories when it comes to Israel, when it comes out, like you're seeing it from Tucker Carlson, blah, blah, blah. But he's still an intelligent guy, came from, ISA, very decorated, very respected. We have this issue now in the veteran community of like, well, they're super decorated. That means they can never be wrong. It's like, well, no, we can have different opinions and go, because I have different opinions on Ukraine. A lot of people don't want to be fighting the fight in Ukraine or whatever. So what's your take on that? What's your analysis?
So my history is that Joe, I served in the same unit, in the same Tier 1 Special Mission Unit with Joe and his wife. We were in different squadrons, but I've met him on a number of occasions. Never worked with him operationally personally, or his wife. But him and his wife were well respected, and him especially. He was always considered a very capable operative and somebody of high character. So, and I know that when he was named to the position of the director of counterterrorism, a lot of us were really excited. And I want to highlight this real quick because a lot of the people who are like championing Joe Kent right now are the same people who in like 2024, when they were talking about his appointment, were like, fuck this guy. Yeah. Right. Because he was, he was on the campaign trail supporting everything that Trump was talking about. And now that he says anything bad about Trump, right? And if you really look at the resignation, it really isn't. It's just like, hey, I disagree, and I don't think that we should have gotten in because of this thing, right? Which people are totally taking out of context, or like, exacerbating, or taking something that's like almost like it's like a straw man argument. Yeah. So and then and then we obviously can get into the whole like Israel thing and that particular issue, which seems to be something that people like. There's Trump derangement syndrome, and then there's like Israel derangement syndrome to a certain extent, right? Is some of it warranted? Possibly, but that's a whole other thing. So when I saw his resignation, and so mind you, we both were dealing with Iran and its proxies in the unit, because we were probably there at the height of that time when we were dealing with that particular target set. Generally across the unit, people were like, this is bad, everything like that. And he's talked about in, the Sean Ryan interview and everything like that.
Which catches people off guard. You kind of looked into it more. Yeah. I see the clips.
Yeah. And everybody sees the clips. Yeah. And he is, if you listen to the context of the conversation, right? And mind you, I disagree with his current stance in Iran. So I want to be very clear about that. That does not mean that his opinion doesn't mean anything, right? Because my experience is built because of my experiences with it. Maybe I just have more connections to the Persian community, see what the Iranian people are going through. And maybe, he lost his wife in Syria, there are Shia proxies involved in that. Everybody's got their own reasons why they may or may not want to go to war. All of us who've been in Iraq, we're already kind of like, ugh, we're worried about when the government's like, hey, these people have weapons of mass destruction. Like, do they? It's here nor there. So he talks about that they have killed 150 people, or and then all these different strikes. But he does emphasize that it is Iranian, it is Shia militias in Iraq that are controlled by Iran. And then later in the interview that he has with Tucker Carlson the other night, he talks specifically about that when Trump took over, the proxies that were operating and were still killing people basically stopped because they were operating so aggressively during Biden's administration because they saw him as weak. They didn't think he was going to respond. And then when Trump took over, he was seen like they were kind of like he was a bit of a deterrence. They were afraid. They didn't want to mess with him, and probably were just going to wait out his term. And I think if I had to, and I can't guess what anybody's thinking, what I probably think is that Joe sees that currently they are not near the same threat that they were during Biden's administration. The proxies have stopped, and thinks that Israel wanting to pursue, because obviously they have their own political gains, even though it does align with our overall end goals with Iran and the Islamic Republic, probably felt that we were kind of waking a beast that we did not need to stir at this moment. And that's probably, if I was to guess based off all his interviews, he did not think that because I know that one of the things that he cares about the most is risking American lives. And them not being currently a problem was probably one of the main reasons why he was opposed to this particular action. And Israel was so behind it, we jumped on because it aligned with what we want anyways. Why not put their nuclear program back 10 years? And I think that he just didn't think it was quite worth the risk. And while he says they're not a current imminent threat, that's where I would disagree. I think they may be laying low, but I think that's exactly what they're doing. And I think they're going to wait till Trump is out of office before they ramp up operations. And that's why I think that this is a good thing that we're doing, because I think it is pushing back their capability, and at the same time, it is giving the people of Iran a chance to do something, whether or not they take it or not.
Yeah. Like I said, that's a good analysis. I appreciate that, because that's what it seems like to me as well.
Yeah.
Especially like you said, the imminent threat stuff. Like at the end of the day, what happened? Trump left. Got Soleimani. Trump leaves, and then they start firing up again.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's back. It's a good, like I said, great analysis. They drop. Oh, we don't have to worry about him anymore. No, we need to worry about him, because whatever the next administration is going to be going to be a very big problem for us down the road. Yeah. Especially if you saw back in the Obama years how much cash they were funneling directly to Iran in a deal as if we make friends with them, maybe they won't hate us as much. Yeah. That not a good geopolitical strategy. Yeah. It's like we're pumping them full of money, and then they use that money against us and other proxy forces and all this other stuff. But we're trying to make good with them. Yeah. And they advance their nuclear program. Yeah. You can't be nice with them. You gotta just sock them in the mouth. So, like I said, I do think everything's blowing up now. I mean, we can talk. Obviously, this is geopolitics and politics within the U.S. It's just people go hardline one way or the other, jump into their conclusions one way or the other.
Which was really the focus of that video, which is one of the reasons why I made it, because I think this highlighted a larger problem within the United States, which is how divided we are in this country. Because you take Joe, who has lived, one of the most storied military careers. He was a Green Beret, then he was an operator for ISA, and then he went to Ground Branch, CIA's elite paramilitary wing. There's very little this man has done. And throughout that, so he has served at the highest levels of special operations in the intelligence communities. And this guy has never once had, as far as I know, a single thing ever said bad about him. He has been somebody who's, until this moment, has been above reproach, right? Because he has conducted himself in a way that how many people, especially if you've been in the military long enough, to have somebody who has zero, you know, like anything bad to say about that. That is a feat unto itself. Yeah. Like, you know, it's hard not to trip over and fall on your face, you know, in a 20-year, you know, plus career. So the fact that this man who if you really kind of look at it, because he was in a volunteer position, and Trump on numerous occasions has said that if you do not disagree as one of the peoples of his administration, because it is a volunteer position, just, you know, leave. Like if you're not going to be about it, cool, no big deal. And he wrote his letter of resignation and he put it in, and it said what he believed, which is he did not think Iran was an imminent threat, right? Which is an opinion, and he's entitled to that opinion, right? And if you really kind of break down why he thinks that opinion, you can definitely see some reasons why he thinks that, you know. I currently disagree with it because I do think that they are a threat that's just going to reemerge. But the problem is this really just highlights the problem that we have is that, one, we have people who just jump to conclusions, right? It's confirmation bias throughout the board. And we have so many of our fellow vet bros who have platforms who are just jumping on this tinfoil, and they do not know. We don't know. This is it. Like, sit back, let the information come out, because almost every single the first time that anything comes out, it's political posturing, it's propaganda, and no party is immune to this. They all do it. Republicans, Democrats, you know, libertarians, you know, you know, who knows what those fuckers are doing right now, you know, waiting in the corner somewhere. Yeah. And I think that we need to be reminded, because especially, and I've been taught this lesson so many times in the intelligence community, the intelligence professions, you can never take anything at face value, because usually, especially when you're handling sources, right? What's one of the easiest things that can screw you up is somehow, like, double agents or whatever being intentionally fed misinformation. And usually misinformation comes with a tag, which is it's something that you want to believe in. It's like, it's going to have some level of confirmation bias, because that's why you want to believe it. Like, that's good misinformation. If I was going to push good misinformation, I'm going to have there'd be a tint of it. I know it's something you want to hear, right? That's going to be like opportunistic. And people are just like, they've already had their minds thought up, you know, whatever side they're on, and they hear this, right? And the fact that I'm hearing at the same time, the same people who were celebrating Joe Kent 2 years ago are like calling him a fucking wussy, you know, that he's this piece of shit. And what did he do? He just disagreed with the current administration, gave, you know, a decent reason. You may not agree with it, but hey, I can see where you might come from. And then suddenly, you know, they link the fact that there's this investigation against him, right? And for somebody who had the Army's criminal investigation weaponized against them, I know for a fact there's a thing called innocent until proven guilty, and especially when the government raises allegations, because we know the government, especially the military, but are not that great as far as their judicial processes and how they do and they conduct these investigations. And if I had to guess, from what I understand of what's going on, is that there was a leak of information. There are multiple people that it could have been. What they look at is, when there's a leak of information, they look at motive. And the first thing they're going to look at is anybody who ever had any sort of dissent during the current administration. And Joe obviously has let people know that he disagrees with this. So when there's a leak of information, he is one of a people who they're going to investigate. That doesn't mean he did it, right? And innocent until proven guilty. So until I see charges, you know, but people are already jumping on it and like, hey, there's an allegation. He must have done this. He's a leaker. That's not how that works. That's not how that's done, right? And then you have on the other side of things, who are instantly these same people who were shitting on Joe 2 years ago, or since 2 years ago, who are like, he's a hero. He stood up to Trump, right? Yeah. No, he just disagrees with Trump. And from everything that I've been told and every reporting of his meeting with Trump when he handed him his resignation, it was very cordial, right? Are there people within the Republican Party who are kind of like already doing a little bit of a smear campaign? Yeah, but that's political posturing, right? That's going to go away, you know. He has earned the right to have his opinion, probably more than most people, and I think that we should hear him out, let him have his opinion, and you know, at the end of the day, let him. If he wants to change his opinion, cool. Is that going to change on how I feel about what we're doing in Iran? No. But I think he's entitled to it, and I'm definitely not going to fucking sit here and talk shit about him or get on here and be like, make some crazy accusation about, you know, Israel being, you know, controlling and having evidence and the Epstein files about that's why we're really in Iran because, you know, they've got dirty photos of Trump doing something. Like the whole thing's just fucking ridiculous, right?
Yeah. Well, we should do them skin. We need that clickbait.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you. I think that's that. When I saw that happen, I was like, yeah, okay. The reason I just bring up the Israel stuff because I feel like that's something within the Republican Party you're seeing a lot more. Israel is the bane of everything.
Yeah.
The reason why we're doing this, and I think what people did highlight was his mention of like his wife sadly was passed like a war started by Israel or whatever it was, and she was killed. You're like, you know what, man? You can grieve. I think that's, you know, you have your opinion. It's great. Like, you know, and he's said amazing operator. I have a good friend of mine who wrote his biography. You know, awesome, like totally cool. But I think that's why some people are hanging on that are just kind of like, you know, you're seeing you start to see the isolationist wings and and it's all I hate to say it, doesn't matter your background. Politics they'll always crucify you. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You could be. You know, because you're seeing it from the Republicans going after veterans that are Democrats, you know, and Democrats clearly go after veterans. Like you said, they were shitting on him 2 years ago, calling him hardcore conspiracy theorists and all this stuff.
Yeah, now he's the greatest champion of the Democratic Party, even though he wants nothing to do with it.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, 100%. So obviously that's
that's a good point you bring up because that's also kind of a caveat for Monday, right? He's going on Sean Ryan's show, right? But who is one of the greatest isolationists of our time? Sean Ryan. Yeah. Right. So, like right now, like to Sean Ryan, like obviously most people are a fan of Joe Kent, right? And Sean Ryan has always been a fan of Joe Kent. He's definitely a fan of Joe Kent right now because it's like, and so that interview is definitely going to be, there's going to be some political bias, right? In the favor of Joe Kent and Sean Ryan. It is what it is. But the one thing that I think they do pretty well, and maybe as well as Joe Rogan does, but they're going to talk about their reasoning and he's going to hit it, right? And I don't think that, you know, we'll hear his story and you agree or you don't disagree. And then going back to real quick, I do want to cover the Israel thing real quick, is that both sides have been jumping on that, right? Because they use justification for either way. And this just simply goes back to just because I don't immediately think that there's some giant conspiracy. You know, a lot of things you go back to Occam's razor, right? Yeah. If it's the most simplest answer, it probably is. And what it probably is? It's just hey, they were going to strike. It co-aligns goes along with what we want in the area. And we're like, all right, cool. We'll jump in on this, right? That's probably, if I had to predict based off what I've seen in my past, that's probably what happened.
Well, the other thing too is, I mean, just strategically, like the first 2 weeks, everyone's happy. I think what's annoying is, and I've talked about this, Nick, it's like, we're 2 weeks into this and we're crushing. Yeah. And I know everyone's like, well, that's a propaganda term. I was like, no, this just objectively just take away Israel and just be like, call Iran some other like utopia or whatever, atropia. Yeah. We're crushing this. Like it's absolutely decimating this entire military strategically, the threat to them on the world stage or threat to the world stage that Iran poses. I mean, it's crazy, you know? And so in a good way, I mean, you know, it's like now we're 3 weeks in and people are like, oh, have we not won yet? You know, and I think that's a generational, I think it's a cultural thing. Now, granted, people were sick of the 20-year war. I understand that. Clearly, we both fought in it. I totally get it. But I also feel like there's like, you got to let some stuff play out, man. Like you just don't do regime changes overnight and think, you know, hey, we're all good now. You know, we did it. And I'm just saying a regime change, but if you're just going to really mess them up for a long time, that takes time. Yeah. And you know, it's sad that we lost people, but I think people also think we have this invincibility complex. And it's like, people, when it comes to conflicts, this is, you know, people are going to die. Like you have, as a commander, you can't be like, well, if we don't bring everybody home, we failed. It's like, no, there's objectives that need to be met. we look at World War II, we look at all these others, like how many people were lost in one day to take an island, that was strategic to the mission. So
I think that's a very good point about the invisibility complex.
Yeah. Like the Venezuelan raid, everyone's like really on that invincibility complex.
Yeah, that skews it in the wrong direction.
Yeah,
it brings us out of reality because that's a one-off. That's not going to happen.
Exactly. Yeah. And that was, and everybody thinks like, the Gulf War. That's what kind of got us into the Iraq War. It was like, well, we did it in 2 weeks. We can do it again.
Yeah, we crushed it, baby.
Yeah. And we're not doing regime change right now. It may be on the table, but I agree we're not. The boots on ground stuff is because they do that. It's all over. The support is gone. I think
then you got to double down, triple down just to make it see it because you're going to do it. You might as well see it all the way through.
Yeah.
And you're going to expend every little bit of political capital that you'll have. And that could be like the end of the Republican Party for a while.
For a long time. Yeah. I don't see it going in that direction. All right. So we discussed that stuff. I do want to hit this before we go into the Patreon. What was life like after? Let's cover. I want the public to know what was after Tier 1. Kind of go over it a bit.
Yeah.
And, what you're doing right now.
Yeah. Well, then I went to flight school, and that's where I went to fly the Lakota, and then I was the Black Hawk course, and dealt with some issues within that particular course. Almost committed suicide, but that was like for me was the catalyst of who I would become because it was would turn out to be my greatest failure would be. I feel like is the person that has helped me to turn the person who I would. That helped me to become those failures helped me to become the person that I've always wanted to be, right? And so I used, and that's where like the whole Stoic Viking thing comes from because it was stoicism that I used to help me crawl myself out of the pit that I had created. And then from there, I wanted to help share my experiences and the ability, because I think I have an ability to talk about things that other people don't want to talk about. And I bring it down to retard level because, I am, slightly retarded. So when I got out, I'm somebody who likes to continue on the path of doing more things that this world has to offer. So I didn't want to do anything involving aviation. I want to do anything in special operations or doing contracting. So I decided to go down this route of seeing if I could add service, be a service of people, add value. And so that is the focus of my channel, whether it's from physical health to mental health to helping people understand geopolitical situations from an apolitical point of view and concentrating on history, analysis, and critical thinking and trying to keep people away from confirmation bias.
Yeah, that's good. Like I said, it's a good place to start.
Yeah, and that's where the Stoic Viking was born because Stoicism combined with the warrior mentalities and philosophies that we grew up with.
Yep.
And just there's so many good aspects to that, and you combine it with Stoicism, which really just helps you to like weather anything that can happen to you. Emotionally control yourself and just it's been very effective. So I just try to share my version of it.
Yeah. Well, I do appreciate it. I heard your story on the team house, which I do like because I relate to it, which was the conversation you had with your buddy that told you to go aviation, even though you eventually got out of aviation and moved on to other stuff. But can you kind of talk about that conversation? Because I've had that same talk, and I think not enough guys hear that, and it's been years now, but I think for the next generation coming up, that's like a very important conversation.
Yeah.
I don't think that a lot of people have that should.
Yeah. I think this was about 2016, so it was about 6 years into the unit. And I was going along my path, and everything, what I was going to do is I was eventually, after I'd finished my 20 years in the unit, I would probably go off to ground branch and go down that path like everybody else from our organization had done, at least from the tactical side of things. And I'm in the gym one day, and our unit CW5, who was a Ranger and a Green Beret in the 80s, became a Black Hawk pilot, then went to 160th, and then was a pilot, one of the pilots during Black Hawk Down. His was actually was the third helicopter hit. He was actually able to limp it back to the airfield. His helicopter is actually in the aviation museum with his name on it down at Fort Wrecker or whatever they call it nowadays. And now this man is CW5 of ISA. He comes into the gym one day, and this is like this 6-year-old man with like a 10-pack. He's stupid. And he comes up to me one day, and he's like, what's your plan for today? Or he says, what's your plan? And I assume he's talking about the gym. So I was like, I'm going to do legs. He's like, no. He's like, no, with life, you fucking idiot. Right? So I said, well, I'm going to continue doing this and, obviously, hopefully go off to ground branch and, see where we go from there, right? He's like, looked at me, very coldly. This guy had a very intense stare, and he said, do not do that. I'm like, why? He's like, look around you. How, look at everybody who's senior to you. Look at all your guys who are, 15, 20 years in. What do their lives look like? Are they married? Are they divorced? What's their relationship with their children like? And, and then he asked me the very cold question. He's like, what's your personal life like? And I think until that moment, I had never thought about whether or not I had a personal life. And then I realized in that moment, for the last 6 years, I had no personal life. I believed in everything we were doing. Any mission I volunteered for it, I was gone, at least 9 to 10 months out of the year. And then he was like, have you ever wanted to fly? I was like, who doesn't? He's like, military will pay you to learn how to fly. Why would you not go do that? He's like, this does not get better. He's like, you've been here, you've been a senior operative for 3 years. He's like, this isn't going to get any better. It should, but it doesn't. He's like, that's not how the military works. And so that combined with some other stuff that happened towards the end at that unit, that's when I kind of made the decision to put in my aviation packet, my warrant packet, and then my aviation packet. And that's when I went off to flight school. Funny story, never wanted to quit anything in my life. And this kind of something you brought up earlier about being in an environment which you is so stupid that you're like, I don't know, why am I even here? So warrant officer school is, it's a gentleman's course basically, right? But for the first 3 hours of warrant officer school, they do treat it like basic training, and they do try to smoke you. And then as soon as they're done, you're getting smoked, right? For those 3 hours. And then until you start classroom time, like 3 or 4 days later, you are beholden to your cadre. And mind you, all warrant officers, minus special forces warrant officers, come to this school, right? So you have your cook warrants, your supply warrants, right? And almost all of our warrant officer school warrants are either cook or supply warrants. And I have nothing against cook or supply warrants, right? But there's a different culture there. There's a different environment. And some of the takes that were coming out of these guys' mouths, and I was having this moment where I was like, it's 2 days in, I've been some hardest shit, and I've never even thought for a second quitting my life. I wanted to quit on the second day because the amount of stupidity that I saw the first 2 days was like, I left special operations for this. I left a tier 1 unit for this. But luckily, like 2 or 3 days later, we started class time. And the very first instructor I had in there was a former 160th guy, black belt in jiu-jitsu. And he was, I think, the youngest CW5 in history. I think he achieved like CW5, like age like 33. Cool, super, looked like Jason Statham. There, he reminded me, this is just a moment in time. Get past this, you get to aviation, and life will be better. And he was absolutely right. But never wanted to quit my entire life, but I almost quit. Second day of warrant officer school.
It's so stupid. You're like, I can't do this anymore.
I can't. The level of stupidity here was just crazy.
That's awesome. No, I mean, glad you made it through, but yeah. No, it's always good to hear that because I think a lot of guys, we hear in the infantry, because our best 4 years is our first 4. And it's kind of like, they're like, what are you doing? Or what, we were told we're not going to make anything of ourselves because we're infantry and we have no skills in the real world. So why don't you re-enlist? And the Marine Corps provides everything for you, blah, blah, blah. I literally heard that where the guys go, we're all sitting in a big in the chapel, whole units there, all the companies. One guy literally got up there, he goes, what are you going to do? You don't have a college education. You have high school education. You're just infantry. Marine Corps provides everything for you. Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do when you get out? Go to college? Yeah. And I was sitting there, and I've been a guy from day one. I got to boot camp. I was counting down the days to get to EAS to get out. I was not a lifer, not active duty, like, you know. And I was just sitting there. I'm like, Jesus, man, like, give us some sort of like, you know, like a thumbs up. I mean, I've been running I'm running operations as like a 21-year-old. Yeah. like you can't give me a little bit of credit. Yeah. You know, like I can't figure it out. You know, and I just remember hearing that. There's like, what are you gonna do, huh? What are you gonna do? You get out, you know. But I think it's always a good thing, even as a contractor. It's like, what's next? Like, what is your relationship gonna be like? What is your family life like? Because I remember dealing with that, and then I kind of lived through. You know, it's not like what you guys done, but it is definitely the contractor life is kind of still like that. Like guys holding on to the dragon, you know, still trying to do the best times that you had, you know, trying to chase that. Yeah. And it is, man. It's like divorces. It's, you know, multiple houses with like you're divorced, you know, divorced twice. Your kids don't know who you are, you know, and you're staring down the barrel of 20 years and you're getting out, and like guys like me that got out are already 15 years ahead of you, you know, and like, and that's sometimes a hard thing to swallow, but
no, it definitely is,
you know, and obviously you guys stay in, you do certain things, but then there's other guys that don't go that route. These are the guys that get out after 20, or then they had some great times when they were recon, but now they're at boot camp as a whatever it is, you know. I think it's something guys need to hear. Like, what is your plan after you get out? Like, think like, what do you want to do? Also, what is your family like? You know, what is that like? Like, are you around for your kids? Like, I have, you know, I got a 1-year-old and or 1.5 and a 4.5-year-old. It's like, I knew I was going to do that later, you know, because I didn't want to be gone. Yeah. You know, I deployed total of 9 times, 8 into combat. Yeah. You know, with my contract and stuff, and that was from 2006 to 2013. That's what I did. You know, that's a solid.
That's impressive for that short of time, too.
Yeah, seven. Yeah, it's like 7 years. Yeah, and I was in a, you know, I'm sure you were like the take it or leave it attitude. I don't know if you had girlfriends throughout that. I'm sure you probably did, but it was like, hey, this is what I do. Like, you take it or leave it. Yeah. Like, you know, but I can't imagine. I think it's so tough now. Yeah. You know, my wife, thank God, she puts up with me, but it's like, hey, I'm going to go do a trip to do this. And she's like, how long, blah, blah, blah. I mean, we kind of tit for tat over that. Yeah. It's only a week or maybe it's 2 weeks, but you know, I can't imagine like having a family in Delta. I'm sure Brent can, or a bunch of guys can speak to it. I know a lot of guys do the same thing where they're like, they don't have kids till after they're starting to cycle out of the door kicking, you know.
It's it's the time apart because, you know, and to be honest, it's not even really like how much they kick the doors down. It's just because even when they're not on deployments, they're not there. They're training, and most of their training is in different places, you know, civilian vendors, and they're doing pre-deployment stuff, and you're just gone. Yeah. You're just gone so much. Because like, you know, I was at group, and you're nowhere near, like in a special forces group, nowhere near gone as much as these guys are, right? And you gotta remember that these are guys that are gone regardless of them going to deployments. They're gone 9 months out of the year, right? And so it doesn't, like, even if there's not a war going on, it doesn't matter. They're gone, and that is really hard. There are people who can make it work. I think the people who make it work, it's all about managing expectations, right? Be like, hey, this is what life's going to be like, right? But you have to have an end date. Why would your spouse stick around for like the shit, like this bad time where she barely gets to see you, if you don't even know when you're going to be gone, when you're going to end it? So I think that if you were, because people ask me all the time, like, okay, because I talked about it numerous times, like, you know, it's really hard for families. It's one of the reasons why I left, is like, so I would like to one day start a family. So for the ones who are, can they? And yeah, I've seen it. I've seen people be successful, and everybody who has the communication levels, you know, they communicate about everything. They set expectations, and then they set an end date of when they're going to get out.
That's huge. Yeah, the end date.
Yes. Yeah, because I can, like all of us, right? I can get through anything. I can go through a 6-month selection, right? As long as I know there's an end date, right? If you were to go in there, right, and you're like, hey, you're going to suck at this. Like, I'm going to put you through some really bad shit. And you're like, okay, when is it going to end? You're like, not going to tell you. Like, that is one of the most demoralizing things, because anytime any school no matter how hard it is in the military, there's an end date. Mm-hmm. That's just cruel, and that's why those type of relationships never work, right? Mm-hmm. Because the people don't know when they're going to get out. Mm-hmm. So I think that's my advice to anybody, and I think is one of the biggest causes of why those relationships fail.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that. We do that in all of our hell weeks and stuff. It's just like, you can't stop time.
Yeah,
you can't stop it. This will end. Yeah. Eventually.
Yeah,
and that always gets us through. Got through, like, our tryouts and everything. It's like, this will end, and we will. Yeah. It'll be over. Yeah. But I agree with you. End dates. 1, I was getting out after 4 years. 2, when I was contracting, I set an end date. I was like 2.5, 3 years. It's like, this is the end. Like, whatever money I make in this span is the money I walk away with.
Yeah.
No, keep going back. And I almost went back after film school because I was like, man, that's good paychecks, but it was going to take another 6 months to get back into it. Like, just from training to then deployment, it was going to be at least 6 to 8 months of waiting, not getting paid, figuring it out. And then you got to commit for another year. So now I'm year and a half, 2 year, if not more, down the road. And sometimes you just have to cut your teeth and jump into what you love doing. No, for me, that was like film. I was like, I got to cut. It sucks. I'm broke. Yeah. It would have been awesome to have that 90 grand that I had saved up a few years back. But at the end of the day, that's the choices we make. But that end date, I think, is big. I agree with you. Knowing when it ends, especially when it comes to family, because with my wife, it was when I switched and she's more, as long as she knows it's coming up, then whether, it wasn't anything crazy, but working for one of the companies I was at, it was always like they'd call me on a Wednesday, like, can you be out here by Friday? Can you be here on Monday? And we had a newborn, and that, it's like, just give us more than 2 weeks heads up. That type of stress, you know, and then also, like, how many times doing this? Well, I don't know. Like, and even small, it's not to the tier 1 level, or like even what we did, which was like 7-month deployments, 9, 10-month deployments. It's still stressful, and people that aren't used to that. And by the way, the entire population, with the exception of guys like us, are not used to that. Like, they're like, you can't expect some college chick off the street to be like, oh yeah, I'm completely on board with this whole lifestyle. That's gonna be a tough one. But all right, cool. Well, let's move into the Patreon, into now Vet TV. This is going on Vet TV, everyone. In fact, the catalog should be on Vet TV. So go ahead, subscribe to Spotify exclusive content if you want to support the channel. Go to my Patreon and go to Vet TV. And use the Breach as your code for the first 2 months. I believe it's $1 for the first 2 months, and get all the awesome content plus this show in its entirety. No ads. If not, then go check out Spotify exclusive, or just like and subscribe. Do all that stuff at Into the Breach show, Into the Breach on YouTube. Where can they find you, Joe?
So you can find me on YouTube at the Stoic Viking, or Instagram at Stoic Viking 25.
Awesome. All right, so go check out Joe. Go like and subscribe to his channel. Go like and subscribe here at Into Breach. And now we're switching over to the Patreon.